so far this season. I think the pitch. I mean, these pitches tend to play pretty well, don't they, for the ODI, for the one-day stuff. Overton again, right arm over, is in, or gets one that bounces quite extravagantly at Elgar, and he plays it pretty well down in the gully, down through to third man towards the Colin Atkinson pavilion. They get through for a single, but there's something interesting, I mean, sort of a green tinge to the middle of the track where they're getting a bit of bounce. So
dusty at both ends and green in the middle.
Yeah.
Well, that's
lively.
That's the Taunton recipe. That is, which means that they're big fast bowlers, the Overton twins,
which you've got hundreds of.
Yeah. And Jack Brooks and people like that can take advantage of the greenish bit in the middle, and then the spinners can capitalise on the worn areas at each end.
Here is Overton. It's played quite nicely by Jacks. Just pushed into the turf off the back foot on the offside. Yeah. I know a certain another South African in the Surrey squad who might have profited on these conditions. Morney Morkel would have been a real
I was just going to say that. I think the Somerset batsmen will be profoundly grateful that they won't have to face Morney Morkel on this.
I'd argue it'd almost be unplayable on something like this. It's just a dream surface for him. Over to the end, right arm over up here from the pavilion end is in, and it's driven very splendidly by Will Jacks down through mid-on. Peter Trigo again will do the fielding, and there's no run.
So what's gone wrong with Surrey then in this competition? Because even with all of your injuries and international calls, it still looks a pretty strong side.
Well, Anthony, if I'm brutally honest, the white ball malaise goes back a little bit further than just this year. Overton, right arm over. He's into Jacks, gets a short one, looking to play it away on the onside. Doesn't really get over it and just dribbles to mid-wicket, and there's no run. End of an excellent over by Jamie Overton. Sorry, Craig Overton. Mixing my Overtons up. And there's no run. Last year they failed to qualify. And actually the year before that and the year before that, they just snuck out on mathematics into the group stages. But of course, once they're in knockout cricket, they're quite a dangerous side and got through to the final on both occasions. So, yes, it's kind of been, I guess, this sort of the poor white ball performances have been coming. Last year, of course, they didn't qualify for the T20s either. So it shouldn't come as any surprise, but it's well beneath their capabilities, really.
Absolutely. Davey to bowl another over from the river end. He's bowling to Elgar, who gets one on leg stump, turns it into the onside as far as Lewis Gregory.
I mean, the thing is, the players they've lost, if you look at the likes of Ollie Pope, he's an outstanding cricketer across all formats. Ricky Clark has been talismanic in anything that he's touched as far as Surrey are concerned. So there are a couple of big
Currans.
No Currans, of course. Ben Folke's been away, so it's not easy. Jason Roy. I mean, you go on. I mean, yeah, exactly.
But even without all of those guys, they're still, on paper, a strong side. Here's Davey in a bowls to Elgar, who covers up and plays that.
Well, I think that was interesting enough. That was one of the key things about Surrey's championship performance last year. I think I remember when they went to Scarborough, I think there were 7 team changes because England call-ups and Lions call-ups going into that game, and yet they won, a difficult game against Yorkshire up there with a 200+ chase on the final day. So they're very capable of using their squad in certain formats.
Davey in from the river end, bowls to Elgar, full length ball, just taking a little bit of pace off the ball on that occasion. Josh Davey.
Yeah, it all started down the road, of course, at Bristol in that.
When you bowled out for 88.
Bowled out for 88.
What happened there?
Well, I mean, it's difficult to say. It was, Surrey rarely get belters to play on because that plays their strength, and quite wisely, it was a
typical Bristol wicket.
Typical Bristol wicket. Yes.
Here's Davey bowls to Elgar, another full length delivery, gets that on a thick inside edge, and will pick up a single as it runs out to Jamie Overton on a deep mid wicket boundary. 23 for 1 year. We came unstuck at Bristol as well 10 days ago on a typical Bristol wicket with it, sticking in the pitch and no pace on the ball, hardly any boundaries were hit in either innings. It was pretty turgid watching, but that's the way Gloucester play, and they've been very successful at it. There's Davey in and bowls to Jacks, who hasn't had much of a strike recently, certainly not from Josh Davey at the river end. It's possible if Somerset and Gloucestershire both win today and Sussex and Middlesex both lose, that the two West Country counties will be the two that qualify for the quarterfinals alongside Hampshire.
Yeah, we gave up on the mathematics about a month ago in this particular competition.
Davy, he's in to bowl to Jacks. Oh, and good delivery, just beating the rather hesitant defensive bat of Will Jacks. That moved away off the seam just too much to find the outside edge, but a very good delivery from Josh Davy at the end of the 7th over. Surrey 23 for 1, finding it hard going against an accurate Somerset opening attack.
Yeah, very. I mean, you've got sort of two contrasts really. Davy's a little bit skiddier, and of course Overton hits the pitch pretty hard, it's safe to say. Sidmouth boy, I think, isn't he? This particular, both Overtons, aren't they?
No, North Devon.
North Devon, sorry, that's Bouncer, ducked underneath by Elgar, there's no run.
Barnstaple, they were born.
Barnstaple,
in
that's
the
right.
North Devon Infirmary, and they play their club cricket for the North Devon Club at Instow on that lovely ground on the peninsula, jutting out into the Torridge estuary.
It's very nice of his too.
It is lovely. Thatched pavilion and thatched scoreboard.
Here is Craig Overton again. Elgar again plays it off the back foot into the gully. And there's no run. Jamie Overton, the brother. Craig's brother will do the fielding. Yeah, I think, last 4 years, bottom line, the one-day competitions, they've lost the first 2 games in every single year, and that always leaves you with a lot of cricket.
Is that because they don't prioritise them?
I don't know.
It's the championship
necessarily.
The all and end all of
slow starters. Here is Craig Overton. It's driven rather crab-like by Elgar, only as far as mid-on. Tom Abel will do the fielding, and there's no run. Yeah, it's difficult to sort of put my finger on it. Actually, the Gloucester defeat was a tough one. By the time they worked out that you can actually put your hands through the ball, the game was done. But it was a tight game down at Hove to follow. Here was Overton again. It's driven again back to the bowler, but actually evades the bowler, ends up a Trigo at mid-on. There's no run. It was they've I think lost by just a couple of wickets at home, and another couple of sort of tightish games and tightish chases where they were looking quite good with about 15 overs to go, and then would suddenly lose a flurry of wickets. So it hasn't been although on paper it looks a pretty horrific campaign. They've had their chances. Craig Overton again is into Elgar. It's a slower ball, loopy one. It is pushed eventually out to gully, where Jamie Overton will do the fielding and a single taken.
That's a new development for Craig Overton. He tried a couple against Hampshire. If one has a criticism of the Somerset seam bowling, is they don't have many variations. There's nothing like Jay Dernbach's slower ball bouncer, or the Yorkers, all the box of tricks that he's got.
Here is Craig Overton into Will Jackson. Who's punching off the back, but very elegantly, just a fraction behind square. And that is a beautiful looking shot from Will Jacks. Outstanding talent, of course. Lovely way to finish the over. That whistles away.
Yeah, lovely shot. It was there. The ball was there for the shot, mind. It was short of a length out and wide outside the off stump, but executed to perfection.
27 for 1. Very impressed by the replays coming up quite swiftly.
Oh, we're very tech savvy.
Yes, and impressed by your big win as well. Yeah. I saw announced last week, beating the likes of Man City and Liverpool and all the big guns. Yeah. Very impressive.
And we've got second highest number of Twitter followers on the cricket circuit after Yorkshire. Davy then to Elgar in and bowls. Elgar plays that solidly up to Abel at mid-off. We also get the second highest home gates for county championship matches after Yorkshire.
After Yorkshire, yeah. Buoyed, of course, by 2 games at Scarborough. But even then, actually, their Headingley gates are minimum 3,000, aren't they? Yeah. At the very least on every day.
We get a good day in county championship. We probably get 2,500 here. Here's Davy in bowling to Elgar, who defends into the offside. I think they're getting on for 2,000 here today.
Yeah, good numbers. If this was yesterday, of course. this would be absolutely packed. But
yeah, but there was a bigger crowd in on Sunday.
Mm.
But it wasn't such a nice day for watching cricket. They saw a
very cold, wasn't it, across the weekend?
dreadful performance by Somerset. But they've got their second chance to secure qualification. This is again played up to Abel at mid-off. Technically, they could qualify if all of their rivals for the quarterfinals, Middlesex, Sussex and Gloucestershire, were to lose. But realistically, we feel that they've got to win this game, Somerset.
Yep.
To go through. Well, they'll either have a home game on Friday or they'll be away at Worcester if they come third. It's Davey in the bowls to Elgar. Oh, it's a terrible delivery. Oh, it's gone for 4 wides. 4 wides. That was by far the worst delivery he's bowled. I don't know what he was trying to do then. Maybe he was trying a variation that didn't come off, or it just slipped out possibly. But 33 for 1 then now. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, the playoff game certainly isn't the end of the world, is it? I mean, I think stats tell me that those who come through the playoffs do very well in the latter stage of the competition.
Is Davey to Elgar, see if he can do a bit better with this delivery. It is much better delivery, but it's nicely played into the offside. There'll just be a single. He didn't quite time it, in fact. But, off drive, and Abel is able to field it away to his right. 34 for 1. And elsewhere, Sussex going well against Glamorgan, 44 for 1 in 7 overs. Middlesex 41 for 1, and also then in the 8th over against Kent. There's Davey in the bowls, and Jacks is up on his toes, playing that up to Azhar Ali at mid-on, and there's no run. And Essex going well against Gloucestershire, which is less good for the West Country. 38 without loss in the 9th over. But Somerset really need just to focus on what they're doing here today. I think a factor in the decision to ask Surrey to bat was that when Somerset go out to bat, they'll have a clearer idea of what's happening elsewhere. Davey in a bowls to Jacks, who plays that to Roller van der Merwe at shortish mid-wicket to bring the over to a conclusion. 34 for 1, 9 have gone, 7 to Elgar and 10 to Jacks.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those where, to be honest, you didn't really need to bother strolling out there, because there's no way that Surrey would have elected to chase here. They would have taken first option, judging by the way in which they've chased in the tournament so far this year. So both sides getting exactly what they wanted.
Yeah.
And
on a decent pitch by the look of it.
Yep. Good one for cricket. There's been plenty of those about. Craig Overton, right arm over, is into Elgar, who's pushing forward, bounce against from Overton.
He's a very crab-like batsman, Dean Elgar, isn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, he's the ultimate in pragmatism.
Yes. Crabby southpaw. Yeah. It's you think of the. There are 2 types of left-hander, aren't there? There are the elegant, gorgeous ones to watch, and then I think pragmatic. I think is a good word. But I wouldn't win many aesthetic prizes. Here is Craig Overton to Dean Elgar, who whips it away off his legs into mid-wicket. Trigo will do the fielding. They'll take a quick single. Quite nicely manoeuvred. Score goes up to 35 for 1. Elgar up to 8. Jack's back on strike on 10.
Nice to see Alex Stewart in the box.
Oh, the great man. There he
is.
Very
kindly said some nice words about Brian Rose for the book that Brian and I did together. And I had the great pleasure of having lunch with his father, Mickey, just a few weeks ago.
Marvellous. Here is Overton again. Right arm over into Jacks, who's launching him away on the onside. That's a lovely looking shot. It will plug just before the boundary, but will eventually go across. It's a nice looking shot from Jacks. The key thing was getting it square enough for the man back there on the rope, which he did so. And another boundary to Jacks.
Yeah, Mickey spoke to the West of England Cricket Society about 6 weeks ago, I suppose, and spoke very, very well. He was roped in at the last moment because Mike Brearley, who was going to speak, fell ill, and poor old Mickey got the call, I think, on the Friday to speak on the Monday, and did brilliantly.
Here is Overton, who's into Jacks again, who's all driving outside the off stump, bit of bounce, a little bit of nip away from Overton as well. And there is no run, flat-footed from Jacks, which is partially the pitch conditions, isn't it? The length is a dangerous one to go after here, because a little bit of extra bounce from Overton. Yes, this ground is bathed in sunshine. Always fun here in Taunton. Just why I like the place, because of course we're here a lot in the next couple of weeks. Here is Overton down the leg side. There'll be a wide called.
You're going to be here for the championship
I'll
match?
be up, yeah, absolutely. Which reminds me of sorting out the old accommodation, I think, which I haven't.
Stay at the castle, won't you?
Stay at the castle. Do you know what? I have to say, I've never stayed there, but Miles Jupp, I think a couple of trips ago, took us out for dinner there. It was rather nice. Come on, Miles, come up again. Here is Overton, who's into Jacks, who's working away on the onside. There'll be at least a single. Out to the man on the deep mid-wicket rope. And yeah, it's Jamie Overton that'll do the fielding. Single taken. Yeah, the castle is a lovely hotel. Must admit that. Tasting menu. Very nice indeed. But I'm not sure budget allowed. I think last time actually I managed to, because of there was a couple of rooms knocking around the team hotel. I did rather well last year. I can't imagine at this stage of the season I've got any chance of that again.
You never know.
You never know. Wait and see. There's just that onside strengthened a bit with. Here is Overton. It's driven nicely straight to the man who's just gone in there at short mid-wicket. End of a pretty good over. Tight again. 41 for 1. Elgar on 8. Jacks on 15. And how many overs we had now?
We have had the first stage of the innings, which used to be called the power play. Some people still do call it the power play. But, first 10 overs have gone, so 41 for 1, so honours just about even, I would think.
Are indeed, and Anthony, I'll leave you in the capable hands of Mark Church, Johnny.
Thanks, Johnny. Josh Davies going to continue from the river end. He's bowling his 6th over. He's gone for 22 in his 5 overs today. Picked up the wicket of Mark Stoneman, and apart from one errant delivery that went for 5 wides, he's bowled pretty well.
I think he's bowled beautifully actually, because he just hit a line and length and hasn't gone off that at all. Very, very tight.
He's bowling to the tall figure of Will Jacks, standing very upright at the crease. He's there and bowls, and Jacks plays that into the onside, only as far as Roloff van der Merwe, who's one of many outstanding fieldsmen in this Somerset side. Tom Abel, Lewis Gregory, the Overton twins. James Hildreth at Pete Trigo. He's lost a little bit of speed over the years, but he's got a wonderful pair of hands. Josh Davey turns at the end of his run. The crowd building up all the time. He's in and bowls to Jacks. Full length delivery, which is turned into the onside, but Craig Overton, eating up the ground with those long strides of his, comes in and sends a not very good return into Tom Banton, who sprawls in order to take it. The umpires will approve of that, trying to prevent it from bouncing on a worn area of the pitch.
Yeah, they're very eagle-eyed on that now, aren't they?
They are.
Very eagle-eyed. I just feel a bit for the
one-day cricket. I mean, he anchored the innings and did it very, very effectively, and he can accelerate as well. As Davies in and bowls to him, this is launched away into the onside. Jamie Overton is after it, can't quite get there. Gets to within about 2 yards of that ball as it came to earth, and was in the perfect position to take the catch. Made good ground to it, but for the second time this afternoon, a Surrey batsman gets away with a mishit into the onside.
It was a heck of an effort from Jamie Overton there, just to get anywhere near it. Those long legs.
Davy tries again from the river end, bowls to Elgar, who again dabs it into the offside, and this time will get a run as it runs away to the right of Craig Overton at backward point. So 50 on the board, I think. There's a ripple of applause around the ground. The 50 hasn't gone up on the scoreboard yet, so perhaps it's only 49 for one.
Yeah, after, what have we had now, 11 overs, so 49 with the loss of Mark Stoneman here on BBC Somerset and BBC Radio London.
I was saying to Kevin James in the match against Hampshire on Sunday, he said, what do you need to get batting first on this with this pitch, this outfield? And I said, probably 350, and I'm not sure it's quite a 350 pitch, this one. I think maybe 310, 320, something like that.
Well, I'd have thought Surrey's chat would have been make sure you bat 50 overs, number one. If you bat your 50 overs on here, you're going to have a score on the board.
Yeah.
So don't get rolled over before 50 overs. That would have been the... And just the way they've started here, Jacks in particular, he's been very solid so far, as Will Jacks. Jamie Overton into the attack, coming right arm over the wicket to Dean Algar. And Algar's tucking this one out towards deep mid-wicket. And the throw comes in from brother Overton. And they'll pick up a single, and that will bring up the 50 this time in the 12th over, so there'll be another ripple of applause. 50 for one. Jamie Overton quicker than Craig, is that fair comment?
Yeah, not by much, but yes, he's more out and out fast bowler, is Jamie. But when Craig bends his back, he's not slow.
So Will Jacks, the right-hander, back onto strike as Jamie Overton comes right arm over the wicket to him, and Jacks is forward covering up, is pushing this one back up the pitch towards mid-off. Tom Abel comes up to do the fielding, and there's no runs.
It's only Jamie's second game in this year's One-Day Cup, and he didn't take a wicket in his first game, which was against Hampshire on Sunday. Went for 49 in 7 overs, wicketless, and he ran himself out first ball, so it wasn't a great day for Jamie Overton.
Careless, I think is probably the way to sum that up, as Jamie Overton over the wicket he comes to Jack's short ball, and that's nicely played by Will Jacks. Just rides the bounce, opens the face and runs it off down towards third man. Sensibly played that by Will Jacks. Picks up a single, moves on to 17.
Be interesting to ask the Surrey batsmen after close of play how the Overtons compare when batting against them, because this is a pitch where there is some bounce and carry for the quicker bowlers. Coming nicely onto the bat.
He just immediately looks quicker. Just moving brother Craig.
Well, he's got a longer run up.
Yeah, out to deep backwards. As you say, he's more of the out and out quick, isn't he? As he's over the wicket now to Algar, who just gives himself a little bit of room and then nudges this one down towards third man. They'll take another single. One more to Dean Algar. He moves on to 13 from 30 deliveries. Will Jacks 17 from 29. Lots of people sat in front of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion and in the Ian Surrey and Botham stand.
We mustn't forget the Surrey.
The Surrey, I know. Won't be long till the one next to it as well. We had the Marcus Trescothick stand. We'll have to have that put in there, I'm sure, at some point. As Jamie Overton is over the wicket, short one, and pulling in the air is Will Jacks. There is a man out there, and he's gone. Picked out the man at deep backward square, and George Bartlett takes the catch. Didn't have to move, actually. Banged in by Jamie Overton, and Will Jacks will be a bit disappointed with that. Off the front foot, pulling, and in the air. It was a bit like the catching practice they do with the coaches in the morning, and Bartlett hung on to it and didn't really have to move. So second wicket goes down, Jacks goes for 17 and Surrey are 51 for 2.
It was the sort of shot that so many of the Somerset batsmen played against Hampshire, where they really gave it away, and Will Jacks gave it away there. I mean, he's looking to loft the ball in over the boundary, presumably on the side of the ground where the boundary is much longer than on the other side, and he didn't play the shot with any great conviction. It was just a sort of pick-up shot, relying on the timing, as if the boundary was 30 yards closer towards the wicket, and it was a straightforward catch to George Bartlett. It didn't look to me, Mark, as if it was a top edge. I think
I
came
think
off the middle of the bat.
I think it sort of sums up how Surrey's top four have gone in this competition. Got a start and then got out, because he'd looked very solid up to that point. Had Will Jacks, was almost reining himself in, but eyes lit up with that one, and was just trying to help it as much as anything, but helped it straight down the fielder's throat. So the captain is out there, joining Dean Elgar.
So there you are, Annie Chave on Twitter. Happy birthday to Annie. And she had just tweeted, hey Anthony, can you get Somerset to get some birthday wickets for me? Well, there you are, Annie. No sooner said than done.
Happy birthday.
It was actually Mark who got the wicket.
Yes, birthday present. There you are, wrapped with a bow on the top. And
it's a good wicket to have, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, because
he's a terrific player. How many did he score in that 10 over match?
He scored 100, but it was he hit 36 in 1 over, 6 sixes in 1 over as well. But I think the 100 came off 25 balls out in Dubai.
It's firepower.
Yeah, although I think dear old Stephen Parry in that over got to the sort of point of 4th ball. This is a pre-season game.
You were out there.
Come on. No, I just saw it on. We went out for the MCC game, the 4-day game, but just watching it on the live stream, it was like, oh really? Come on, at least give me a chance. Rory Burns, the England Test opener, of course, and Surrey captain, waiting for his first ball, and he's forward to a good length delivery from Jamie Overton. Pops that one out to cover point. Good over from Jamie Overton. The wicket of Will Jacks, 12 gone. And Surrey here on BBC Somerset and BBC Radio London, 52 for 2, having been stuck in at Taunton on a nice day now. Blue sky, some white fluffy clouds.
Yeah, a couple of other tweets. Dave from the boat says, splendid having the commentary on whilst putting marketing presentations together. And this tweet from Andy Zhang, who is a real glutton for punishment, because says that listen to the commentary this weekend for an 8-hour drive to Los Angeles, and then listen to the Hampshire match on the way back. The first commentary was the Middlesex game that Somerset lost, and the second was the Hampshire game that Somerset lost.
That's dedication. Well done, sir.
Great job by you and Kevin Hand and Kevin James, but it made for a rather depressing drive. I think it did. It's Josh Davey coming in to bowl to Elgar, who is grinding the runs out. He's on 13, is Dean Elgar, from 30 deliveries, yet to hit a 4. But he's staying there. We've got young Jamie Smith to look forward to coming in next. I'm looking forward to seeing him.
Yeah, he's a good player.
Great things have been promised of him. It's Gregory in from the river end, in and bowls, and this is pulled by Elgar, but more or less straight to Azhar Ali at short mid-wicket, who gets applause for a good diving stop and a low 5 from his captain.
Tom Abel's delighted with that.
Yeah,
nice to see.
He's not the most athletic of the Somerset fielders.
Yeah, that was my only thought.
Yeah.
Was if your captain's running over from mid-off to give you a high 5.
He's very wholehearted. 52 for 2. Gregory to Elgar, and again Elgar plays that this time. Azhar Ali doesn't have to fling himself around, can just wait for the ball, pick it up and return it to Tom Bamson.
Yeah, I think I'm as guilty as anybody, but you tend to forget Will Jacks is only 19 now and in his second season of cricket, and Jamie Smith is 18. You tend to forget when you see these lads do. It's like anyone, you see them do something special, you tend to at times forget how young they actually are.
Gregory to Elgar, who goes for a pull shot and makes an awful mess of it, but fortunately for him doesn't get anything on it. And both of them homegrown Surrey players.
Homegrown Surrey players as well.
Because you do get a lot of stick from around the country for sort of buying success, but actually if you look at at Surrey, they're better than some, and far from being the worst when it comes to bringing on their own talent. Come back to that in a moment after this delivery from Gregory this is launched away towards, I think that's just carried for 6, hasn't it?
I think it might have been 1 bounce.
I'm not sure.
My immediate reaction was 1 bounce just in front of the rope for 4.
On drive, and
Oh,
it
no.
was 6.
There
Yeah, I
you
thought
go.
so. It just carried over the rope in front of the Colin Atkinson pavilion by about a foot. So 6 to Dean Elgar. It's a good way to score your first boundary. Gregory's in again and bowls, and this time he's running that down to Trigo at third man. 59 for 2 after 13 overs.
Yeah, it was a good shot that from Dean Elgar. Just been waiting for something in the slot. And stuck it over long on for 6. But yeah, sort of getting back to that academy thing with Surrey. The interesting thing was because of what happened last year with Ollie Pope and Sam Curran and England and Tom, and the academy started getting talked about, and it was lovely to see the Surrey academy getting talked about. But they've always had players coming out the academy that are playing in the first team. They've always had, but they at times, sort of to try and make Surrey a better side, went off and bought big names, whereas sort of the core of the side now is all sort of homegrown with a couple of additions. As Jamie Overton is into Dean Elgar, he's cutting out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. Start of the 14th over, they'll get 2. It's good running from Burns and Elgar, because Rory Burns, Jason Roy, going back a bit, Matthew Spriegel, all these lads were coming.
Would it be fair
Ansari.
to say, though, that there's a rather stronger commitment to bringing on your own talent under Alex Stewart than there has been in the past?
I've always gone back to Graham Ford, and it was Graham Ford who said, we are going to play these youngsters, and we're going to have a core of youngsters who are going to do it together, and it's going to hurt for a while, this.
But Alex really bought into that, hasn't he?
Absolutely. So I think, and then Michael De Venito's coming and taking it from there to where Surrey found themselves at the end of last season, as Overton's in, driving, as Elgar's not completely in control of that. It was the extra pace and bounce of Jamie Overton that's flown off down through the gully region, and they'll pick up 2 more to the total.
Wasn't far from Lewis Gregory. He's had a bit of luck.
2 more to Elgar. He moves on to 24, 63 for 2.
He's living dangerously for Dean Elgar.
He's just trying to find his timing a bit at the moment, I think, Dean Elgar. He sort of battled through it against Kent the other day. And here as well, he's looking like a man who wants to lay bat on ball at the moment. Jamie Overton is running away from us, coming into Dean Elgar, and Elgar's forward, pushing this one down into the gully again. And there is no run. That's hurt.
It's caught it on the wrist, I think.
That does hurt when it hits you there. It's a good diving stop from Lewis Gregory, but it doesn't half hurt when it hits you on the wrist like that. And I think he's not in huge trouble here, but it's obviously really hurt him. We may have a bit of a delay for the physio coming out, I think.
Tom Abel coming to have a word. I think he's okay.
Yeah, he's just.
I think it just really hurt.
That pins and needles, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very, very. Won't be feeling anything in those fingers at the moment.
It was a very good stop, but he didn't get the palm of his hand onto it. It just hit him below the palm on the top of the wrist. And very painful.
So yeah, it's interesting with the sort of academies and players coming through, and I think sometimes it's very difficult, but you have to sort of take a bit of a punt that.
Well, as Somerset are with Tom Banton playing him ahead of Steve Davis.
Notice Glamorgan are doing a bit of that at the moment. Over the wicket comes Jamie Overton then to Dean Elgar, and Elgar's forward and pushing this one out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. And my personal thought on it is, because of the way these young lads play these days, in that they just go out there and they're encouraged to play their natural game, and that if they do come off, as I say, you tend to forget how young they are because of the way they play.
Well, it's Tom Banton getting the 100 against Kent in the opening game. He's only 20. A wonderful innings, 107. He's hardly got a run since. But Somerset, to their credit, are persevering with him.
Rory Burns waits for his second delivery. Jamie Overton's into him, and Burns lets this one go outside his off stump, and that surprised Banton as well. That's come out the gloves. That was a pacey ball, and Rory Burns comes down to do some gardening. I think Sam Curran's on his way back now.
Will he
from
be
the
here?
IPL.
Will he be here next week?
I think he's on his way home, so because his team's out the competition. But again, even Sam, he's not even 21 yet. And there he is doing all sorts of things out in the IPL at the back end of the competition as well. It's extraordinary, really. Jamie Overton over the wicket he comes to Rory Burns, and Burns is forward, punching up towards mid-off. Tom Abel does the fielding, and again there is no run. So 64 for 2. Surrey at the end of the 14th of their 50 overs. So good tight bowling from Somerset, some nice shots, a couple of wickets, bit of everything really so far we've had in this game.
And Surrey nicely placed as well, you know. They're building the platform, these two. It's just a question of when, you know, when they start to accelerate, whether they can execute as they would want, or whether they give their wickets away. This is the problem against Hampshire on Sunday. Just about every Somerset batsman got a start into the 20s or 30s and then gave it away. But, Lewis Gregory's going to bowl another over from the river end to Dean Elgar, and Elgar defends the turn of the wrists, and Lewis Gregory picks that up. Gregory, who hasn't been quite the force in 50 over cricket, he was in Somerset's first 2 championship matches.
Wow, he did start well.
He did.
He really did start well.
Picking up wickets all over the place, bowling fast and straight. He's fitter than he's been for a long time. His back problems. He's there now and bowls a slower ball, and that is waited for and nicely played by Elgar away up to the Colin Atkinson pavilion for 4 runs, 68 for 2. He's the 3rd Somerset bowler who's tried a slower ball. Maybe Jason Kerr, the head coach, has been coaching them into introducing a bit more variety into their bowling, which has been a bit samey, a bit one-paced, if you like.
Yeah, no, that is a nice shot that from Lino. He's a good cricketer, Lewis Gregory, isn't he?
He is.
And it's nice to see him fit and firing.
68 for 2 as he is in to bowl to Elgar. Is there and bowls, and Elgar plays that straight to a tumbling Azhar Ali at short mid wicket and won't get a run. Yeah, I asked him after picked up 5 for against it was actually a 6 for, I think, against Kent. Was this a new Lewis Gregory? And instead of saying, well, no, you know, I'm just the same bloke I was last season, he said, well, actually, yes. He said, because my back has finally sort of settled down and I'm feeling fitter than I have done for a long time. So, but short, and that's mistimed by Elgar. He'll pick up 1, and that's all they'll get, as Jamie Overton's arm has to be respected from the deep mid-wicket boundary. 69.
Well, it must
for
be
2.
It must be like having a new player in a way.
Yeah.
Because if you've been sort of always thinking about your back every time you do anything, if he can do his stuff now without worrying about that, then it's almost like you've got a new player on your hands.
Yeah. He had an operation at the end of 2017 season, but it didn't really settle down until, well, I think towards the end of last season, when he scored a lot of runs in he's captain Somerset in the Blast, the T20. He scored a lot of very rapid runs and seems to have got fitter and stronger since then. Went on tour with the England Lions during the winter. He's in now from the river end, bowling to Burns, the left-hander. They're not completely dissimilar, these two, are they, in the way that they
set up and play?
Yeah.
Yeah, Rory Burns has got that, because he's now played for England. Everybody now has seen the Rory Burns way of doing things. But he's always been a bit of a fidget at the crease. The thing is, though, he sort of tends to end up in the right place at the right time, which is half the battle.
Well, he scored a mountain of runs last season. He's there now as Gregory bowls a Yorker, good Yorker, which he keeps out very effectively. Good over from Gregory at the end of it, 69 for 2. That was the 15th, 30 to Elgar. Rory Burns has yet to score, and again, very much even Steven in this game, which Somerset really need to win, and Surrey would dearly like to win to end their rather dismal 50 over campaign. with a victory. Elsewhere, Sussex 76 for 2 against Glamorgan in the 14th. Middlesex 92 for 1 in the 16th against Kent, and Essex 77 for 1 in the 16th against Gloucestershire. So all 4 games following a similar pattern at the moment, only 1 or 2 wickets going down. Here's over to Johnny Barron.
Here is Jamie Overton, and it's cracked away very nicely by Dean Elgar, just in front of square through mid-wicket. A little short, and he's onto it like a tracer. 73 for 2. Elgar goes up to 34. Just seeing that replay again now. Played it very nice. He got in a strong position early.
Bit of a gift from Jamie Overton. It's a half tracker without much pace on it.
Yeah, very, very gentle offering. Here is Jamie Overton again. It's cut away through the offside in front of square. There'll be at least a single. That's all there will be, as George Bartlett runs around to his left-hand side on the cover boundary and does the fielding.
What do you think Surrey will need? What would they be happy with?
Well, you feel you're kind of in the game 270 plus. I'm trying to think what sort of scores have been effective so far here.
Well, we got 350 against Essex in 39 overs. We got 350 against Kent as well. That was over the full 50.
Gonna need a few more. Oh, short, lively as well, outside the off stump by Jamie Overton. Looking for the uppercut was Rory Burns.
Interesting that Somerset have got the slip in for Rory Burns. James Hildreth there at first slip.
Yeah. Often against the lefties on the angle. It's an area where they like to score. If they don't get it quite right, bringing that slip into play. Yes, okay, so 270 is not going to be very useful. Probably a bit more than that. Here is Jamie Overton again, right arm over. Is in to Burns, goes past the outside edge. That's a very good delivery. Extra pace and bounce from the Jamie of the 2 Overtons. Just fending it that really outside the off stump. Good bit of bowling. A good crowd in here again.
What are Rory Burns' chances of featuring in the Ashes against Australia?
Well, at the end of the view in the press box, I'll come to it in a second. Here is Jamie Overton again. Here is in to Rory Burns, off on his toes, playing it into the gully region, and there's no run. The view in the press box at the end of the West Indies series is that I think every single member of the press had Rory Burns starting in that Ashes series. And in of that, you've got some quite big powers in cricket, the likes of Hussain and Atherton. And I think that's quite a powerful voice. If that's what they think, then more than likely he wasn't outside of the top 2 in anybody's opinion. Jamie Overton again. He's in, and it's short, and it is the uppercut. He could fall here. Where has that gone? No, he's gone all the way. It's gone all the way into the Colin Atkinson pavilion. He got it just about right, because third man for a period of time was looking quite interested there, but it flew away, probably about 5 rows back. And 6 runs to Rory Burns. He's played that pretty well.
He did. Lewis Gregory was down there. Thought he was in business there for a moment. Didn't clear him by much, but he had one of the Overtons been at third man, it might have been a different outcome.
Yeah, it could. You're absolutely right. It's amazing, isn't it? If you got one of the big Devon beam poles down there, it might have been a different story.
But 80 for 2 at the end of that over. Yes, I mean, I guess somebody else is going to have to make some big runs to force themselves ahead of Rory Burns, I would have thought.
Just the way in which the England selectors go about that. Once they've invested in somebody, they're going to give them a go, aren't they?
Here's Gregory bowling to Elgar. There in bowls, Elgar drives that up to Josh Davey at mid-off. Won't get a run.
He'll be annoyed there, Elgar. Because
and Mark Stoneman, has he fallen out of the reckoning?
Well, I don't know. My other thoughts is that they'll give people another go. Once they've invested in you once, if you score runs, you've got every chance of coming back. So I wouldn't rule Stoneman coming back. A lot of championship cricket between them.
Gregory to Elgar. Short and pulled but not timed. They go for a quick single, a shy at the stumps which misses. Had it hit from Tom Abel, it would have been close. It wasn't a very good shot at all, that by Dean Elgar. Came off the... not sure, it came off the splice, I think.
Yeah, played in a horrible position, wasn't it? Crab-like. More tennis, possibly hockey. Didn't bear any resemblance to cricket, though.
No, they're not the two most aesthetically pleasing players to watch, these two. They're very effective in their left-handed ways. Field change as Craig Overton comes in from the cover boundary, so Somerset haven't got any protection out on the offside, so Gregory can't afford to bowl wide outside the off stump. He's bowling to Burns, and this is on Midland leg, coming back into the left-hander. Good delivery. All he can do is drop it into the onside. There's no run.
Yeah, I think Burns is the more aesthetic of the two, and when he is on song, he's quite a fluid left-hander to watch.
When he finally sort of untangles himself.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, is because of the quirks of the setup. But actually, it's the pointed delivery is the key thing with Burns.
Gregory in the bowls to Burns, who's beaten outside the off stump by a really good one. Somerset fancy their chances against Rory Burns. I think got Hildreth in at slip for Gregory, just as he was at slip to Jamie Overton at the other end.
Yes, you can never come down to Taunton, or actually anywhere else in the country, without talking about James Hildreth, of course. And the man that never was.
Not having a great season. Batting at 3. There's Gregory in the bowls, and she turns square of the wicket on the onside, only as far as Jamie Overton, who's patrolling the deep mid-wicket boundary in front of the Andy Caddick pavilion. Yes, he made a conscious decision to move up to number 3 in Championship cricket in order to make a case for himself as potential England number 3.
Oh, you're never too old, are you?
No.
If you're delivering.
No, if you're good enough, you're young enough or old enough, whichever you. But he hasn't. It hasn't been a great success so far. Here's Elgar on strike now as Gregory bowls him a bouncer, and after a not very successful attempt to play the hook shot in the previous over, this one he lets sail over his head through to wicketkeeper Tom Banton, brings the over to an end. It's the 17th over of the innings, and Surrey 82 for 2, Elgar 36, Burns 7. The two men out being Will Jacks and Mark Stone.
Yeah, not straightforward by any stretch of the imagination. What tends to happen with Surrey in the 2019 vintage is they'll lose a couple up top, and then they'll kind of continue to sort of lose them at sort of key moments, which I guess is the game of cricket, Anthony, isn't it? That's what everybody's striving to deliver, but can hamper them later in the innings. Here is Jamie Overton, up here from the brilliant end. He's into Rory Burns, who's pushing, just about dribbles up to Azir Ali up here at mid-off, and there's no run, but it was in the air for a little bit, didn't time it very nicely, and Surrey have struggled to get to grips actually with this surface. Looks like a good
I'm not sure how good. I mean, it's a bit warm, this pitch.
Yeah, it doesn't look 350. Not today. I think still 270, 280 might be a really good score if they were to get there, but that would be still hard work from this position. Here is Jamie Overton, who's into Rory Burns, who's clipping away on the onside, and it wasn't a million miles away from mid-wicket, could easily have gone there. Rory Burns, but he's just got it wide enough for the man out there. And Tom Abel sprawling away to his right-hand side, can't do anything about it, but they get back for a couple, as it was fielded by Craig Overton over there on the deep mid-wicket boundary.
They've had the rub of the green so far, these Surrey batsmen.
No, they have, absolutely.
To lofting the ball into the outfield, just avoiding fielders.
Jamie Overton again, right arm over. He's into Rory Burns, he's driving pleasantly, only as far as Peter Trigo. He's up here at mid-on, and there's no run. Just a white ball contract, is it, for Trigo these days?
It is, yeah, sadly. Sadly. But he's 37 now, and he's accepted it philosophically enough, I think.
Well, yes, Just a few. Of course, Luke Wright, a bit younger, age 34, has got one of those. And here is Jamie Overton. It's slashed up and over backward point. And, oh, is it Gregory down there? He does really well. Sprawling away to his left-hand side by the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. Saves a boundary, just a couple of runs added.
He was a bit slow setting off there, was Lewis Gregory. Had to look lively in the end. He did it very well.
Yeah, did a good job. Packed Colin Atkinson Pavilion, excellent crowd here at Taunton. Jamie Overton again at the top of the discs, is into his run up now. Right arm over. Is into Rory Burns. He's tucking away on the leg side. They'll get a single. There's nothing that Tom Abel can do about that at mid-wicket, running around to his left-hand side. And how many World Cup games have you got here, Anthony, over the course of the tournament?
3.
3, excellent.
Yep.
All sellouts, I assume. I don't think there's a ticket left, is there?
I think yes. I think they're all sold out,
haven't they? The way in which the kind of ballot's done is for global sports events.
We've also got the women's test match here.
Oh, terrific.
Australia. Great occasion.
It will be well attended. Jamie Overton again. Right on over into Elgar, who's all driving, and again it doesn't quite go to hand at extra cover, because he took his bottom hand on the bat. He was nowhere near the pitch of the delivery, and it wasn't a million miles away of Roelof van der Merwe in there at extra cover, but gets away with it again, and Surrey are riding their luck and riding it well. 88 for 2, Elgar 37, Burns 12 at the end of the over.
Jamie Overton with his hands on his head at the end of that over, because he had induced 2 shots from the Surrey batsman, either of which could so easily have gone to hand in the one in the covers and the other at mid-wicket.
And with one in the previous over, Surrey could easily have been 5 down, couldn't they? Just in the last 3 overs or so.
Spin is making an appearance, if we can call what Roelof van der Merwe purveys as spin. He does turn it a bit.
Well, there's lots of batsmen come spinners, have you noticed this year? And everybody's having a go, aren't they? Incredible.
Well, they've all been inspired by Joe Denley's.
Yeah, completely. I mean, we've seen hundreds of them.
Yeah. Occasional leg breaks have become a crucial weapon.
We had 2 Hampshire boys taking their first list A wickets, a brace apiece last week.
Yeah. Right, Roelof van der Merwe is going to be bowling to Dean Elgar. So 2 saving 1 on the side and 3 saving 1 on the off. Elgar plays that away between the 2 men on the offside, out as far as Jamie Overton, who's taken one of his elasticated bandages off. I dare say that's because it's on his right arm, which is his bowling arm, and I dare say the umpires have asked him to do that so that they can, so it doesn't put the batsman off or something like that.
Can be a thing, can't it? Come under the new auspices.
89 for 2. We're in the 19th over. Rory Burns on strike on 12. Van der Merwe bowls to him, and again he'll pick up a comfortable single as Lewis Gregory picks up from long on. 90 for 2. Been no real fireworks so far. Elgar had the best blow of the match, non-drive into the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, just short of it for 6, as that's again played up to Lewis Gregory for another single, and Rory Burns top edge to 6 down to 3rd man. 91 for 2. Who are the Surrey batsmen who are going to really accelerate, Johnny, after this ball from just pick up a single? 92 for 2.
You do hit me with the hard-hitting questions here, Anthony, don't you? It's a very good question. Well, Jamie Smith, and Ben Folkes, of course, who's witnessed him in recent times. It's Jamie Smith.
Fine striker of the ball. Here's Van der Merwe and bowls to Elgar, and this time just eludes the diving Tom Abel and picks up another single. So we've had 5 balls in this over and 5 singles have accrued. 93 for 2.
Yeah, bizarrely Stuart Meeker's been one of our leading players with the bat in this competition. on a list A 50 for the first time.
Van der Merwe bowls, and Burns is down the pitch for the first time, playing it away out to straight mid-wicket, where Jamie Overton picks up, does the fielding, and then continues his approach. Well, he's not going to continue his approach because there's going to be a bowling change at the Somerset Pavilion end. End of that over, 94 for 2. So I mean, it doesn't. I mean, well, you've got Gareth Batty, who
yes. Ryan Patel he's only literally, I think he's played a couple of list A games now this year.
There isn't huge firepower down the
Not
order.
enormous firepower. Jamie Smith can hit a clean ball, and these two are capable of gear changes, as is Ben Folkes. So that the engine room is here and now, I think, safe to say. Ryan Patel, of course, you'll well remember his heroics of the ball last year at Guildford.
I do, indeed.
Tough act to follow, that one.
What did he get? 6 for, wasn't it?
He did. In 11 balls. That's the key thing, 'cause it's the quickest we've
6 for 5.
6 for 5. Handy. Very handy. Lewis Gregory. Right arm over. He's up here. Blowing from the pavilion end. It's punched down the ground off the front foot by Rory Burns. And there's no run as Peter Treagle do the fielding. So yeah, it's not a... Yeah, I think that's why chasing is not straightforward, because suddenly if the run rate gets up and above 7 and a bit, 8 and over, that's where Surrey have really struggled. But you take Clark and Pope out of that lineup, not to mention a couple of Currans, and you can see where you're missing a kind of middle-late order. Lewis Gregory again is in. It's driven again nicely. Back to the bowler by Rory Burns. But yeah, it's interesting to know whether that's going to be really a big thing, or whether just accumulating their way through to nudging and nurdling themselves up to a total they feel they might be able to defend, might be their way, but not going to be straightforward against this powerful batting lineup of Somerset. Gregory again, right on over. Is into Burns, he's backing across and looking to haul him through the onside on the pull. Does so. They get through for just a single as that's fielded out by one of the Overtons. Is that Craig Overton out there?
That's Craig.
Craig out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary.
Jamie's got the white...
the white thingamajigs, of course he has, yes. Good. Always looking for keys, aren't you, when you can't quite see the numbers. A single taken. Predetermined effort, that, from Rory Burns. Here is Lewis Gregory again. Right arm over. He's into Elgar, who's always looking for a big expansive drive, but doesn't get the ball he wanted and just pushes it to Roland van der Merwe.
He plays a lot of shots with a crooked bat.
Yeah,
Elgar, doesn't he?
Well, I mean, they are. Graham Smith. I mean, they're not dissimilar batsmen.
Yeah.
Close face. They do have the cover drive if it's wide enough. Otherwise, a lot of stuff will squirrel its way through the onside. Lewis Gregory again. Right arm over, and that's cut very nicely off the back foot down to Colin Atkins Pavilion and third man, and single will be taken.
Well, yeah, when Dean Elgar was here, it's particularly in one day he picked up a lot of runs away on the onside through mid wicket. As you say, turning the face of the bat on the ball and working it. He's got quite a nice cover drive though, hasn't he?
Oh, he has. Yeah, if it's out there. Very pleasant. Here is Rory Burns on strike. It's a longish half volley, and has only pushed up the ground as far as mid-off is concerned, and Tom Abel will do the fielding. Nice end to the over. And at the end of it, and that's the end of 20, I believe. Surrey 96 for 2. Elgar's on 41. Burns is on 16. And after a few words from Anthony Gibson, Mark Church will return to the commentary box.
Yeah, some acceleration from Surrey. They reached 41 for 1 in the first 10 overs, so 55 for 1 in the second 10. And they've achieved that acceleration without having to take any real risks, although the batsmen have got away with hitting the ball in the air several times. We're going to have Ronald van der Merwe to bowl his second over from the River End. Welcome back, Mark Church.
Thank you very much indeed.
How do you assess Surrey's progress?
I think they're doing okay. I think we'll go back to what we said right at the start. Back your 50 overs and keep some wickets intact.
Van der Merwe is in and bowls to Elgar, who turns that with a typical Dean Elgar shot into the onside as far as George Bartlett, who does the fielding, 97 for 2.
I think what they've sort of said to themselves is make sure we're not 5 or 6 down after 20 overs. There's no way back from that really. So with still 8 wickets in the hutch, then I don't think they'll be too upset.
This is turned again into the onside, this time by Burns, and they're going to come back for the second run, as that was rather straighter, and the 2 fielders out on the leg side boundary, Jamie Overton and George Bartlett, had rather further to travel. Yeah, and also there wasn't much pace on the ball, so it was well judged second run.
I think with Dean Elgar, and you'd have seen this when he played for Somerset in one-day cricket, he's very good at catching up as well. That's the other thing. We looked at it and he was, what, 8 after 26 deliveries? He's now 42 after 56, so he can always catch it up.
Hubbub of conversation on the balcony down below, which is where our effects microphone is. As Van der Merwe's in and bowls, and Burns down the track this time, but will only get a single as he plays it out to Jamie Overton. Brings the 100 up for Surrey. 100 for 2 in the halfway through the 21st over. Elgar on 42, Burns on 19, and apart from 1 or 2 near things in the way of catches in the outfield, they've been relatively untroubled. There's another uppish shot through the offside. You probably heard the shout of catch from Rory Van der Merwe. It's nowhere near any offside fielder. It's picked up on the boundary by the sweeper out there. 101 for 2, and this time Burns is down the pitch, and again Tom Abel can't quite get to it, and there would have been a single there in any case. Jamie Overton cleans up. 102 for 2.
Yeah, and that's 6 off this over, and nothing spectacular.
Van der Merwe bowling his slow left arm, pulls this one down short of the length and turned backward a square on the onside by Elgar for yet another single. George Bartlett doing the fielding. Van der Merwe getting through his overs quickly. End of the 21st, 103 for 2. Let's see if we've got any exciting tweets. Andy Zhang says thanks for the mention on commentary. Still optimistic for today. Those big losses, i.e. against Middlesex and Hampshire, make victory sweeter when it does happen. And who else have we got? Andy Nash says thoroughly enjoying your commentary. I think he's aiming that at you rather than me, though, probably. But Andy Nash, former chairman of Somerset, of course, and has recently completed the London Marathon.
I saw him beforehand, actually, you know, and he's good effort, that.
Yeah.
Really is. As Lewis Gregory comes over the wicket to the left-handed Dean Elgar, opens the face, guides this one off down towards third man, picks up a single. 104 for 2.
How many marathons was the equivalent of your running feet during the winter?
The thing is, and I spoke to Mr. Nash about this, you see, I've got great admiration for him in the fact that he did 26.2 miles non-stop, whereas with what I was doing 20 miles a day, but it was 5 miles, then a quick turnaround and come back, so there was a bit of a break in between each one. So I've never done 26.2 off the bat, as Lewis Gregory's in, and this one's tucked away by Rory Burns out towards deep mid-wicket, and they'll pick up a single, 1 more to the total. So I've great admiration for anyone who does that.
Have you not felt the urge then to do a marathon?
Well, I did a 33 miler, but that was a sort of combination of running and walking in February, and that was a great experience across the South Downs.
Lovely, yeah.
During the snowy. But I learned a great trick of don't run up hills, walk up the hills, run down them, and run the flat bits as well. But no, great effort from Mr. Nash. As over the wicket comes Lewis Gregory, slower one, and this is clipped straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. When you were talking about Overton taking his sleeve off on the umpires, it was reminding me of, do you remember there was a very famous Dean Jones-Curtly Ambrose incident in a one-day international, 1992 I think it was, in Sydney, where Dean Jones made the fatal error of asking Curtly to take off his wrist guards. As in over the wicket comes Gregory, short one, and Elgar sways inside this. And to say that Kirtley wasn't happy would be an understatement. He then, but the lovely thing about it was all the Aussie players, I've seen documentaries about it, saying they were all sat in the pavilion thinking, what are you doing? Oh, thank you. Because then Kirtley, I think, took 5 for 30 or something, bowled like the speed of light, because Dean Jones got him cross. But I think David Boone was at the other end and was like, what are you doing? Over the wicket once more comes Lewis Gregory, and this is turned out towards deep backward square by Dean Algar, and they'll pick up a single. One more to Algar. He moves on to 46, 108 for 2. So when you were talking about that, it sort of reminded me of that Ambrose's face when he was told by the umpires that he had to take his white wrist. No one had ever asked him to do it before.
And that was just a wristband.
It was a wristband.
I mean, they were quite prominent.
Yeah, but I think he played up to that point, probably 100 and something one day, and no one had ever mentioned it. So over the wicket once more comes Gregory, and turned by Rory Burns, neatly and tidily out towards deep mid-wicket. These two have now put on 57. They've had their moments, but they're just ticking it around now, which is the way these two play.
I was just going to say, runs coming relatively easily now.
But you can do this when you've got wickets in the hutch. That's the thing. You can play this sort of game. If you find yourself 5 or 6 down at this point, it's very difficult just to knock the ball around like they are at the moment. As Lewis Gregory is over the wicket to Dean Algar, he's pulling off the front foot for 4. It's a good shot from Dean Algar, and it's his 50. And second consecutive 50. Well, consecutive 50 for Dean Algar. It will always be a second consecutive 50, and it's come, I think, off 57 balls. But it was nicely played by Dean Algar. 62 not out against Kent on Thursday, 50 not out off 63 balls today, back here at Taunton. 113 for 2. Of course, he made his 1 championship 100 for Surrey here last year in that last game that he played for Surrey at Taunton.
That's right.
And of course, he has fond memories of this place when he played for Somerset. So obviously, he enjoys coming back here and having a bat.
Yeah, I think he was very happy here, and we were happy to have him. He's a very, very solid, reliable presence in the middle order. Van der Merwe to bowl another over from the river end. He's going to be bowling to Rory Burns, 113 for 2. This is the 23rd over, so nearing the halfway point. Van der Merwe is in and bowls, and Burns is down the pitch, looking for a gap in the onside, but finds James Hildreth, who makes a good stop just in front of the square leg umpire. Elsewhere, Sussex lost a couple of wickets in their match against Glamorgan, 103 for 3 in the 20th. Van der Merwe is in a bowls, and it's played this time to Tom Abel, so 2 dot balls in succession, and Van der Merwe hasn't bowled very many dot balls. It's not been expensive, but they've been milking him for 1s and 2s. So there again in bowls. This is short, he's going to be stumped, and that is the end of Rory Burns. Good bowling from Roelof van der Merwe, and good work from Tom Banton behind the stumps as well. Burns, losing patience, went on the charge at van der Merwe. He saw him coming, dropped it in short. Burns missed his shot, and Tom Banton did the rest, and that's an important wicket for Somerset.
Yeah, he'll be annoyed with that.
13 for 3.
Be annoyed with that, will Rory Burns. It's a nice bit of bowling from van der Merwe. Saw him coming. I think Banton took 2 grabs at it and managed to get the ball back to the stumps, but he really did, Rory Burns there, did Roelof van der Merwe. And they were ticking along nicely, as we were saying, but the partnership's broken. Burns goes for 22, and it's sort of been the tale of the captain's one-day campaign. That's got starts and then got out. So Rory Burns goes, and van der Merwe has the wicket. Surrey in the 23rd over, 113 for 3.
I wasn't going to mention the 2 grabs.
Sorry. It was the only reason I mentioned it was I thought for a second that Burns was going to get back.
But it's we can't get away with it anyway, because a lot of people are watching this on the Somerset live stream with our commentary, and they would have seen that he did make a little bit of a meal of effecting the stumping, but he got there in time.
Well, the thing he didn't do was panic. Actually, he did very well, because you could have easily panicked in that situation and made a right old Horlicks of it. But he didn't panic, and at the end of the day, it's still stumped. And that's all that really matters.
Ben Folkes is the new batsman. He's returned from a interesting game he had against Ireland at Manor over the weekend. His top score was 61 and involved in distinctly controversial stumping.
Yeah, I thought there was nothing wrong with that. I just thought it was lazy batting.
Should have been called
They
dead ball.
slowed
Should have been called
it down and slowed it down and slowed it down.
Mm.
Just thought it was a clever piece of keeping and a lazy bit of batting, to be honest with you.
Well, the suggestion is that the umpire should have called it dead ball because there were too long elapsed before the ball landed in Folkes' gloves and the bail's coming off when he waited. It was about 3 or 4 seconds, isn't it?
I'm not sure it was that long. I think because it got slowed down so much, the minutiae of it. I'll be honest, when it was super slow-mo, I was a bit, oh, hang on, how long has that taken? But when I saw it in real speed, I thought, well, actually...
You can't blame Folkes.
No, not at all. It was just a bit of lazy batting as well, really.
He's waiting now as Van der Merwe bowls to him, and he plays it back up the pitch, and Van der Merwe gets in a tangle with Dean Elgar's legs, but no harm done.
The only thing I would say, it just shows what a good gloveman he is, that he's that quick that he's even got time to think about it.
Yeah. Van der Merwe to Folkes, 113 for 3, and Folkes is driving a nice shot out through the offside as far as Jamie Overton, who sends the return in on the bounce. 114 for 3.
With that Burns wicket as well, it wasn't given as a wide, so it's turned a touch. I think he hasn't just fired it down the leg side. I think he stranded himself, but there was a bit of turn there, otherwise probably it would have been signalled as a wide, so it's just a nice bit of bowling, that.
There again, bowling this time to Elgar, who turns that square of the wicket into the onside. Bartlett does the fielding. 115 for 3 at the end of the 23rd over, and Somerset listeners and people following us on Twitter will be pleased that on that occasion the commentators cursed Surrey rather than Somerset, which has been the usual way. Having said that the two batsmen were going along in largely untroubled fashion and that the runs were coming easily. No sooner said than poor old Rory Burns charged down the pitch, misses and stumped. So it goes.
Well, I thought the other thing that Ben Folkes was very, very honest afterwards, wasn't he, when they said to him, what about breaking into this one-day side? And he said, I haven't got hope in hell. It was just nice to get a game. And it just battered England to victory from a really precarious position. Yes. I think England genuinely have to look at him as just a batsman now as well. If they're not going to give him the gloves for whatever reason it is, I think they have to genuinely look at him as a batsman. As Craig Overton is in over the wicket to the left-handed Algar, pushing this one up towards mid-on, and there's no run. And just sort of getting back to the conversation you and Johnny were having about Rory Burns as well. The thing is, there's so much cricket between now and the Ashes that I think if anybody goes and scores a huge amount of runs, they're going to be talked about, because nobody's really cemented down a place in that top 3 yet.
Who's the best wicket-keeper out of the 3 of them?
Folkes by a country mile.
Yeah, well, quite.
But they seem loath to think about that, as Craig Overton is in. The thing that annoyed me...
I would say that if it's fine to if you've got a wicket-keeper batsman, he's good enough, you can play him as a batsman on his own, which is what they're doing with Joss Butler. Well, why can't they do it with Johnny Bairstow?
Because I think Johnny Bairstow wants to keep wicket. It seems to be that...
Who's in charge?
Well, that was the conversation out in the West Indies. Is short one, and this one climbs, and it's Algar thinking about hooking that, but decides against it. The bit that confused me was you're going to drop someone in the West. Well, actually, Ben Folkes hadn't had a bad series. In a team that weren't scoring many runs, he hadn't had a shocker by any stretch of the imagination. But they went with that, and it just seemed a very strange decision. As over the wicket comes Craig Overton. This is cut by Algar out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. They'll pick up a single, one more to the total, but it was mentioned with them reshuffling that batting order when they dropped him that he could have batted 3. Folkes could have batted 3.
Yeah.
But they seemed loath to go down that route. And the thing is, Ben Folkes is one of these lads, and you just have to look at his record. As he goes up any level, he gets better. And he's done it. Test match, cricket now. One day, I know he's only played the one game again, but he came in at a time where England were in all sorts of bother and managed to get England over the line. Craig Overton is in, over the wicket, and this is turned leg side by folks in there towards mid-wicket. And look, the gentleman 2 boxes down to our left-hand side 2 years ago in a pre-season press conference said Ben Foakes is the best wicket-keeper in the world, and everybody's eyebrows went through the roof. Yep. And I think he's probably been proved correct as usual, because anyone who sees Ben Foakes with the gloves on does know he's pretty special. As over the wicket comes Craig Overton to him, and he's driving down towards backward point. And again there is no run. Good over from Craig Overton. 24 gone, 116 for 3. And I fully understand that people, whenever I say this about Ben Foakes or Rory Burns, oh Mark, you're saying it because you see Surrey all the time. The thing is, it doesn't matter who you see, someone keeping wicket, and you think to yourself, blimey, this bloke is a bit special.
Well,
and he is.
I've been saying 2 years that Ben Foakes should be keeping wicket for England. He's a good enough batsman, and he's the best wicket keeper.
It doesn't seem to be the thinking, really, does it?
Here's Van der Merwe to bowl to Elgar, who waits for a slower delivery and plays it square of the wicket for another single out into the onside. It's been a very patient innings this by Dean Elgar. And 53 moves on to 100.
And I'm not just saying this because I'm sat with you, Anthony, but I've said it before, and I go back to, Hildreth. There's been far worse players than James Hildreth who've been given goes in Test match cricket. Now, if Hildreth scores a stack of runs, please, someone somewhere.
It's Van der Merwe, and that's uppish from Foakes. That lands well short of Tom Abel. That was the excitement you could hear from the shout of the bowler.
Because I look at the Aussie bowling attack, and I think if they're all fit, you're going to have your work cut out against that lot.
Van der Merwe in and bowls, and this is again in the air for a time, but perfectly safe up to Josh Davey at long on. I always think you should play your best wicketkeeper, because having a really good top-class wicketkeeper can lift the whole fielding side. And equally, if you've got wicketkeepers who make the odd mistake, it saps the morale of the rest of the side. This is lofted away, nice shot away towards the Marcus Trescothick stand, and I think it's just carried for 6. It has. It landed beyond the boundary rope and bounced into the boundary boards, and nice shot from Dean Elgar.
I think with Rory Burns getting picked for England last year, if James Hildreth has got one hope, it's the fact they picked someone who scored so many runs.
This is turned into the onside, won't get a run from Elgar. 124 for 3, that's 6, took Elgar on to 59.
And I have no doubt that by the time we hit the Ashes, Hildreth will be right up there with run scorers in Championship cricket.
Well, let's hope so. He hasn't got many so far. This is dragged down, and a nasty bounce for Craig Overton to deal with, and he didn't make the stop. His twin brother backed up. They go through for a single, 125 for 3. Mark is going to make way for Johnny Barron. I got halfway through giving you the scores from the other important games in this battle for qualification. From the South Group, Sussex 118 for 3 in the 24th against Glamorgan. Middlesex 139 for 2 in the 26th against Kent. And Essex 138 for 2 in the 27th against Gloucestershire.
Here is Craig Overton. It's just nursed into the onside to mid-wicket by Elgar.
All 4 games very similarly placed, aren't they? 120, 130 odd for 2 or 3 wickets in the sort of mid-20s in overs.
Yes, I wonder if the overheads have a contributing factor. Here is Craig Overton. Oh dear, again he's found the gap quite neatly by Elgar. I think that will run away for 4 through sort of, well, wideish mid-on. And wasn't a million miles away from the short mid-wicket. Not that far away from Peter Trigo at mid-on either, and there's a few oohs and ahs again. Boundary though to Elgar.
Yeah, he's riding his luck at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah, 64 not out, 129 for 3. Craig Overton again, right arm over, is into Elgar. Ooh, Yorker, dug out by Elgar. Nice follow up there. A little bit of byplay between bowler and batsman, a few smiles as well. It's 25.3 overs, 25 to go after, 24 after this one. Surrey will just be hoping that their batting performance is still alive as far as wickets are concerned when they go into the back 10 or 12 or so. Craig Overton again. Right arm over is into Elgar, who's getting a back length delivery. He works in the gully, can do nothing more than that. And James Hildreth do the fielding, there's no run.
What's your take on the folks for England discussion?
Yes, I mean, interesting, isn't he? Gets a little bit of an opportunity out in Ireland. Does the job very sort of calmly and efficiently, doesn't he? Because that was a serious banana skin potential there. Here is Overton short, and has he got him? He has got him! Looking to run it down to third man, and Dean Elgar gets a little top edge. Has a look at his bat, he knows he's in trouble. Umpire gave the decision as well, just to make absolutely sure. And Elgar goes for 64, just seeing it on the replay here, just looking to run it up towards the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. But he goes, extra pace and bounce from Overton, and another wicket falls. And again, Surrey have had this problem all the way through the campaign. They just keep leaking wickets at critical stages in the game, especially when people are set.
Exactly what you were saying, Johnny, that put together a decent partnership and then batsman get himself out. And that was Elgar getting himself out, really, rather than being got out. It was a short delivery from Craig Overton, and he played a sort of nothing run shot at it. It just clipped the bottom of his bat, and you could tell by his reaction that it was out even before the finger went up, and then he just stood there for a moment or two, looked ruefully at the bottom of his bat and walked sadly off. But self-inflicted wound that for Surrey. Yeah,
and well, that's a big one as well, because with this kind of blend, I guess, what you've got to decide is a blend of youth and experience. The problem is they're running out of the experience here. Still Ben Folkes is there, and of course we've seen how calm he is under pressure. Jamie Smith comes out, of course, got 100 on first class debut out in Dubai.
Looking forward to seeing this young man.
Yeah, he's a talent. It hasn't quite come off as far as this competition is concerned, but he's got all the shots. Another big opportunity for him again.
All the young players have all the shots these days, don't they? I mean,
I know. Well,
they ramp it and scoop it and reverse sweep it for a pastime.
Well, the reverse sweep's an interesting one. My eldest is involved in the Hampshire pathway, and it's one of their most natural shots. It's the one they look to play, and I think, well, actually, a ball there, you could, a decent cover driver do the job there, I tell to my eldest, but not at all when he can lap it round the corner. Anyway, here he is, Jamie Smith. He's just, still think 18 years of age, is he, Mark Chance? Yeah, still 18.
Yep.
Real talent. Here is Craig Overton. Right arm over is into Smith, who's in behind it. What's really interesting about Jamie Smith, just in the last year, massive growth spurt. Tiny on his 2020 debut last year, grown considerably in that period of time, and well, Craig Overton will be delighted. This is a familiar tale as far as Surrey concerned. That 129 for 4. It's almost that's the kind of scorecard that's haunted them across the campaign.
Somerset will be very, very pleased indeed to see the back of Dean Elgar. A couple of tweets I'll come to in the course of this over from Roloff van der Merwe. 129 for 4. Van der Merwe from the River End bowls to Folkes, who covers up into the onside. Folkes in England, and this one from Bristol Dragon. Seems the England selectors would rather have a good to great batsman, decent keeper, Bairstow, than a great keeper who's a decent to good batsman in Folkes. That's fair enough. This is driven back to the bowler on the bounce. I think that's a pretty fair assessment of the situation, isn't it, Johnny?
Yes, yeah, I think that's one of the problems.
Van der Merwe is in and bowls, and Folkes is back on his stumps, playing this back to the bowler.
I would never have dropped him in a month of Sundays for that final test in St Lucia.
No, very strange, wouldn't it? Van der Merwe is in bowls a fuller length delivery to Folkes, who again is caution is his watchword at the moment. conscious that Surrey can't really afford to lose another wicket at this juncture. 129 for 4 as this is driven up to Josh Davey at long on just for a single. Takes folks on to 330 for 4. These two, would it be fair to say these two the last recognised?
Well, Ryan Patel would. I mean, batting is his stronger suit, but he's a bit of a sort of safety valve, I would say, Ryan Patel. But very inexperienced in this competition.
Van der Merwe to the new batsman Jamie Smith, who's back on his stumps, playing that quite stylishly. A nice high backlift out into the offside. Can't get a run. Applause for a good over from Rory Van der Merwe. Just conceded that one single in the course of it. And Surrey at the end of the 27th, so past the halfway stage, 130 for 4. And whilst I would agree that this isn't a belter of a pitch by any means, I think Surrey will need to accelerate.
Yep.
Between now and the end of the 50th over, if they're going to set Somerset a really challenging target.
I think, you know, if Surrey were to get up at around 260, 270, to be honest, they'd probably bite your arm off from this position. And also, you know, they feel they're in the game. They haven't really been in the game a great deal in this tournament. Yeah, for the fractions, but not over 100 overs. But no, folks, I mean, the thing is, there are so many permutations as far as the England side this summer, because there are a lot of players come back into reckoning who are far more effective in English conditions than they are in abroad conditions. So Overton again, it's played nicely off the back foot, and there is no run. Jamie Overton is into the attack. So, you know, suddenly somebody like Sam Curran, who didn't have the greatest of second halves of the winter in the West Indies, in pitches that weren't really suiting him, you know, he's a very effective bowler in English conditions, as we saw last, and batsman as well.
The ball seaming around.
Yeah, he is a real menace, so you'd expect he's having a pretty decent IPL by all accounts, and that counts these days, we know. Jamie Overton, who's into Folkes, who's driving through extra cover. That's very pleasant indeed from Ben Folkes. Really nice looking shot, high backlift. That disappears, you can see on the replay screen here, got a lovely position. Long half volley, haven't seen many of those today.
No, the Somerset bowling has been pretty accurate.
Yeah,
Josh Davey 1 for 26 and 6, Craig Overton 1 for 24 and 7, good stuff. Jamie Overton 1 for 29 with that 4 runs in his 5th. Gregory number 26 and 5, Van der Merwe 1 for 25 and 5, so going around about 4 or 5 and over.
Here is Jamie Overton again, who's into Folkes, who's pulling away on the onside, just in front of square. Out as far as Craig Overton out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary. He's had a very good campaign here, Ben Folkes. That's why he got that England call up. Really handy with, I think, 3 good 50s in the competition plus. And a couple of years ago, he was averaging 129 going into the final from memory. He had an extraordinary competition then. He's not one of the big dashers that we see in the modern game, but proper player. Jamie Smith on strike. And here is Jamie Overton down the leg side, wide called. But yeah, I must admit that when Ben Folkes was dropped for that final test to bring Keaton Jennings back, and Keaton Jennings' footwork was, well, his confidence was shattered by then, and it was a he kept in that test match from memory.
He's a very, I don't think he's never thought of him as a test class batsman.
Yeah.
With the best will in the world. Nothing against the poor bloke, but just not quite good enough.
Here is Jamie Overton. It's played into the ground. There's no run off the back foot. Yeah, I think he just kept on finding ways to get out in the Caribbean against a seriously serviceable attack. You know, proper attack that the West Indies put out in each 3 tests. And really, in those first 2, absolutely clattered England. They just didn't know what was coming.
Good to see.
Yeah, it was, absolutely. Yeah,
point of view.
No, it was, and that was the reaction.
Anyone who loves cricket,
yeah,
wants to see the West Indies as a force to be reckoned with.
Jamie Overton is pushed up to mid-on, and Lewis Gregory will do the fielding. Yeah, that was the overriding feeling, was that even supporters who come out to watch were more than happy with the way in which West Indies went, because a lot of them are interested in the health of the game, and it was terrific to see. Yeah, folks, yeah, dropping a man 2 tests after being man of the series. I mean, it's, I guess Sam Curran sort of suffered a similar fate as well.
Yep. That was more understandable.
Yeah,
I think.
yeah,
You know,
yeah.
You could make a perfectly logical
Absolutely.
case for that.
Horses for courses, quite right. Jamie Overton is in. Driving again is Ben Folkes, and that is it's a better one than the one before. A little bit squarer. Lovely extension of the elbows, and another lovely shot. 2 boundaries in that over. And Ben Folkes is carrying on that excellent form in this competition, and of course for England 3 days ago in Ireland. Lovely shot.
Wasn't a very good piece of bowling by Jamie Overton though, because he got no protection out on that offside boundary, and that demanding a very straight line, and that was long half volley outside off stump. Nicely dealt with, it has to be said, but not a good delivery. 140 for 4 after 28. So Surrey on course for, so they don't lose too many wickets, something up around 300 you would even think. This is Folkes down the pitch to another delivery from Roloff van der Merwe for a single. This is van der Merwe's 6th over. He's gone for 1 for 25 so far.
Yeah, it'll boil down to that man, the non-strikers. If he bats 80% of the overs, Surrey will be competitive.
Van der Merwe is in and bowls to Jamie Smith, who plays that away for a comfortable single in the offside. A tweet from David Collicutt. Loving the commentary, listening in from beautiful Redondo Beach, California. Played for Malibu Cricket Club this past weekend in a winning effort in the Los Angeles Social Cricket Alliance. Are you a Redondo Beach habitué, Johnny?
Well, I haven't been there yet.
Yes, Roloff van der Merwe, and nearly a very good stop by Tom Abel. He would have saved his side a single had he made it, but just eluded him. 143 for 4.
Big, some big breakthroughs in USA cricket, of course. They're full members now, aren't they, all of the ODI stuff?
Van der Merwe in and bowls, and Smith is this time using his feet to play him into the onside. Are the new generation of US cricketers Americans, or are they people who've moved in from elsewhere, like the West Indies and so on? Do we know? This is.
Yeah, I mean, I think, but you're looking at. I mean, what you have is, 3 or 4 generations back of expats. I think it's obviously there's a huge South Asian influence, and of course a Caribbean influence as well.
Van der Merwe pitches that one up to Jamie Smith, who drives it up to long off for a single. 144 for 4.
There's been several attempts, haven't there? There's obviously the Caribbean Premier League played mainland America games. I don't think they've got a game this year, largely because there's a couple of T20s being played, I think in Fort Lauderdale, between West Indies and India at the start of the Indian tour of the West Indies. And then you've got I think the ICC had a Shane Warne versus Sachin Tendulkar series a few years ago that actually, I think, hemorrhaged a lot of money, and it was perhaps a fraction too early, playing at converted baseball grounds with drop-in pitches, which I must admit was enormous fun to watch, but I'm not sure it was definitely wasn't a commercial success, it's safe to say.
It's the very first international match. Cricket international match was played between the USA and Canada.
Yeah, well,
which
indeed.
Is, quite frequently comes up as a quiz question. Over to you.
Here is Jamie Overton, who's into Ben Folkes, who's looking to lace away off the back foot and doesn't really time it. That dribbles out to the short extra cover. Yeah, and I mean, the game in the USA historically was very strong, especially in Philadelphia, up until the American Civil War, and that sort of took the edge off things, it's safe to say. But a lot of the cricket grounds never were redeveloped after large swathes of countryside was taken apart. Here is Jamie Overton again. Who's in to Folkes, Jamie Smith, who's working around the corner very nicely down to third man. A single will be taken.
How are these two going to play it? They're just going to knock it around?
Yeah, I think they will. I think
10 overs and then
absolutely.
To accelerate?
I mean, I don't think they'll do anything different, to be honest. I mean, there might be the ideal scenarios that Folkes bats through, but Jamie Smith doesn't need to take a risk for a period of time You know, they've never really been in a position where they can launch the last 10, and that's what these two need to do. Jamie Overton is in, and Ben Folkes pulls in front of square. Bit of work to be done for Craig Overton out there. Does pretty well. Get back for a couple. Excellent impetus though from Folkes. He's up to 12 pretty quickly. 2 boundaries in that, and that'll be, yeah. I think they'll be happy if they can just nudge and nurdle at 6 and over, and then with an opportunity to go big in the last 10. That would be the ideal scenario for them. You know, they've got no sort of discernible game plan that's come off so far. Jamie Overton is in, and it's played it out to Craig Overton on mid-wicket. All the Overtons involved, or 2 of them anyway, and a single taken. 149 for 4.
Yeah, Somerset have got Josh Davies got 4 overs up his sleeve. Craig Overton just a 3. Lewis Gregory 5. Middlesex might target Jamie Overton, who is can be quite expensive.
Here is Jamie Overton again, who's into Smith, who's gets his back of a length delivery, just plays it up to Lewis Gregory at mid-on. There's no run.
That's a good delivery, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really in at the batsman.
Well, because you're thinking, you know, can you pull that? But risky, isn't it? Because to be honest, get your wrist over it's not easy, and then if you do play it, you're probably going to lap it down straight down mid-wicket strokes. It's a fair old carry out there. Jamie Overton again starts his run from outside the bowling circles. He's in full length delivery. He's driven elegantly by Smith, only as far as Azarali up here at mid-off. And at the end of the over, 148 for 4. Smith 7, Folkes 13, and Mark Church will come and join.
Thanks, Johnny. Elsewhere, let's see what's happening elsewhere. Well, Mark Church moves in alongside to take up the commentary. You're listening to cricket commentary on this Royal London One Day Cup South Group match between Somerset and Surrey, from myself, Anthony Gibson, Mark Church and Johnny Barron from BBC Radio London. 159 for 3, Sussex in 28 against Glamorgan. Middlesex 174 for 2 in the 30th against Kent, so they're well placed. And Essex lost a couple of wickets against Gloucestershire, 164 for 4. Here we've got Roland van der Merwe bowling to Ben Folkes, who runs it up to Josh Davey at long on for another single, 149 for 4. So it's looking increasingly as if Somerset, if they are to qualify, must win this game. Van der Merwe is in and bowls to Smith, who with a turn of the wrist plays it into the onside, but can't get it past Craig Overton. Unusual to see Craig Overton so close to the wicket. He's normally stationed out on the boundary. The 2 tallest men in the Somerset side, and 2 of the best fielders as well. Van der Merwe he's caught! He's dropped. Was that a catch? It was a bump ball.
I think so. It's lovely footwork.
It seemed to go so quickly too.
No, it was lovely footwork from Jamie Smith.
Yeah, I think it
was a bump ball,
though. Judging by, you could tell by the body language, apart from anything else, as this is played wide of Tom Abel. It seemed to go so quickly that you're quite right. Nicely timed, beautifully timed.
He's played a couple of that shot to get off the mark was something else.
150 for 4, 150 on the board. Sorry to give Surrey and Somerset listeners heart attack.
No, the shot he played to get off the mark was just gorgeous from Jamie. So I do love listening to you and Mr. Barron, because you come up with some lovely. You were talking about United States cricket. I can help you out with that.
Oh, right.
Because I saw some of them out in Dubai, you see.
And are they genuine Americans?
There are a number.
Yeah,
yes, it's quite an interesting mix, actually.
Good to hear. Because the Canadians are mostly West Indian expats, aren't they? Or,
there's a couple of those there as well.
You're not missing any action. Just Van der Merwe resetting his field. He's ready now. He's in and bowls to Folkes, who plays back up the pitch. 150 for 4 in the 31st over. So on the old calculation, you take the score at 30 overs and double it. Surrey en route for somewhere around 300. Van der Merwe is in and bowls, and Folkes makes room for himself to play that away into the offside. Picks up a single, 151 for 4. And I would have thought that that rule of thumb probably might hold good here today, because Surrey have got 6 wickets in hand. It's not like a Bristol pitch. It's not the perfect Taunton wicket, but it's not bad. The ball's still coming onto the bat quite nicely. It's not sticking in the pitch. You can see Josh Davey come on from the Somerset Pavilion end for the first time. And
I think you'd fancy your chances of chasing on this. I think you've got to bat well, but it's not anything that Surrey put on the board. Somerset will think we can get there.
Yeah.
Just back to that United States. So we were out there for the MCC Surrey game, and the United States were playing like a T20, and I think they played a couple of games against Lancashire. And but I know for a fact that they've in one of the 11s there was sort of 4 born in the United States. Then do you remember Xavier Marshall from the West Indies? He's playing for them now. As Josh Davey is in over the wicket, and this one turned into the leg side by Ben Folkes, and there's no run.
I do remember him because he got the initial X.
That's right. So he's obviously played international cricket for the West Indies. He's now playing for Roy Silver, Sri Lankan. There are a couple of Sri Lankans in there, and then Indians as well. But there's a nice mix in there as well, and they play some good cricket. But just sort of looking from behind the roof we were sat on, they look at it, a very, very talented side. This is driven beautifully by Folkes up the ground. They'll take the single as the throw comes in from Lewis Gregory. Did very well there, Gregory, because it was one of those awkward ones where he was off the ground as he was throwing, but did well, and Folkes picks up another single. One more to Ben Folkes. On to 16 he goes, 152 for 4. So,
well, it would be good to see another emerging power in the cricketing world.
Absolutely. God, if you can make it work in the United States. Over the wicket comes Davey, and this is pulled by Jamie Smith. Just kept it down, rolled the wrists on it to Jamie Smith. It's a long old carry there to the leg side.
Good shot there, because it would be very easy just to go through with a shot and give a catch to George Bartlett down at long leg.
It was controlled he's just rehearsing that, going down on the ball with those wrists. Jamie Smith, he moves on to 9, 153 for 4. Folkes waits again as Davies into him, nicely tucked away by Ben Folkes. Typical Folkes innings this, 17 from 24 balls. Just ticking it around at the moment is Ben Folkes. I think a few people would have watched the way he batted against Ireland and thought, he's a very intelligent cricketer, Ben Folkes. I think that's half his trick when he bats. I think he's got a brilliant cricket brain. As Davies over the wicket to Smith, and Smith is pushing this one straight back up the ground, and there's Peter Trigo to do the fielding, and there is no run. He works a situation out very quickly, does Ben Folkes. Whatever the situation is, he might go in when Surrey have got, well, not this season, but go in when Surrey have got a platform, and he can score pretty quickly.
He's head and shoulders above the other Surrey batsmen. The average is 47. Next best, Dean Elgar, 38.6.
Yeah, as Johnny said a couple of years ago, he's averaging over 100 at some point. Smith is forward and turns this one from Davies straight back up the ground to Lewis Gregory. Good over from Josh Davey again, straight into the attack and straight on that line and length, Josh Davey. 32 overs gone, 154 for 4, sorry.
Yeah, it was a good over that. He's a little bit vulnerable in his second and third spells, is Josh Davey. He's not quite quick enough, and if he puts one in the slot, as they say, good length ball, he can go the distance.
I noticed, I noticed on the graphics now, when it's on the TV, they have a section of the pitch called slot. I hadn't seen that before.
Yeah. Van der Merwe to bowl another over from the river end. He's bowling to Ben Folkes. He pushes this one through, and it's hoiked away into the onside by Folkes. Not his most elegant shot, it has to be said.
But I was thinking, when they put that up on the big screen, as they sometimes do, That must really rub it in. And you've just bowled one, it's gone 30 rows back, and you look up on the big screen and all it's saying is slot.
Here's Van der Merwe to Smith, and pushes that one through, fuller of length, and Smith plays a defensive shot. Young man, just 18 years old. He's faced 20 deliveries for his 9 runs so far. Van der Merwe bowls to him, takes a little bit of pace off that one, and good length on off stump, just played to Somerset captain Tom Abel. Mr. Perpetual Motion out there at short extra cover. Van der Merwe to Smith, who's back on his stumps, and this time will pick up probably 2. They'll come back for a second run as Craig Overton has, Jamie Overton has a lot of ground to make on the lakeside boundary. 157 for 4 in the 33rd over. Smith moves on to 11.
Ben Folkes is quite a good man for Jamie Smith to have at the other end at the moment.
Van der Merwe in again and bowls to Smith, who again is back on his stumps, and will get another single into the offside as Tom Abel does the fielding, moving to his left. Before this over, Van der Merwe bowled 7 overs, 1 for 32. All the Somerset bowlers have been reasonably economical. Jamie Overton the most expensive, 1 for 39 in 6. Van der Merwe bowls and Folkes is down the pitch driving. But again, it's just a single. That's Lewis Gregory does the fielding in front of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. Somerset getting through their overs briskly. That was the 33rd, so 17 remain in the innings. Whenever I think of 17 overs, I think sort of around about 100 runs. I'm sure Surrey will be targeting a good few more than that, but 159 for 4. Again, it's a very evenly poised game
just
at the moment.
Looking down that card, the one to come, who, and I haven't seen enough of him yet to really, but I've seen enough to know is Jordan Clark. Now, if Jordan Clark gets going quick, he is the one that can lamp it out the ground. As Davey is over the wicket to Folkes, and Folkes nudges this one into the leg side. He'll pick up 1, they'll come back for 2. This is good cricket again from Surrey, just knocking the ball into the gap in the leg side, the longest part of the ground, and coming back for 2. So I think the key thing here is obviously Folkes sticks around till the end, but if Jordan Clark gets out there, Jordan Clark is the one who from ball 1 could start slotting it, which is sort of what you need at the back end of an innings, isn't it? Yeah. That's his game in many ways.
That, Lewis Gregory plays for, and Craig Overton for that matter as well.
Davey over the wicket he comes to Ben Folkes. That's going down. Half a shout. Half a shout.
Good bowling there.
Yeah, he's got it right up there as well. And
he's developing a
well
slower
today.
ball. Is Josh Davey? They've all 4 of the Somerset bowlers have tried a slower ball.
Well, Somerset have had a bowling consultant for this one-day competition that we know very well, because he was the Surrey bowling coach, Stuart Barnes. He's just worked, and he's loved every minute of it, I know that, working here at Somerset during this one-day competition. As Davies in, and this is turned by Folkes into the leg side. Again, they'll run the first one hard, they'll come back for 2. It's good running from Folkes and Smith as the throw comes in over the top of the stumps.
Good placement as well, and I think he's doing that quite deliberately. He's targeted those 2 areas on the onside as areas where they can pick up 2 rather than a single.
Well, it's the longest
with a low risk shot.
Longest side of the ground. As long as you get it in the gap, you got a chance coming back for 2. 23 off 29 balls now, Ben Folkes, as Davies in over the wicket to him, short one, and this one he's helping down towards fine leg and away for 4. Banged in by Davey, and he's rolled the wrists on that and helped it down to the boundary rope for 4 runs. Typical Ben Folkes shot that, and you can sort of see the thinking of Davey. His surprise one, is he going to try and slot this over the leg side? Just got it slightly wrong, enabling Folkes to go fine with it. I think he was just trying to get that up above head high with that long boundary, but 4 more to the total. 167 for 4. Folkes waits again as Davies into him, and Folkes drives back down the ground, and Folkes gets a hand Davey gets a hand to the ball, and that ricochets up towards Lewis Gregory. I've just remembered where I saw Slot for the first, was the game here against Essex.
Oh yes, yep.
And Mr. Ali and Mr. Trigo were, well, half the deliveries looked like they were leaving Taunton from what I saw. But whoever the poor bowler was, every time it came up on the screen, you'd see it going 10 rows back and then, whoops, Slot, just to rub it in. I think it was poor old Quinn a couple of times.
Yeah, Paul Walter as well.
Yeah. Over the wicket once more is Davey, and on drive from Folkes goes straight up to Lewis Gregory, and there's no run, but a better over for Surrey in terms of runs. 8 off that one from Josh Davey, and 16 left for Surrey here on BBC Somerset and BBC Radio London, and Surrey 167 for 4.
Somerset going to have to bowl well over these last 16 overs. I think that the fate of the match could depend on what happens as Surrey look to accelerate over these last 10-15 overs. If these two can get away with Jordan Clark still to come, and Ryan Patel, Stuart Meeker, I mean there is plenty of batting in the Surrey lower middle order.
It's just that Jordan Clark is that one of all of them who is capable of sort of teeing it up and slotting it out the ground from ball 1.
It's I was thinking whenever batsmen have tried to go big, they've found it difficult, haven't they? I mean, there've been quite a lot of top edges, and Brian Rose has just come into the box. Here comes Lewis Gregory from the river end, and that's driven nicely, and a good diving stop out there by Craig Overton at mid-on. Saved his side 3 runs there. It's just a single, 168 for 4. Brian's presence reminds me it'll be 50 years in June since these two sides played at Brislington in Bristol, and Greg Chappell made the first ever century in 40 over Sunday League cricket.
Wow.
The John Players County League, as it was called in that first year. Here's Gregory in a bowls, and this is lofted away, and it's gone for 6 over the head of the fielder out at deep mid wicket. He picked that one up nicely, did Ben Folkes. That was in the slot, Mark, as we've been talking about in the slot. That was right slap bang in the middle of the slot.
I think that went right slap bang in the middle of Folkes' bat as well. It made a lovely noise, didn't it?
It was just a little bit short as well. It was short of the slot, but it meant the same thing.
Well,
he was advancing on it.
Yeah, he's played it off the front foot as well. He's in good form as well, folks. He's confident at the moment. He's been in the runs. He's scored those runs on one-day debut. He's in confident mood at the moment. Knows his game. He's playing a lovely little innings again here. And now he's up to a run a ball. 33 off 33.
174 for 4. Crucial stage in this game. Gregory's in a bowls. This is driven, and Tom Abel can't get a hand on it as he dives away to his left. Jamie Overton runs round the boundary and does the fielding, but it's 2 more runs, and the tempo of this innings just beginning to increase. 176 for 4. We're in the 35th over, so still another 15 after this. Surrey will be targeting something over 300. Somerset need to break this partnership. Gregory is in bowls to Folkes, who drives it up to Craig Overton at mid-on and won't get a run because he timed it so well. It reached Craig Overton too rapidly for them to risk the single.
Well, these two have put on 47 now. But there aren't many, I say this after he hasn't got a run, but in a Folkes one-day innings, if you went back over it, there aren't many deliveries he doesn't find a run off somewhere.
Is Gregory in and bowls to Folkes, who drives that uppishly, but straight again to Craig Overton, who moves very smartly to his left.
It's interesting that I think Folkes feels he's missed out a bit there. I think he wanted to go up and over the top, and yes, they've just stuck Overton back onto that long on boundary because he let out a big sigh there. Because he timed that beautifully, and a little bit of bottom hand would have sent it soaring, I think.
Gregory in the bowls, and nice conventional off drive by Ben Folkes will pick him up another single. 177 for 4 after 35 overs, 13 to Jamie Smith and 36 to Ben Folkes. There's all change in the commentary box. Mark Church makes way for Johnny Barron. Brian Rose goes off in search of Alex Stewart, who in Brian's autobiography, Rosie, Alex Stewart, rather than very nice touch, describes Brian as Mr. Somerset. Mr. Somerset. He's been associated, Brian Rose, with Somerset cricket for 50 years and more. Made his first-class debut in April 1969, almost exactly 50 years ago, and captained them for 6 seasons through the glory years, as they're called, and then chairman of cricket, director of cricket. Bowling change, Azhar Ali. This is a bit high risk, isn't it, Johnny?
Well, it could be interesting. It could be interesting.
Leg breaks,
yes.
of sorts. Of sorts.
Yeah, a bit of a mixed bag. And Surrey tend to, well, historically, haven't played spin particularly brilliantly. It's often pace off the ball is a great undoing of the side. Ben Folkes on strike. Here is Azhar Ali, who's in and right up to the bat. And it's driven handsomely again by Ben Folkes, but out to the man out there on the cover boundary. Josh Davey does fielding, single taken.
Well, I suppose at least he's taking pace off the ball,
yep.
Which means that Surrey players are going to have to play their shots.
Terrible full toss again by Azhar Ali, gets away with that. That is drilled down the ground.
I did say.
To Jamie Overton, single taken. Loose now, safe to say. Bringing Folkes back onto strike. Azhar Ali, skip and jump. He's in. It's short, and that's played quite nicely off the back foot out as far as deep extra cover. Josh Davey will run round to the backward point and do the fielding. Another single taken. Run a ball so far. Good hubbub from the members below. Azhar Ali is in. Again, it's tossed off. It's driven nicely by Jamie Smith. Down to deep, long off. Another single taken.
He hasn't really let himself go yet, Jamie Smith, has he?
No.
He's just biding his time.
Yeah. I think it's wise. Here's Azhar Ali again. And Folkes all just looking to late cut, almost into the hands of backward point. There's no run. James Hildreth in that position. 4 runs so far of the over. Here's Azhar Ali, and it's swept very nicely by Ben Folkes, all very nicely indeed, because there's nobody out there down by the scoreboard. And it's 4 runs, an excellent finish to the over. Into position quickly. It's good batting from Ben Folkes, 8 off the over.
It was a lovely shot. I mean, yes. He fetched that from round about off stump, I think, maybe even been outside off stump. Perfectly safe shot to play, and may have been the googly, in which case he was hitting with the spin. But in any case, Azhar Ali doesn't turn it a great deal.
You can't beat nipping out to Ireland, putting a MOTM sort of performance together and coming back into the domestic game. I mean, your confidence must be sky high, and we've seen that from Folkes, isn't it? He's batted well this year, but nothing like this before.
Yes, he's just going through the gears, as they say at the moment. Gregory coming on for another over from the river end, bowling to Jamie Smith. He's there in bowls. That's lofted away by Smith, and that will go for 4 runs. Nice shot. There's nobody out there at straight mid-wicket, stroke wide mid-on, cow corner if you like, and that was 1 bounce into the boundary boards.
It's a good shot. It's a very good shot. He stood tall there, Jamie Smith.
He moves on to 19, 189 for 4. This is looking a bit ominous for Somerset followers. Gregory to Smith, and this time he's back on his stumps and will pick up, certainly, I think 1 is all they will get. They'll think about a second, but George Bartlett quickly on it, sprinting in from third man, 190 for 4.
Well, they have a platform here, and of course Surrey conceded something like 160 or 14 overs against Glamorgan, Cardiff, a couple of weekends ago. So been on the end of a real spurt at the end, but they've still got batting to be done.
Gregory to Folkes this time. Full length delivery, which is coming off the bottom of Folkes' bat up to mid on, and he picks up another single, 191 for 4. These two have added 62 since Dean Elgar was caught behind off the bottom edge off the bowling of Craig Overton. Gregory's in and bowls, and good delivery, full length. Smith advancing, picks up a single as it goes out into the onside. We're in the 37th over, 192 for 4. Runs coming off virtually every ball now.
Well, it's handy, isn't it? Because the boundaries in this over and the previous one, so around about 8 apiece, which is always useful.
Gregory to Smith, to Folkes rather, who gets another single as Tom Abel does the fielding. Listening to commentary on this Royal London One Day Cup South Group match, last series of matches today between Somerset and Surrey, from myself, Anthony Gibson, from Johnny Barron and Mark Church of BBC Radio London. Last ball then of the 37th over, Gregory bowls, and that comes off an edge, but again there will be a single for Jamie Smith, takes him on to 22, 194 for 4 at the end of that over. So 13 overs remaining, 6 wickets in hand. What sort of total will Surrey have in mind, Johnny?
Wow, being greedy, well, 320 potentially. Being hyper greedy, but that means 10s from here, 4 wickets down. I mean, that would be Surrey playing at 100. That would be the perfect. Everything would have to go in their direction for them to get up there. But otherwise, 280, 290 is very achievable.
Well, the Somerset bowling at the death has not been that effective, it has to be said. They're not very good at stemming the flow of runs if the batsmen are really giving it the charge.
It'll be interesting to see how Jamie Smith starts to go. He's just started to open his shoulders a fraction. As O'Reilly bowling these leggies up here from the pavilion end. He's twirling the ball in his fingers. He's into Smith, and he lays back and cuts nicely just in front of point. Get through for a single. Josh Davey does the fielding out there on the point boundary.
Local boy Jamie Smith, local Surrey lad.
Yeah, another one who's come through the academy. Alongside many of this side. There's plenty in the squad, of course. Here is Nazir Ali. Goes into Smith, who sweeps. Sorry, Ben Folkes, who sweeps, and sweeps very nicely and in front of square on this occasion. So it's just a single to Craig Overton. It's a good shot for one, that. But yeah, made his debut, first class debut this year. I think played T20 cricket in the campaign at the beginning of last year. Ali into Smith, shorter, flatter, but played off the front foot.
Will we see him in the championship match next week, do you think?
I think there's every chance he'll be involved, absolutely. Because there are opportunities aplenty now, with the fact that you've got, you know, 2 relatively long-term injuries, especially Ollie Pope. There's Ali into into Jamie Smith, who plays off the back foot into Peter Trigo.
Yeah, it's just a shame about Ollie Pope, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
after seeing him get that 100 at Guildford last year, I really thought this is the answer to England's middle order problems.
Well, he almost
batting him at number 3 was daft, you know. But if they'd put him in a couple of places lower down,
I agree. He almost averages 70 in first class cricket, Azhar Ali, and it's driven beautifully by Ben Folkes. He's picked out the man on the edge of the cover circle. Would have been 4 either side. Missed out there. Tom Abel with the fielding. Good come back over this from Azhar Ali, much tighter. Yeah, no, Ollie Pope is a hugely disappointing for him. Ali, and it turns up to short mid on from Ben Folkes. A single will be taken. And at the end of the over,
decent over.
And that will be the 200 up, or is that now 198 before? No, good tight over there from Ali. And Smith 24, Folkes 46, 12 to come.
And who Somerset got to bowl those 12? Josh Davies got 2 overs remaining. The fact that Az has bowled those 2 overs means that they've had their 10 overs of spin, so they don't have to bring Van der Merwe back in. But Jamie Overton coming on from the river end, he's still got 6 overs to bowl. And his twin 3 overs and Lewis Gregory 3, so it's going to be a mixture of seam he's going to be bowling to Ben Folkes. We've had 38 overs, so 2 more overs than Somerset. They're only allowed 4 fielders outside the 30-yard fielding circle. Here comes Overton in and bowls. And this is up in the air, it's not timed at all. It's going to be caught! Brilliantly caught by Craig Overton, charging in from the long off boundary. I didn't think he was going to get there. He flung himself forward almost on his knees and took the ball centimetres from the ground. A brilliant catch by Craig Overton, and just exactly what Somerset needed, with Ben Folkes threatening to take the game away from them. Brilliant piece of work, and that's the 5th Surrey wicket to go down with a score on 198.
Well, it's a very, very fine catch, because I must admit, like you, my money was on the ball, but it was a sprawling effort, and it really was. For the big fast men to get down in that kind of position was a terrific effort, and it's a critical wicket as far as Surrey are concerned, because if they have aspirations of 300 plus, well, they might have just gone out the window, because Folkes is a huge wicket. He's been a huge wicket all the way through this campaign, and it'll see Jordan Clark out to the middle. But Somerset again, just when Surrey were getting to a position of strength, nip in with another one.
Craig Overton getting a great round of applause from the spectators in the Marcus Trescothick stand behind him. I didn't think there was any way he was going to reach that shot from Folkes, but those long strides of his ate up the ground, and then he timed his dive forward, or his slide forward, wasn't it, to take the catch. Timed it absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, it was a really good bit of judgment. Never easy, that. Grazing up there long on. He's literally almost taking the ball, what, 5 yards outside the inner circle. It's a terrific effort, because it was one of those, when it left the bat, I thought, oh, he's got away with that.
Yeah,
he's got away with that. He's just tugged it. He's got away with it.
Thought there's another one that's going to land between 2 fielders. But, great piece of work. It's been the golden moment of the game so far, from a Somerset perspective. I think the golden moment, if I was a Surrey fan, I'd say it was that square drive by Jamie Smith off Jamie Overton. Right, here comes Jamie Overton then to the new batsman, which isn't to the new batsman, it's to the existing batsman, Jamie Smith, who picks up a single. They crossed while that ball was in the air. 199 for 5, Smith on to 25. Jordan Clark is the new batsman, late of Lancashire. Joined Surrey last season.
This year in the close. In the close, this will be his first campaign for the club, and made a big mark on the club a couple of years ago in a championship match. Been chasing him ever since.
Jamie Overton is in to bowl to him now, and he drives that way through the offside just for a single out to Lewis Gregory, which will bring up, I think, the 200.
Yeah, will do.
There it is. 200 for 5 in the 39th over. He got one of this, Jordan Clark, he got one of the most distinguished hat-tricks ever taken, I think.
He did, yes.
Root, Williamson and Bairstow. Here's Overton in and bowls. That's lofted, and that will be safe. It goes for not far away. It's gone for 6. Didn't carry the boundary by much. Josh Davey, the fielder there, but long way to run. I don't know why. Well, you can only have these 4 men out, but that's twice that Jamie Smith has played the shot in that direction.
Josh Davey, when he finished up, wasn't a million miles away from it. If he had a whip it out there, it might have been trouble for Smith.
He gets away with it. Moves on to 31, 206 for 5 in the 39th over. So Jamie Overton is in and bowls, and this is driven. A nice shot. Just opened the face on that, did Jamie Smith. Timed it beautifully and beat the man at backward point. Picks up 4 handsome runs.
Yeah, that is a lovely shot from Jamie Smith. The overcompensation. One on leg stump, disappeared over mid wicket, and one outside off stump, just laced back with a square. Beautiful batting.
He's getting into his stride now, is Jamie Smith. 35 he has, as he's up on his toes this time, won't get a run as James Hildreth fields at cover and sends in the return to the non-strikers in, which misses, but I don't think Jordan Clark was out of his ground in any case. The end of the 39th over, so 11 overs remaining, 210 for 5, 35 for Jamie Smith and just the 1 for Jordan Clark.
Yeah, I mean, actually you have to hand it to Jamie Smith there, because what could have been a sort of damaging over with the loss of Ben Folkes, the positive in the fact that, well, 2 boundaries came off it, a maximum as well, so that, you know, the last 3 or 4 overs they've been ticking over around about 9, which is more than useful. Jordan Clark will be the man on strike. Azhar Ali will be operating up here from the pavilion end, and Clark will just be surveying his options. Azhar Ali is in to Clark, who pushes forward. Not easy for the new man to come in and pick what Azhar Ali's up to. Plays very low hands, does Jordan Clark. He's in again. It's shorter and it's punched off the front foot nicely.
Interesting that Somerset are going with Azhar Ali rather than with one of the seamers. They don't need to bowl any more spin, but I'm reckoning that pace off the ball is going to be more difficult to score off than the quicker stuff.
Especially on this playing surface, there's plenty of outfield. Azhar Ali into Smith, who's driving elegantly down the ground off the front foot. Now here to that long on where Jamie Overton does the fielding, another single taken. Yeah, I think actually Azhar Ali's having disappeared for 8, I think, in his first over. His last over was much tighter, wasn't it? Extended his spell. Is he in again? It is the leg spinner, and it's cut away by Jordan Clark. Out to Josh Davey. But, deep extra cover, another single taken. Wonder if Jamie Smith is eyeing up another boundary option against Azhar Ali. Sweeps on. And he is into Smith, who's down the track. That's a lovely bit of batting, because it's up and over extra cover. It's a serious bit of batting that from Jamie Smith. The safest place in the field to hit it. Does so. 4 runs to him.
Beautiful shot. Beautiful balance he had. He took a couple of paces down the pitch on leg stump, but was in the perfect position to play the lofted off drive.
Really was a good bit of batting. Ali again to Smith, who's turning it into extra cover, mid wicket. So I always think, because the one place you never have is, you never have deep extra cover, do you? You've just got to get it up and over if you can, the man on the edge of the circle. Lovely batting.
Proper cricket shot as well. So there we are, that's the 40th over gone. So Somerset can put the extra man out, which does make it that much more difficult to score runs quickly. 217 for 5 with 10 overs remaining. Couple of tweets. Grumpy Git says, yes, about time to go get him Big Craig. Bowling just gets better and better. Hopefully England will keep ignoring him and he can wreak havoc for us all summer. Well, I wouldn't disagree with that for a moment. We got Malibu Cricket Club. David Collico, who plays at Malibu Cricket Club, is a microcosm of USA cricket. Sunday's team featured Sri Lankan, South African, English, Australian, Indian and American players. So a bit of a League of Nations. Here we got Jamie Overton coming in from the river end to bowl to Jordan Clark, who edges it quite deliberately down to George Bartlett, that third man, and picks up a single.
Well, do you remember David Hemp of Glamorgan? He ended up captaining Bermuda, didn't he?
That's right.
Yeah. It's a nice little number, that.
Well, Bermuda have played in the World Cup, have they not?
No, they have indeed.
Yeah.
I reenacted one of their great moments once on camera.
Is Craig Overton to Jamie Smith, who's hit that up in the air. This should be a catch. Azhar Ali's coming in, takes the catch. Another well-judged catch by Azhar Ali on this occasion. He had a lot of ground to make from mid-off around to mid-on. The ball hung in the air, and he got there in the nick of time and took a well-judged catch low in front of him. And that is the end of a very promising innings from young Jamie Smith. Well caught by Azhar Ali off the bowling of Jamie Overton. Another big wicket for Somerset.
Yeah, well done to Azhar Ali, because he got there. That was the most important thing, is he got across the ground and got there. And there's a nice 40 from Jamie Smith. I think, you know, a little bit of inexperience there, obviously, but into the last 10 and deciding to try and get after it. But a very nice innings. But again, I hate to say this, it really is the tale of Surrey's sort of season with the bat in one-day cricket. There's a 64 in there, there's a 22 in there, there's a 46 in there, there's a 40 in there. So again, nobody's taking it on, and now with what we've got 9.4 overs left, you're 6 down, you've got 2 fresh batsmen at the crease. It's quite difficult now to put your foot down and get that total up to around about 300.
Yep, that's just what Somerset would have wanted, as Mark Church was saying, that the Dean Elgar and Ben Foakes and now Jamie Smith have all got themselves very well placed and just got out when they seemed likely to go on to make really substantial, significant contributions. And Rory Burns as well, for that matter, making 22 and then getting stumped. You're not missing any cricket. There's consultations going on between captain and bowler as to field placings. The batsman crossed while that ball was in the air. It was in the air a long time. So it's Jordan Clark facing as Overton is in from the... Ooh, nearly plays it onto his stumps. Picks up 4 runs. Pete Trigo running around from long leg towards fine leg, couldn't quite make the stop. An involuntary 4 runs came off the inside edge of the bat, bounced down, missing leg stump. It went very fine down to the leg side boundary for 4. So 4 unintended runs, 222 for 6. We're in the 41st over, being bowled by Jamie Overton. That's of course the downside of having a bowler of extreme pace. If it does find the edge, it will nick off down for 4. Overton is in a bowls short and quite quick at Jordan Clark, who gets in behind a defensive shot and won't get a run.
Well, it's good bowling this from Jamie Overton, because on a pitch that hasn't got huge amounts of pace in it, he's still managing to hurry it through. And he's picked up a couple of wickets with shorter deliveries, which the batsman have tried to haul away.
Yep,
into the leg, so that extra bounce doesn't half count.
3 for 56 his figures at the moment. He's in his 8th over. It's only the 2nd game he's played in this year's one-day cup. Another good delivery, but again it's helped on its way down to fine leg. This time Peter Trigo will make the stop, gets the throw in. They come back for the 2nd run. Said it was a good delivery. It wasn't really. It was too much down leg side. It was quite quick, just short of a length, angled in at the batsman, but just straying too much leg side. 224 for 6 in the 41st. Jamie Overton steaming in from the river end. He's there, he bowls, and that's driven fiercely, but straight to Tom Abel at short extra cover, who makes a stop that I would have been absolutely petrified of making, because that was hit so hard. Makes it look absurdly easy to make that stop at short extra cover. And the end of a successful over for Somerset and Jamie Overton. The wicket included in it of Jamie Smith, and at the end of it, the 41st, 224 for 6.
Yes, and I think that he's felt he's missed out a bit there as Jordan Clark, either side of Tom Abel, and that was 4 runs, but it absolutely smashed it. A very good stop from the Somerset skipper. So Somerset here will be saying to themselves, right, we've now got a chance to strangle this Surrey innings right at the death in the last 10 overs, this final power play. And Ryan Patel will be the new batsman on strike, waiting for his first delivery. Made 100 in the championship game with Ryan Patel batting at 3 for Surrey. Really did take his chance, so that'll be something to keep an eye on next week. As in over the wicket comes Van der Merwe, little inside edge onto his back pad from Ryan Patel, trying to nudge leg side to get off the mark, and half a shout in there from Banton and Van der Merwe. Left-hander Ryan Patel. As left arm over the wicket comes Van der Merwe, and Patel chips this one straight back down the pitch. And Van der Merwe does the fielding off his own bowling. Elsewhere, Sussex 238 for 4. It's the latest I've got. In the 39th over, Luke Wright's just gone for 93, I think. As in over the wicket goes Van der Merwe, and looking for his first run. Ryan Patel can only pick the man out at mid-wicket, and there's no run. And again, this just shows that with 2 fresh batsmen at the crease, it's so tough to sort of get the motor running again. You're in danger in these positions of the entire innings stalling. As get a single here, Ryan Patel bumping this one down towards long on, and they'll take one more to the total. Ryan Patel moves on to 1, and that will bring Jordan Clark back onto strike once again. And Middlesex 242 for 2 in the 40th against Kent, and Essex 240 for 5 after 43 against Gloucestershire. So it looks like Somerset will have to win this at the moment, the way the games are going, but anything can still happen. There's plenty of time to go. Jordan Clark 10 not out as Van der Merwe's into him, and Jordan Clark nudges one down to backward point. Ryan Patel's got to get his skates on, he's quick, and he's through for the single as Adder Ali does the fielding. One more to the total, 226.
What's happened to your off-spinner, Amar Verdi?
He was injured for the start of the season. What'll be interesting to see whether he's fit for next week. He's had a back problem.
Very promising bowler anyway.
Absolutely, so I think they're hoping he's ready for next week. He hasn't played a game yet this season, although I'm not sure he'd have been in the one-day plans anyway. As round the wicket Van der Merwe and beats Ryan Patel. He's looking to drive, quick ball, almost a Yorker from Van der Merwe. Good bit of bowling, that good over.
Good captaincy as well to keep spin going from this end. It's certainly been more effective than the over that Josh Davey produced in this end. Van der Merwe almost getting his man with that last delivery, the Yorker.
Would it be fair to say that Tom Abel's now really grown into the captaincy? Because I can remember coming down a couple of years ago when he got that. Steve Davis got 100, he got 90 odd, but he couldn't buy a run up to that point.
No,
but ever since then, he just looks a very confident captain out there at the moment.
Yes, I think he's really, he's earned the respect of his team. He's not the most imaginative captain on the circuit, it has to be said. Somerset have a formula and they stick to it, but he's immensely popular with his team. Is Craig Overton coming back into the attack, into bowl to Jordan Clark, and a good stop by Tom Banton. That came off, I think it came off Clark's pad probably. It wasn't given as a wide, it did go down the leg side, and if Banton hadn't got a glove on that would have run away for 4 somethings, probably 4 leg byes. So 226 for 6, 8 overs remaining, less 1 ball, 47 deliveries. Overton is in and bowls short on leg stump and turned away into the onside by Jordan Clark. I don't know about you, Mark, but I can't detect a huge difference. Somebody's having a bit of a laugh down. I can't detect a huge difference in pace between the Overton twins. Can you?
Not so much today. I just think Jamie, just as you said, looks the more out and out quick, doesn't he?
Here comes Craig Overton coming over the wicket to the left-handed Patel, who plays that square of the wicket. They'll come back for a second run as Josh Davey makes a sliding stop out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. It's not the fun and games is not coming from a group of spectators around the effects microphone. They're down underneath it on the terrace below, so there isn't much we can do about it, I'm afraid, other than keep the volume within reasonable bounds. Craig Overton. In and bowls short, and that's pulled away for 4 runs. That was an effort ball from Craig Overton, but Ryan Patel just managed to get underneath it and lever it away very effectively over wide mid-on for 4 runs.
And I think that sort of the difference between the two of them is when Jamie Overton bangs it in, it gets very high up, and he's picked up a couple of wickets doing that, whereas that one sort of sat up at Ryan Patel.
Craig Overton bowls to Patel, who gets in a bit of a tangle with this. Dust is flying, and he won't get a run as Craig Overton picks the ball up in his follow through. Doesn't bother to engage in conversation with the batsman or even fix him with a basilisk stare. Just walks back with the ball. 233 for 6.
He is a hugely skillful bowler, Craig Overton.
He is. I do agree with Grumpy Git that he almost certainly will be ignored by England, and he should be available for Somerset all season. He's there now, bowls to Patel, and again that's a quick delivery, and turns it down to Bartlett at long leg for just a single. End of the 43rd, 234 for 6. Patel has 8, Clark has 12, so 7 overs remain, and if Surrey can take 70 runs off those 7 overs, it'll take them just over the 300 mark, which I should think they'd be reasonably happy with.
Absolutely. I think it would be the first time in the comp that they've been up around that mark, batting first. I just think it's going to be harder now with Folkes and Smith back in the dugout. But as I say, Ryan Patel and in particular Jordan Clark, very capable of knocking the ball over the rope. As Van der Merwe comes left arm over the wicket to Ryan Patel, and that's short, and it's cut by Ryan Patel out towards the sweeper on the cover rope. They'll get a single. It's good fielding, got the ball away in the air very, very quickly. One more to Ryan Patel. He moves on to 9. 235 for 6. I think they'll end up around 270, 280 here. Sorry.
Which I would have thought that'd be close to par, probably. I'm not sure this is as good a pitch as some of the ones we've seen here at Taunton this season.
And the move is into Jordan Clark. He just nudges leg side, takes a single. I think what it will be is competitive. I think it will make Somerset work hard for the runs to win the game.
Somerset are going to have to bat a lot better than they have done against in the last 2 games against Hampshire and Middlesex.
And the mover is into Patel. It's a full toss. It's whipped leg side by Ryan Patel. Just get a single again as Tom Abel comes round to his left to do the fielding. Jordan Clark will come back onto strike on 13. Stoneman 12, Jack 17, Burns 22, Algar 64, Folkes 46, Smith 40 have been the scores so far today. As Jordan Clark nudges leg side. Now they want 2 here. It's good batting. There's so much space out there, and they've had to bring the fine leg round, the short fine leg, and then bring Overton up from deep mid-wicket, and always 2 there. It's good batting from Jordan Clark. Moves on to 15. 239 for 6 in the 44th of their 50 overs, Surrey. And the Merwe round the wicket he goes again to Clark, and Clark's trying to tug this down the ground, but hits it straight into the turf and up again. Bottom-handed shot from Jordan Clark. Van der Merwe does the fielding off his own bowling. There's no run. He's in again, Van der Merwe. That's a full toss. Jordan Clark slapped it straight out to backward point. Fielding is done by Azhar Ali out there at backward point. May feel he's missed out a touch on a full toss there, Jordan Clark. But the end of the over, 44 gone, and Surrey are 240 for 6.
Yeah, it's quite a high full toss. I think Gareth Batty is going to bowl well on this pitch. I think it might suit him.
He's bowled very well in the competition so far, Gareth Batty.
He's a class above the Somerset spinners, even at the age of 41 and 206 days, I can reveal to you.
There we are.
It's the oldest Surrey List A player this century. Thank you, Steve Pittard, joint landlord of the Rose and Crown.
There he is. Yes. Amazing. The greatest statistician. Absolutely.
Yeah. Stato Steve.
Yes.
Got some more gems from Steve.
I had the great joy of meeting Steve last year here. It was a great honour.
Craig Overton coming in from the river end. He's bowling to Jordan Clark, who drives fiercely for 4 runs. Nice shot. Tom Abel diving across at short extra cover, couldn't make the stop, and it was well wide of the fielder at mid-off Azhar Ali. Powerful blow from Jordan Clark.
Quick hands, he's bullied that, hasn't he, really? Through the offside for 4. Of course, he hit Tom Abel with the last ball of the previous over from Overton. That one, he's just found the gap.
Tom Abel retreats 20 yards to the edge of the fielding circle. Overton is in and bowls a full-length delivery, attempted Yorker, which is dug out up to Bartlett, who is... No, it's not Bartlett, it's the other Overton. He's put his other sleeve back on. It must have been to do with bowling, mustn't it?
I thought, absolutely.
So he's obviously Jamie ain't going to do any more bowling. He's done his 8 overs, 3 for 58, got 3 wickets.
It could be one of those weird things that he doesn't like bowling in it, but he doesn't mind throwing with it. It could be one of those odd ones, couldn't it?
Yeah.
Bowlers are funny types at times. With what they like having everything exactly the way they want it, a bit like batsmen.
2:45 for 6. We are in the 45th over. Craig Overton bowls and Ravi Patel gets that off an inside edge out into the onside just for a single. Lewis Gregory does the fielding. 2:46 for 6. Takes Patel on to 11 and Clark on Clark is on 21. Jordan Clark, tall, strong, all-rounder, bowling all-rounder. This is launched away towards the fielder in front of the Somerset stand, who is Roloff van der Merwe, who takes a well-judged catch, and that's another important wicket for Somerset. Every time that the Surrey batsmen seem to be getting on top, a wicket has fallen, and on that occasion just didn't quite get all of it, Jordan Clark. And in the end, a comfortable enough catch for Roloff van der Merwe. Yeah,
it didn't make a very nice noise off his bat, did he? And he was looking at the toe end of it. I think he was just praying he got enough on it, but he just looked as if he was going to get going, didn't he? And it's gone for 21, and summed up perfectly by Anthony Gibson. Every time Somerset have needed a wicket, they've picked one up.
Just suggest again, though, Mark, that this isn't the easiest of wickets on which to play big shots. I think it's easy enough to knock it around, but
I think it might be a little bit too paced. I think there's the odd one that just sticks in the surface.
Yeah.
And we saw this at Hove, a pitch that looked an absolute belter from a distance, was a little too paced, and you had to work very, very hard to make your runs. And David Visa played an extraordinary innings, really, to win the game for Sussex on that occasion.
He's played a couple of extraordinary innings.
Yeah, he's a good player.
This competition.
Good player, but yeah, I think Jordan Clark there will feel he's just been cut off in his prime, really. And Stuart Meeker is making his way out to the middle, so Clark goes for 21. And Stuart Meeker, ripple of applause, not for Stuart Meeker, but for the catcher, making his way back out there.
Very, very safe pair of hands,
yeah.
Roloff van der Merwe.
So,
as soon as I saw it was him underneath it, I knew
yes, he was going to catch
all
it.
would be well.
Yes, he was going to catch it. Meeker then.
Meeker facing Craig Overton is there and bowls, and Meeker will pick up a single out to Josh Davey on the deep square leg boundary. Clouds have rolled over here at Taunton. It's still a pleasant day for watching cricket. A little bit of blue sky here and there, but no sunshine at the moment. It's not been as chilly as it was here on Sunday. Decent crowd. I think 2,500, something like that, maybe 3,000. Plenty of atmosphere. Overton bowls to Patel, who gets that on the pad, I think. We'll wait to see what Martin Saggers, the umpire, signals, which is indeed a leg by. And that, I can reveal to you, Mark Church, is not only the... I'm not sure what the applause was for the over, but that was the first leg by of his innings.
Oh, there you are. A good moment for me to leave you on that bombshell, Mr. Gibson, and bring Johnny Barron in, who is our leg by expert on the BBC.
2:48 for 7 then, with 5 overs remaining. Elsewhere, similar stage in their innings in the 45th. Essex 2:49 for 6 against Gloucestershire. Middlesex going well against Kent, 266 for 2 in the 41st, so they're poised for something for around 350. And Sussex similarly 253 for 4 in the 41st against Glamorgan. So Somerset's rivals for the 2 qualifying places that are still available are all doing well, which means that Somerset are going to have to do. You're going to have to win, I think, Johnny.
Yep. Well, they're setting it up, aren't they? 2, 4, 8 for 7. Still 5 overs to go. First target is to bat the final 5.
See how Lewis Gregory goes. He can be expensive in this death roll. He's got his last 3 overs to bowl.
Here is Gregory. Right arm over is into Patel. He's cutting off the back foot in front of square. It'll run out to the deep extra cover boundary. He fielded. Single will be taken. George Bartlett running in off the rope. Another one added to the total.
Be interested to see how he tries to bowl Lewis Gregory. I mean, he's got Ravi Patel, who isn't the biggest hitter in the world, but, and Stuart Meeker just come in, so Gregory not perhaps under quite the pressure that these bowlers can sometimes be under at the death when you've got either one or both batsmen well set.
Yeah, Stuart Meeker, who's made some runs in this competition, is the man on strike. Here's Gregory into Meeker, who's driving. Oh dear, trouble, real trouble. Oh, they get home. They went in the end. It was a nice bit of work at extra cover by Craig Overton, who threw on the turn, and there was a hesitation, but they got home a direct hit, and Patel would have been struggling. They did get through for a single.
Another fine bit of fielding by Overton.
Yeah, the taller men have done very well today.
He's wishing now he'd worn one of those elasticated tubes. He's grazed his left elbow on one of the old pitches there.
Indeed he has. Here is Gregory again, who is in, and it's swung away by Patel into the gap. There's a couple converging on it. Josh Davey will get there eventually. Goes down in instalments, but they get back for a couple. Good bit of work in the end. Craig Overton finishing off the relay throw. Another couple to the total.
It's a big 5 overs, this, isn't it?
It is. It is, because 300 would just give Surrey a chance. Haven't really had anything to play with in this competition so far. Defended a score of 2-7-7-4, I think, against Essex at the Oval, but that was a slightly different surface. Gregory. Oh, full toss. Is that over waist height? I don't think it is. Got away with that just about. High on the bat. I think that's very generous. Yeah. The Meeker's just indicating.
Borderline.
Very borderline. I think that would have gone upstairs, it's safe to say. So, legal delivery and a run taken off it.
He's just not nailing his Yorker at the moment. I think that's what that was meant to be.
Yeah, Stuart Meeker on strike, who of course has a spotted bother with the old full tosses the other day. Got pulled out of the attack. 3/4 of the way through and over, 2 in the over. And out goes somebody on the... Yeah, Tom Abel is going out on the deep mid-wicket rope. Because Stuart Meeker is perfectly capable of swinging this away if he gets the ball in his area. Here is Gregory, who's into Meeker, who gets a full toss again, and it's driven down the ground, only as far as Jamie Overton just below us.
Oh, he'll be in trouble with that, for that.
Yeah, he's thrown his arm out.
Yeah, bounced about 5 times before it reached to Tom Banton.
Indeed. Single taken, bringing Ryan Patel, who's on 15 not out. I think only in his third list day game, Ryan Patel. Meant to debut this season, halfway through the campaign. Gregory, who's into Patel, who's looking to drive up the ground, runs it up to Jamie Overton at long on. The single will be taken.
He has thrown his arm out a bit, Jamie Overton. That was a rather tentative effort. Not a bad over from Lewis Gregory. What did he go for? 7?
Yeah, I think that's fair enough.
4 overs remaining then. 255 for 7. 16 to Patel, 3 to Meeker. Craig Overton's got 1 over to bowl, and I guess it will be Josh Davey probably. Could bowl Azhar Ali, but it'd be quite high risk, and it could bowl Jamie Overton, which would also be quite high risk. But we shall see. Fielders dispersing in all directions. It's a diaspora that's going on out there at the moment. We've got, what have we got? Long on, deep extra cover, deep cover. Oh no, I'm wrong side of the left-hand bat, so they're all on the onside. And this is hit straight back, and oh, he missed the run out. Craig Overton only had 2 yards between him and the stumps at the far end. He underarmed it, took careful aim, underarmed it, and missed.
Really tight, wouldn't it?
Whether he would have got back, I was watching the ball rather than the batsman, I have to say, so I'm not sure whether Miko would have been run out, but he survives, and it's a dot ball. Overton is in and bowls to Patel, who hits that up down the ground as a fielder, not quite going to reach it as a rally. He thought about going to dive to make the catch, and then decided that he wasn't going to get there. It'd be better just waiting to make the stop on the first bounce, which he did. So they took a single, 256 for 7. Almost another wicket. Overton then to Stuart Meeker, who's on 3. He's there and bowls. Short, that's up in the air, that should be a catch. Roloff van der Merwe is there, takes the catch. It's the 8th Surrey wicket to go down with a score on 256 for 8 now. Stuart Meeker caught by Roloff van der Merwe, bowled by Craig Overton for 3, and another very important wicket for Somerset.
Yeah, there's been plenty of those taken in the outfield today. It's a good catch, isn't it? Australian hands pointing upwards, got in a fine position, and Stuart Meeker just got it high on the bat, just couldn't quite get the leverage to get it over the ropes. And it's 8 wickets down now, and it's a tricky one, isn't it? Because here, this kind of position, you do need to be throwing the bat. The problem Surrey have, of course, is they've just got, well, a brace of resources left, 256 for 8.
The brace of resources being Conor McCurr, who I don't think I've ever seen before, and Gareth Batty. And Conor McCurr is coming out to do the business.
He can bat, Conor McCurr. Yeah, the fledgling stage of his career, but he can hold an end.
He's a big lad.
Yeah, he's a big lad. He can do a bit more than holding an end, though. That's the thing here, because 300, well, that's a distant scenario now. 3.5 overs left or so.
Well, he won't be on strike, Conor McCurr. It will be Ryan Patel to face Jamie Overton. 256 for 8, halfway through the 47th over, so 3 overs and 3 balls remaining, 21 deliveries. And another round of applause from Somerset stand to Roloff van der Merwe. Overton is in and bowls to Patel down the leg side, wide. Not a good delivery from Craig Overton. Somerset have bowled with pretty good discipline. That was only the 8th wide, and 4 of them went in one fell swoop. Here's Overton in and bowls to Patel, who waits on that shot and plays it nicely, but only as far as backward point, where James Hildreth makes a smart stop and there's no run. That's a bit better from Somerset. Dot ball, 47th over, 257 for 8 in a match that Somerset simply must win. One feels if they're to progress to the quarterfinals on Friday. Overton in bowls, and this is lofted away over the offside. A fine shot, in fact. Lofted off drive for 6. Carried for 6 into the Somerset stand, away to our left. He picked that one up beautifully.
Well, that is shot of the day, isn't it? It was a lovely pick-up from Ryan Patel. Because when it left the bat, I thought could be in trouble here, but he just kept on going.
Beautifully timed. Just using the pace on the ball.
Check drive.
263 for 8. Last ball of the 47th. Overton is in and bowls to Patel. Gets the ball on his pad. Turns it out into the onside. They'll think about a second run, but not for very long. Because Jamie Overton has it firmly clasped in his right hand. That brings the 47th over to an end. 264 for 8, 24 to Ryan Patel. Conor McCurry yet to score one. By taking that single, Patel keeps the strike.
He does, and it keeps that chance of 336 off 3 with 2 wickets remaining. It'll be a real effort from here, but Surrey will feel they're certainly in the game here. Another 20 odd, definitely in it. Lewis Gregory continue to operate up here. Is it the cathedral then? I've been calling the pavilion.
No, we don't have it. There isn't a cathedral.
No, church behind.
No, this is the Somerset Pavilion end.
No, so I was right. Pavilion end. I'm right all along.
It's the Somerset Pavilion end. There are about 5 different pavilions.
Of course there are. Lewis Gregory is in a full toss, and that's smeared by Ryan Patel out to deep square. George Bartlett will do the fielding. I think that is below waist height.
He's treading a fine line though, isn't he, Lewis Gregory?
Bringing Conor McCurry onto strike, whose job is to get Ryan Patel back on strike, 'cause he's going nicely on 25 not out.
He's not, I just don't see Lewis. He used to be a death bowler and a very good one. He could produce Yorker after Yorker after Yorker, but just seems to have lost it.
Yet to find them so far. Gregory about 5 yards inside that inner circle as he starts his run. Switches the ball into his right hand, just short, no great pace, and it's hauled into the leg side, and there's single taken by Conor McCurry.
Seems to be trying to mix it up, Gregory, at the moment. The Yorker was followed by that short ball.
Yeah, the shorter, slow looping short ball's a big delivery in the modern game. Bringing Ryan Patel, what can he do? He's on 25 not out. Here is another full toss. He might be called for that. No, he's not. Just about gets away with that, or does he? They get back for a couple. Let's have a look at the umpires. Oh, I tell you what, that one looked very high. The two of these, he could easily be out the attack now. To be perfectly honest,
he could easily have been hit for 2 sixes.
Yeah, as well. Patel just gets the 2. Here is Gregory again. Right arm over. He's in to Patel, who's cutting through backward point. A sloppy bit of work actually by James Hildreth in there. Oh, they get back for a couple. Azhar Ali makes his way to his left-hand side at third man. 2 more useful runs. Not bad over this. 29 for Patel. McCurry's still there on 1. 270 for 8. Still a couple of deliveries to go. And Surrey add in these remaining phases of the game.
Just not quite sure what Lewis Gregory's trying to do. What his plan is.
Yeah, the waist high full toss so far. Here is Gregory. It's short, and that's played very nicely and delicately down to Azhar Ali in front of the Colin Atkinson pavilion at third man. A single will be taken. 271 for 8.
Perhaps he's just trying not to bowl 4 balls, but I thought the Yorker is the thing. Whether he's frightened now of bowling it for fear it'll turn into another knee-high full toss.
Conor McCurry stands tall at the crease. Here's Gregory into McCurry, who's driving. Oh, good chance to run out. Oh gosh, there's a lovely bit of work at extra cover as McCurry was thinking about the single. And it's a nice bit of work, isn't it, by Craig Overton with the throw. Had he have hit, he might well have run out.
I think he'd been gone,
Yeah, would have been in trouble. End of the over, 271 for 8. Just 2 remaining.
Good piece of backing up by James Hildreth as well.
Yeah, it was.
Because that ball was travelling.
Yeah, thrashed past him.
2 overs remaining then. And, well, if Somerset can keep Surrey to below about 285, 290, I think they'll be happy. Jamie's coming back into the attack. Ooh. Well, he's taken off his elasticated sleeve again. This is quite high risk for Somerset. He's picked up his wickets as Jamie Overton, 3 for 58. He's coming in now to bowl to Patel. He makes room for himself and works that away into the offside. Ronald van der Merwe gets everything behind it out on that cover boundary. Keeps them down to just a single. 272 for 8. He's gone for 58 in 8 overs. 7.25, Jamie Overton. He's not an economical bowler by any stretch of the imagination, but he is a wicket-taking bowler in both white ball formats. He's coming over the wicket to the right-handed McCurr. There he bowls, and that's a swing and a miss from McCurr to a ball that maybe didn't bounce as much as he was expecting. There was more hope than expectation in that shot, I think, Johnny, wasn't there?
Yeah. Not sure he got anywhere near it really in the end, to be honest. Yeah, I'm not sure what would have happened had he got near it, to be honest, as well.
We're in the 49th over. 10 balls remain in this innings, barring wides and no balls. Overton's into McCurr, who again plays and misses to a good ball. That was outside off stump. That's if you've got a genuine tail ender, they do find it difficult to get away. Quick deliveries outside the off stump.
Yeah, back of the length off stump. You've got to be a decent player to be chopping that through the offside before.
That's what I always tried to bowl towards the end of a one-day match, outside the off stump. Decent length. Here's Jamie Overton in a bowls full toss, which is run down to third man for 4, I think. Yep. I can't see what's going on down below. What I could have done if I'd stood up. But what it was George Bartlett diving unavailingly to his left to try and make the stop. He's taken out a great big divot of turf, and that's 4 important runs. 276 for 8.
Yeah, I won't mind that. That's for sure. Another full toss. It's been a big feature at the tail end of this innings.
Again, he got away with it. It's not a free hit or a no ball. Overton then in bowls and swing and a miss, and caught behind. It wasn't a miss, it was a thin edge. And Jamie Overton has his man, and that's his 4th wicket, with Conor McCurr caught by Tom Banton. Good leaping one-handed catch above his head for the young Somerset wicketkeeper, and that's the 9th Surrey wicket to go down with the score on 276, with 7 deliveries of the innings remaining.
Yeah, you can see what McCurr's trying to do, but it's good bowling, isn't it? Banged in. So it's a good catch actually, away to his right hand side as well by the keeper. And wow, another one goes. Will Surrey bat the 50? Not sure my money's on it. Has to be said. But Ryan Patel is still there. Slightly starved at the strike, irritatingly, from a Surrey point of view, on 31 not out.
Batted well, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. I tell you what, he's looked very good.
Listen to the reception that Somerset's favourite Surrey cricketer is receiving from the crowd as he walks out.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. You've got to laugh, haven't you? It's marvellous. See, down south, I barely, would anybody even consider something like this? It's hysterical. Oh dear, yes. And what goes back, I guess, to that little bump that he had between him and Trigo.
Well, it was,
Is there more than that? Might be.
No. I think that. Well, I think there was a bit of history between the sides, but it's that people remember. And he was banned for 2 matches.
He was. 2 matches in the basic finals day.
Yeah, that's right.
The ECB created a precedent to ban him. Because actually, by the rules of the competition, he wouldn't have been banned for those particular games, but they changed them.
Right, last ball of the 49th. Batty's on strike. Jamie Overton's in and bowls to him, and he runs it down calmly to George Bartlett at third man, and will keep the strike. So with 1 over remaining, Somerset have reduced Surrey to 277 for 9, and Jamie Overton finishes with 4 for 64 from his 9 overs. Well bowled, Jamie. Well bowled his twin brother Craig as well, who has 3 for 48 in 10. So between them, they've taken 7 for 115, which is a pretty good performance for the Overton family.
Yeah, absolutely. Very good effort. And, well, it'll be interesting to see. So Gareth Batty has nicked the strike. But he can, this is a guy who got a first-class 100 as recently as a couple of years ago.
I was slightly surprised he came in at number 11.
Yeah, I think you know, McCurr can strike it. I think McCurr struck a couple down at Cardiff. Might have elevated him on that occasion. Here is Gregory, who's into Batty, full and straight. Full toss again, and that's hit down the ground. Only as far as Jamie Overton up here at mid-on.
That was a much better full toss.
A better full toss, yeah. The base of the kind of base of the full stump of the stumps. You won't mind that. Bringing Patel back on strike, who's played a really neat cameo to make sure that Surrey are competitive here. 5 balls. What can he do with these? He's played a couple of blinding shots, especially that extra cover check for 6. I'm not sure he'll get a ball in that kind of slot from Gregory here. He'll have to make most of the running. There are options. And certainly the option over extra cover again is one option. And mid-wicket as well. Otherwise there are men down the ground. He's looking to haul it. Here is Gregory. Into Patel. He does haul it down the ground, and they'll think of a single. They come back for 2. That's a good bit of effort, but he might be in trouble. He gets home, I think. He does. That is a terrific bit of work by Ryan Patel with the dive. And there's nothing long off can do to prevent that. And Batty quite wisely wants to get the main man back on strike.
No, there's nothing wrong with the throw from Jamie Overton. And Patel just beating the ball to it.
Yes, an older man might have struggled there. Oh, he got a slight delay here. What's he done?
I don't know.
Oh dear, we don't need this.
Give you the
Not
scores.
another one.
Give you the scores from elsewhere. Sussex going really well against Glamorgan, 312 for 4 with 3.4 overs left, so they're on course for 350. Middlesex ditto, 309 for 4 in the 46th. And Essex all out for 293, so Gloucestershire will need 294 to keep their hopes of a quarter-final place alive. But with Sussex and Middlesex so well placed, the imperative is very definitely on Somerset to win this game, but making a good fist of it at the moment. Surrey at one stage looked to be on course for 320, 330.
Yeah, that was the folks here, but they're still competitive. Is Gregory, and it's a slower ball outside the off stump, and it's a swing and a miss from Ryan Patel, looking to go leg side and straight.
That's better bowling.
Yeah, it is.
Gregory.
It really is, because he held it back. And Ryan Patel, understandably, is looking to try and get whatever he can here. 3 balls to come. 280 for 9. First time for a while that Surrey will have a reasonable tee, so to speak. Certainly feel they're in the game. Gregory, right arm over, is into Patel, who does hit him straight as a die. That's a cracking shot, and that is 6 as well from Ryan Patel. What a shot that is. It's a full-length delivery, and it's just a punch, but a fearsome punch from Ryan Patel, who gets his second 6. And this is turning into a really useful cameo from Ryan Patel.
Well, it wasn't quite in the slot, that, which says even more about the quality of the shot, because it was just slightly fuller of length than the classic slot length.
Really good stuff. 39 for him, 286 for 9. Gregory wide, and that's cut up. Dropped straight into the hands of George Bartlett, who floors it out there at deep extra cover. Furious with himself. And Ryan Patel gets back for a couple of scrambled runs. That's a bonus.
You don't want that to happen in the last over, do you?
Oh, no, not at all.
Not what the team wanted.
288 for 9. A life for Patel. He's moved up to 41. Really useful runs, these. 1 ball left in the innings. What can Patel add to the total? Gregory into Patel, who's looking to haul down the leg side. It's a untidy bit of work behind the stumps, and they scramble through for a bye. And that's a half-decent total as far as Surrey are concerned. 289 for 9, 290 to win. They're certainly in the game at the halfway stage.
Yeah, good performance by the Somerset bowlers, the Overton twins especially. Craig with 3 for 48, Jamie with 4 for 64, 289 for 9, so they'll need 290 to win. Under normal circumstances, you would say that that would not be a big ask here at Taunton.
To bowl at here. I don't think it'll be straightforward for Somerset, but I think if Somerset bat well, they can definitely get this total.
So You're sitting on the fence.
Somerset.
Who do you think is
For
gonna-
me, I think
right?
I think if Somerset bat properly, then they should win this game.
Well, we will see. It's important, I think, that they get off to a good start, which is something that hasn't happened in any of their 750 over cup games thus far this season. We have got, that looks remarkably like
C. McCurr.
C. McCurr, Conor
Yes,
McCurr,
indeed.
and the reason I say he looks remarkably like Conor McCurr is he's 6'6".
Yes,
tall.
exactly. Well, there are times you look across and you do think sometimes, is that Mornay Morkel? They from a
Yeah.
distance they look very, very similar, but I think Connor's got more tattoos.
No
than
Mornay
Mornay.
Morkel. I bet he hasn't got as many as Jade Dernbach.
Or Peter Trigo.
Yeah, or
I
Peter
bet those
Trigo,
two
yeah,
are
yeah.
two of
The tattoo
kings,
kings.
aren't they?
Here's McCurr then to Banton, second ball of the innings, and Banton gets one that cuts back into him from outside his off stump. He plays it well. He made 107. Tom Banton against Kent in the first match in this South Group qualifying campaign for Somerset. Has hardly got a run since.
I think Josh Davies sort of showed the way at the start of the innings, didn't he, with his first few overs by getting the ball up to the bat. There was a little bit there when you got the ball up to the bat.
McCurr is tall, strong, straight run in, and Banton's looking for a run into the offside, but won't get it. It's Brian Patel, who batted, I thought, really rather
Yeah,
well
it
at
was a
the
lovely
tail
innings,
end of
wasn't
the Surrey innings. Hit the shot of the day so far. That's 6 over extra cover.
A fantastic shot, wasn't it? Of Craig Overton. I think what Surrey will say to themselves is probably their strongest suit in the competition has been their bowling. So I suppose for their bowlers they'll say, well, at least we've got something,
to
bowl
at. That's absolutely right. Something to defend. Here's McCurr in and bowls to Banton. Again, brings that one back quite sharply into the right-hander. Decent pace as well from the 6'6" tall quick bowler. Born in Johannesburg but has a UK passport.
Yeah, he does.
So how does he come to be playing for Surrey?
He was spotted. I think it was Graham Ford spotted him and brought him over with Matt Pillans, who's now at Yorkshire.
Yeah, that's right. Nice smooth approach, accelerating up to the crease in there and bowls, and again brings that one back into Banton. This one a little bit more leg side, but all he can do is play it out into the onside. Mark Stoneman comes sprinting in to make the stop.
The reason I backed Somerset at the start of this run chase is this is a must-win game for Somerset as well, and I think that makes people do extraordinary things sometimes.
Well, they'll have to bat a whole lot better than they did against both Middlesex and Hampshire. As McCurr is in and bowls, and Banton again can't get that through the infield. So Surrey kick off with a maiden over, and a good maiden over as well from Conor McCurr, right on the spot. He made the batsman play at everyone, and the batsman couldn't get it, hardly get it off the cut strip because of the accuracy of McCurr's opening over.
Yes, and that was a little like Josh Davey, wasn't it? When he opened up, made the batsman play everything, got the ball up to the bat. And we'll have Stuart Meeker from the Somerset Pavilion end to start the second over. Back out there, a maiden first up here on BBC Somerset and BBC Radio London. Nothing riding on this game for Surrey apart from trying to finish the competition with a win. For Somerset, still got a spot in the playoffs, whatever you want to call them. They're basically quarterfinals. Yeah, up for grabs. So it's going to be a slip, a backward point, a cover, a short extra cover is Mark Stoneman, the mid-off, the mid-on, deep backward square, fine leg is on the edge of the circle. And Stuart Meeker, wearing number 18, comes in over the wicket to the right-handed Azhar Ali, and the first ball short, and it's pulled by Azhar Ali out towards deep backward square, and there is Will Jacks to do the fielding. It's a nice shot to get off the mark with for one, and we're seeing the floodlights now as well.
Yeah, just about a quarter percent, I suppose, 25%, something like that, of their full power. I
think they do all sorts of different things as well, don't they? It's very impressive.
Ben Warren.
Yes, I know. He showed me the machine.
Control.
I know. It's a huge responsibility. It's not one I'd relish. As Meeker over the wicket, he comes to Banton, and Banton's punching down to backward point. Ryan Patel comes around to do the fielding, and there is no run. Because I just thought floodlights shone light out, but they did. These ones do. They've got all sorts of different
flash
names
out
and
4s and 6s and
it's clever, isn't it?
waterfalls and different.
Yes,
I'm not sure about colours.
I saw bullseye as well. I wondered if that would just be one light in the middle for bullseye. Stuart Meeker over the wicket. He comes to Banton, and Banton looking to force off the front foot. Still looking for his first run. 8 balls in. Tom Banton as Stoneman comes up to do the fielding. Nice start from Stuart Meeker.
The highest partnership that these two have put together in this campaign, in the 7 matches to date, was against Sussex when they reached 29 before the first wicket fell. Other than that, there have been quite a few single-figure opening partnerships, which has meant that Pete Trigger has come to the wicket very early on.
Meeker's in, and Banton's off the mark now, just opens the face and guides this one down to third man. He'll get a single. So Azhar Ali comes back onto strike on one, because there was that, I saw a bit of it on the TV as I was saying earlier, but the Azhar Ali and Peter Trigo partnership against Essex.
Yeah, that was a terrific partnership. 217 they put on.
Every time I looked up, it seemed to be the ball was soaring somewhere out to Taunton. As over the wicket comes Meeker, and Azhar Ali's forward, pushing off a goodish length straight out towards extra cover. And Mark Stoneman does the fielding. Still see the Quantocks away there in the distance. And there's that sort of quilt work covering of the different colours up there.
There is all the greens, yellow oilseed rape, brick red of the Quantock soil.
It is a magnificent sight. Meeker goes wider of the crease this time, and Ali tries to pull him again, but just helps it down to short fine leg. I think he's gloved that actually, rather than hitting the bat, but he'll get a single. It's the end of the over. It's a tidy over from Stuart Meeker first up as well. 2 overs gone, and Somerset 3 without loss in pursuit of 290 to win.
And this is an important innings for Tom Banton. He's played in every game of this one-day cup. Somerset giving him an extended run in the side, despite the obvious claims of Steve Davis, late of Surrey, who is arguably one of the best wicketkeeper batsmen in the country in this form of the game. But Somerset decided to give Tom Banton the go, and he rewarded them with 107 in the first game, but has hardly got a run since. Here's McCurr in and bowls. Oh, and that's a leading edge! Oh, and a brilliant catch by Ryan Patel, diving down to his left as Azhar Ali failed to keep down his reflex shot to a short ball from Conor McCurr, which leapt at him, took the outside edge, and a stunning catch by Ryan Patel at backward point. And that's the first Somerset wicket to go down, and as good a catch as we've seen here for many a long day. 3 for 1 Somerset. Azhar Ali gone.
Well, that is a heck of a catch from Ryan Patel. It really is, because he was going the wrong way to start with. Then he went right to begin with, came back to his left, and then just got the left hand underneath it. And I think Azhar Ali's got the shock of his life there. That is an absolutely stunning catch. It really is from Ryan Patel. He's having a good game. 41 not out with the bat, and that just gives your side such a lift, doesn't it?
It does. It does, and it's a bit of a blow to the solar plexus if you're a Somerset follower. Peter Trigo yet again coming out to the middle with barely a handful of runs on the board, and we've only had 13 deliveries in this innings, and already Peter Trigo walking out to the middle. He'll have a word with Tom Banton, but Azhar Ali has been Somerset's top scorer in this competition with before today 303 runs at 43.28, best of 110. So it's a big wicket for Surrey, and a good piece of bowling as well. I mean, he got that really to jump at Azhar Ali.
He did, and it's just a good bit of cricket, isn't it, from Surrey there to get rid of a very fine player. It just gives the fielding side a real boost to see one of your players pull off something like that.
It does. Remember that George Bartlett, of course, dropped a much easier catch in the last over of the Surrey innings, which wasn't the sort of note on which Somerset would have wanted to finish. Pete Trigo taking his time, just taking a few deep breaths. He's a little bit vulnerable to the short ball. Wouldn't surprise me to see him getting one or two bounces as McCurr is in and bowls again is short, and Trigo manages to get the shoulder of the bat onto it and run it down to third man. But to Jordan Clark down below us. Well, Trigo's reputation has gone before him, I think.
I'm not sure he knew a huge amount about that. I think it was more get out the way of this, because that was a good short ball, because it followed him as well. Had him off his feet. It was a real sort of Caribbean type shot from Peter Trigo.
McCurr is in, bowls to Banton. Banton drives nicely into the onside. Times it quite well, hits it hard into the ground, but can't beat mid-on. We've got one slip in. Rory Burns standing at slip. We've got Patel at backward point. Extra cover. Mid-off. Mid-on. Shortish mid-wicket. Short fine leg. Deep backward square leg. And a third man. That is the field. So pretty conventional Surrey field. 4 for 1. We're in the third over, being bowled by Conor McCurr to Banton, who plays that nicely, and it goes through the hands of Will Jack.
He's straight off
At extra cover, and I think he's obviously damaged his finger. It was hit hard by Banton.
That's something that Surrey don't want to see. Because
another broken finger.
Well, he's come straight off there, Will Jacks. Immediately just signalled and came running off, because it was hammered into the turf and up again. He got a finger to it and then immediately just ran straight off. So
probably bent back his middle finger on his right hand.
Painful. Painful, 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 painful.
2 runs to Banton. Timed it nicely. 6 for 1 Somerset. Needs to turn potential into delivery, Tom Banton. And this is nicely played again through second slip down to a third man below us. Jordan Clark does the fielding. Another run to Banton, and moves on to 4, 7 for 1 in the third over. Just
to say, Freddie Vandenberg is out there doing 12th man duties.
Where is
cover now?
He's at cover.
Yeah, but it was just the fact that Will Jacks immediately looked straight down and ran off. So
well, it may just be a dislocation.
It could be, and go straight back in.
Yeah.
Still painful.
Oh yeah.
When you say it like that, but actually you can
the world of
get on
between
that and
dislocated finger and a broken one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Trigo then on strike. McCurr is in and bowls to him, and short of a length, angle back into the right-hander, who plays defensively out into the offside. So good over from Conor McCurr, and it included the wicket of Azhar Ali at the end of it. Somerset needing 290 to go through to the playoffs, probably, depending on other results to a certain extent. They're 7 for 1.
They are, and I think Azhar Ali will think he's been just done by a good bit of bowling and a quite brilliant piece of fielding there by Ryan Patel. So as I say, Freddie Vandenberg is out there now for Will Jacks.
It was interesting that Azhar Ali just walked straight off.
Yeah.
He had a good view of it. He was criticised on Sunday, Azhar Ali, for walking. When he nicked a catch through to the wicketkeeper, didn't wait for the umpire to put his finger up, just walked off. And whether the umpire would have put his finger up, we don't know, but personally I think it's the right thing to do.
Mika is in from the Somerset Pavilion end, and Banton just pushes this one down, and that one just did Ryan Patel for a second there, but he recovered well. Well, people used to have a go at Adam Gilchrist, didn't they? Including, I think, some of his Australian teammates for a while at the start of his career for walking. Yeah, we had a great view of that, and he just did so well to get his left hand under the ball. Ryan Patel. Rory Burns, the captain, with his hands in his pockets in there at first slip as Mika comes over the wicket to Banton, and Banton's cutting for 4. It's a lovely shot, short and wide, but put away beautifully by Tom Banton. That's a lovely shot.
Played that with a real flourish, didn't he?
Enjoyed that, I think. And that's whistled away to the boundary rope for 4 runs. Nicely played Hi, Tom Banton.
You feel better for that.
Well, I think that there was a bit of, if he's got that 100 in the first one and then not too many since then, it took him a while to get off the mark here. There was a real sort of, I'm going to enjoy this shot. Absolutely whistled off to the rope. He's on to 8. Somerset 11 for 1 as Stuart Meeker comes over the wicket to Banton, and Banton's opening the face of the bat and running this one off down towards third man. Now take another single, one more to Banton.
Word has obviously gone round the counties about Tom Banton, because Surrey here doing what Sussex started doing against Tom Banton, which is to have 4 sailing one on the offside to try and cramp his offside scoring shots and frustrate him into playing a shot at the wrong ball, which has been a pretty successful policy, in fact.
It's amazing now with all the analysts and everything how quickly sides work players out. Peter Turgid on strike for the first time here to Stuart Meeker. Meeker is into him, goes full of length, and Turgid's playing that from the crease. No great foot movement. Pushes that one up towards Dean Algar at mid-off, and there's no run. But yes, with all the analysing and highlights and everything now, all the counties can sit and have a watch of players and see how they go about their business.
No, there are no sort of mystery cricketers these days, are there? Even the ones from overseas, there's plenty of stuff online available about them.
Over the wicket again goes Meeker, and Turgid gets the ball right up on his toes and pushes it straight back up the pitch. Meeker does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run.
Turgid's another one who's had that one outstanding innings, 141 he made against Essex, but only 93 runs in his other 6 innings. So he too will want to make a major contribution.
Waits with his bat raised, sneakers into him, and he's cutting, pass backward point, and that'll race away for 4. Again, little bit of width, hasn't really moved his feet, he's just flung the hands through it as Peter Turgid, and that's raced off for 4. And a couple of boundaries in the over, better over for the home side, pursuing 290 Somerset. And they've lost the wicket of Azhar Ali, but 4 overs have gone, and Somerset are 16 for 1.
Yeah, it's not the sort of pitch where you can afford to offer the batsman width, because the ball is coming on quite nicely off this pitch onto the bat, and anything wide of off stump in particular with the bowling from this Somerset pavilion end, it's a short boundary over to the Somerset stand, will be dealt with pretty severely. So we've got McCurr to Banton, Hinham bowls, and Banton's up on his toes, playing that out to the substitute fielder, Freddie Vandenberg. He's on the field for Will Jacks, who damaged a finger fielding a fierce cover drive from Tom Banton, which bounced up, and he put his right hand up to try and make the stop. Failed to do so, and it obviously hit the top of his finger and has either broken or dislocated it, because he went off straight away for treatment. 16 for 1 as McCurr is in and bowls, and Banton gets into a good position to play the defensive shot. Just got the 3 offside 1 savers for McCurr. Nobody out on the offside boundary, so Banton will be eyeing that gap between cover and mid-off, I suspect. Out towards the second scoreboard here, for those of you who know the county ground. McCurr is in and bowls to Banton, who edges down to third man. And that is exactly what he was aiming for, I think, Mark. And he's picked up 4 runs, but not at all where he was intending.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised they haven't got a second slip in here, because Conor McCurr's getting bounced. That's the key thing. So even if they're trying to run it down to third man, they're not completely in control. So obviously Rory Burns now moved himself to his right at first slip, so he's sort of standing in a third slip, and folks have said I can get everything to my right, but it's just this bounce he's getting at the moment.
20 for 1 as McCurr bowls to Banton, drives back, and a good parry. Just beat the ball down as it came past him, did Conor McCurr. Batsman spotted the opportunity though to take a single.
I'm sorry, it looked like I was making a rude sign at Tom Banton then, but actually what I was trying to do was say, why haven't you got 2 slips? But it looked like I was...
But you're signalling, you're signalling to...
no, just to
Rory Burns, are you?
I don't think
Give him a little bit of advice.
I don't think he'd take the blind bit of notice if he saw me sticking 2 fingers up in the air, but it just surprised me that they didn't think about the second slip. Just with Will Jacks as well for this game, Surrey would have wanted him to bowl a few overs of off-spin.
Here's McCurr to Trigo, in and bowls, and Trigo tucks that away into the onside for a single, 22 for 1. Yeah, I think especially with leaving the gap at extra cover to encourage them to drive, which is exactly what Tom Banton was trying to do. He was trying to hit that gap, and got the edge, and it flew through second slip at catchable height.
It's also that one they're trying to run down to third man because he's getting bounced, but he's also bringing the ball back at the right-hander, so they're getting cramped up for room. You know, playing the ball onto your stumps is a danger against Conor McCurr at this moment.
He's bowling to Tom Banton, in and bowls, and Banton plays that away, and a very, very good half stop at mid-wicket by Mark Stoneman. Because if Stoneman hadn't got his right hand down on that would have run away for 4 runs. As it was just a single, 23 for 1 after the first 5 overs, 15 to Banton, 6 to Trigo, as Mark Church will make way for BBC Radio London's Johnny Barron. And what's happening elsewhere? Middlesex made 374 in their 50 overs. And, against Kent, you think they're pretty nailed on. Welcome back, Johnny.
Yes, well,
still nothing in it, is there?
Yeah, not much. Here is Stuart Meaker, who's into Banton, who's working away on the onside through mid-wicket. And Batty will run round to his right-hand side through the fielding, single taken. Yeah, early wickets are useful, that's for sure, from a Surrey point of view. Another one would be handy in this power play.
Gloucester got off to a good start against Essex, 39 without loss in the 8th. Not much has happened in the other 2 games yet. In the innings of the team batting second, that is.
Here comes Meaker. He's in to Trigo, who's in behind a back of length delivery and pushes up to Elgar. Up at mid-off, and there's no run.
Who else are we going to see in the Surrey attack here?
Well, it's a good question. You'll certainly see a bit of Ryan Patel, who actually bowled very well in the couple of list days that he's played so far. Batty, of course. Here's another one. Jordan Clark. They're the front liners. Where is Will Jacks? Isn't on the field to play.
He damaged his finger.
Damaged his finger, so you won't see Will Jacks. Oh, slashed! Oh, and not a million miles away from backward point, and it's Jordan Clark who dives away to his right-hand side, but that is a boundary nonetheless. Just looking at it on the replay, and I'm not sure. It's difficult to tell how far away that was from Jordan Clark. It would have been spectacular.
I think he may have almost got a fingertip to it. But
yeah. Pete
Trigo, I think that perhaps this is going to be his day, because he's got himself out to some very, very good catches. I mean, he's made the mistake, as he did there, of hitting the ball in the air, and if you do that, then you're running a risk.
Yeah. Here is Meaker, who's into Trigo, who's cutting very nicely on this occasion. Just a bit of width offered by Stuart Meaker, and that races through extra cover in front of square for 4 runs. Another boundary, handy these, and well, Stuart Meaker is starting to go round the park at the moment.
That was a classic
Peter
Trigo shot,
wasn't it?
The ultimate in swashbuckling.
Yeah. And the one in the air, the ball before, that was on the floor. Fraction tight to the stumps. So, ring of either side, then third man and deep mid-wicket. That's an elegant shot off the back foot by Peter Trigo, but it hits Stoneman at extra cover and there's no run.
He didn't go through with the follow-through with that, did he? He timed it beautifully.
Yeah. One for the cameras, but not for the scorebook. Yeah, the ring, obviously just the 2 men out, which is third man and deep mid-wicket. Here is Meaker. Right eye over into Trigo, who's just spooning it really out to cover point, and there's no run. End of an eventful over, but a good one from a Somerset point of view. 32 for 1, Banton 16, Drigo 14.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see these two batting together. They haven't really batted together in this competition so far because Banton's been the one out early on, and Trigo's found himself batting with Azhar Ali, his twin as he calls him, because they do actually look a little bit similar, Azhar Ali and Pete Trigo. But, both very attractive players, these two. Tom Banton maybe the more, well, I was considered more orthodox. I'm not sure he is actually. We haven't seen many unorthodox shots from him yet, but he can certainly play them. He's waiting now as McCurr is in from the river end and bowls, and Banton is defending up to mid-off. Won't get a run. 33 for 1, just starting the 7th over. So another 258 Somerset need to win at a rate of 5.89 runs per over. It's a long haul. Somerset won't mind if they fall behind the scoring rate early on, as long as they keep wickets in hand. McCurr is in and bowls to Banton, who cramps him for room as he plays that into the onside. Mark Stoneman comes sprinting in from mid-wicket. The floodlights are on, but not fully on here at Taunton. They're on about, I think, 30 or 40%.
Need another 50p in the meter.
Yeah, LED lights these are, so they don't actually use very much in the way of electricity. McCurr bowls to Banton again, cramps him for room. He looks rather a promising young quick bowler, this Conor McCurr.
Yeah, he's been around a couple of years. I think he's third on the staff, and actually last year he came and played a critical hand in a couple of championship matches towards the tail end of the season. It was very much a part of Surrey's championship's success.
Shouldn't think he usually gets a chance when you've got the Currans in the side and Jade Dernbach who's injured. He's coming in now bowling to Banton, who hits that hard into the offside, but only as far as Freddie Vandenberg at extra cover. Timed that beautifully to Banton, but picked out the man.
Yeah, I think with international call-ups, you tend to find that either it was Tom Curran in the white ball season, Sam Curran through the test matches. And there are other Jason Roy and the likes, but he certainly got his opportunity last year.
Well, he looks the part. He's got a nice controlled, accelerating run. He gets nicely side on, and he's bowled a very good line, as that delivery to Tom Banton demonstrated. Right on the money, making the batsman play. Well,
it's the kind of surface that somebody like Conor McCurr would dream about, really, because it's tailor-made for the Overtons, and actually Conor McCurr isn't a million miles off.
No. He's an inch taller.
Yeah. Yes, exactly, and that's the thing, is it doesn't often get, true bouncy surfaces to play on, and this one just keeps the batsman honest.
33 for 1 as McCurr is in from the river end to Banton, who moves across his stumps to play it into the onside and succeeds in doing so. Picks up a single as Stoneman does the fielding. Keeps the strike. End of the 7th over. 30, I think I said it was 33 for 1 before. It's certainly 33 for 1 now. Banton has 17. Trigo has 14, and the other 2 runs were contributed by Azhar Ali before he was quite brilliantly caught by Ryan Patel at backward point off the bowling of McCurr in the 3rd over.
Yeah, very economical from McCurr. No, he's a fine prospect, and I think we'll just, with people like guys, in the first 2 or 3 years on the staff, it's just a question of confidence, isn't it? Because he looks like he's got all the attributes, and the more he plays, the more that confidence will build. But he certainly made a big mark with the ball last year, because Surrey had to be sort of fairly resourceful, because they did have injuries through the course of the season and call-ups. And McCurr fitted in very nicely, and we have a change of bowling up here in the Somerset Pavilion end, which is Jordan Clark into the attack. Mika deemed it a little pricey in the power play.
He didn't bowl particularly well, did he?
Yeah.
Mika.
By his high standards. Here is Jordan Clark, who's in. It's tucked away very nicely by Banton on the onside. Out to Freddie Vandenberg. He's out there as 12th man, out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary. A single taken. Yeah, Stuart, because he's actually bowled pretty well in this competition so far, but occasionally on what he might consider to be a sort of quite a fun service to bowl on, it can disappear.
He used to be very quick, Stuart.
Yes, he was.
Seems to have lost a couple of yards of pace over the years.
Still can be pretty skiddy. Jordan Clark. Right on over is into Trico, who's elegantly pushing into extra cover, one for the cameras but not for the score because there's no run. As that's dealt with quite neatly. Short extra cover by Mark Stoneman.
Rather a gloomy afternoon there.
Yeah, it is, and it was quite warm on arrival. Seems quite a long time ago now. Clark again from the Somerset Pavilion end, right on over, is into Trico, who's watchfully pushing back to the bowler off the back foot, and there's no run.
Didn't seem to bounce as much as one or two others, that delivery from Jordan Clark.
Yeah, quite interested to see how Ryan Patel goes, and whether, of course, last time he bowled at Somerset in that extraordinary game at Guildford.
Yeah, I remember it painfully.
Yes. Turn the match on its head in the space of 6.5 minutes. Here is Jordan Clark. Oh, they're pushing a quick single up to Batty. They've spotted their man up there at mid-on.
Trico will enjoy that.
Trico will enjoy that. Smile from both advocates. I can't imagine. I mean, they're both grown men. I can't imagine that grudge goes back.
No, I don't
surely not.
The Gareth Batty unpopularity here at Taunton. I'll tell you about it in a moment.
Here is Jordan Clark again. Right arm over is into Banton's looking to work away on the onside. Oh, nice shot. Nice shot. Because Freddie van den Berg is deep mid-wicket, and that was, square leg, backward of square. There's no cover down there. 4 runs.
Yeah, I'll come back to Batty. We've only got one ball left in the over, I think, so finish the over and then I'll explain why he's a bit of a bogeyman here at Taunton, Gareth Batty.
Here is Jordan Clark again. Right arm over is into Banton, who's just pushing off the back foot into cover point, and there's no run to finish the over. 39 for 1.
Yeah, it dates back almost, that must be about 10 years, I think. I wasn't here to see this, but my colleagues in the press box told me about it, and it was Murali Kartik, when he was playing for Surrey, man-cadded Alex Barrow, who was the young Somerset wicketkeeper, without warning him. And Batty, who was captaining Surrey, declined to invite Alex Barrow to come back, just let him be dismissed. And the crowd have not forgotten. It's McCurr bowling and Trigo off on his toes. They're coming through for a quick single and get there easily enough with a rather wild throw from short fine leg. And this has not been forgotten, this incident of unsportsmanlike behaviour as it was seen by the Somerset crowd at the time.
What I love about cricket is it's so selective over what it deems at any particular point to be unsporting.
Because I said, oh, I'm sure this dates back to the Oval and all that. And he said, no, it's far more serious and longer ago than that. Here's McCurr then to Banton, who will pick up a comfortable single this time. And 41 for 1.
I mean,
score goes on to.
I must admit, for me, honestly, I'm not bothered by the man-cat. Nicking it. It doesn't interest me as a dismissal, but for me, it's a legitimate dismissal. Whereas actually, nicking it and not walking off, in my eyes, that's cheating. So, these arguments will run and run. Do you know what I mean? Man-cat, they've tried to legitimise the man-cat as well. They spent hours over it, and then Ashwin does it.
Here's McCurr in bowls. Oh, he bowled! Brings that one back into Trigo's, trying to play it into the offside. And misses, and his stumps are all askew, and that's the end of Peter Trigo. And another very good piece of bowling by Conor McCurr to bowl Trigo, looking to play an attacking shot into the offside to a ball that again was a bit too close to him, and he's gone. Bowled by McCurr for 16, Somerset 41 for 2 in the 9th over.
Well, it's a lovely bit of bowling, and I have to say that McCurr has been right on the money here on a pitch really that will always suit him, because he's one of the tallest on show. He gets the ball through, and he's nipped that one back through bat and pad on the back foot as well. in that ideal, basically the slot where you want to pitch it as far as the bowler is concerned, where you're either, from the batting point of view, you're not sure whether to push forward or play it off the back foot. And it's a lovely bit of bowling by McCurr. And Somerset, who need to win, 41 for 2, chasing 289 and making heavy weather of this so far.
Yep. It's, we're in the, what are we, in the 9th over. So Surrey were 41 for 1 at the end of their 10 over power play. Somerset are going to be ahead of them on runs, but behind on wickets.
I mean, I think with the going back to the Mancat, I mean, it's certainly not a dismissal I can be bothered with or whatever be involved with. But the ICC, I think a year ago, I think in the wake of the West Indies under-19 incident, legitimised it and said, no, this is a formal dismissal. This is what we do. We don't want anything sort of hung on it. And then, of course, Ashwin goes through the process. And ultimately, it's up to the umpires to adjudicate. I think they made a hash of proceedings, and everybody vilified
But what about
Ashwin.
What about the convention of warning the batsman first?
Well,
do you not think that should be made rather more of a
There was a really
formalised
interesting finish, wasn't there, a couple of weeks later in the IPL, where somebody with Ashwin involved was backing up, and he was properly and was run out by 2 centimetres or 3 centimetres, and people said, well, without that Mancan incident, the other guys would have lost the game. So.
Pete Trigo's gone. James Hildreth is the man out there, and he runs that down between slip and backward point for his first run. Jordan Clark is onto it. 42 for 2. Yes, I mean it's an odd thing. I mean
you know, with other dismissals, you don't sort of warn somebody when you knock their off peg out, do you?
No, you don't. But I mean, is this sort of
I don't like
indefinable thing about the spirit of cricket?
Yeah, but the spirit of cricket doesn't exist because people cheat left, right, and centre, and have done since the dawn of time.
But
I mean,
we like to think it exists, don't we? Here's McCurry and bowls to Banton, who drives and bounces over the bowler's head, which allows the batsman to steal a single. He hit that hard into the ground, did Tom Banton. I mean,
the spirit of cricket is this wonderful thing created by the sort of in the corridors at Lord's. But the reality is, the fundamental aspect of it is that everybody adopted in any level of cricket the way in which people don't walk in the professional. The game would descend into a fight almost every week on Village Green.
Is McCurry and bowls to Hildreth and bounces that one at Hildreth, who plays it very well, in fact, down into the onside. Calmness personified there, James Hildreth, but he goes and gives the pitch a prod because he's quite a weapon, this Conor McCurr. 6'6" tall, bowling in mid to high 80s miles an hour, I would think. End of the 9th over, 43 for 2 is the score. Somerset needing 290.
I mean, the easiest way, to get rid of the Mancat is, if you're non-strikers, take a butchers at the bowler when he's running in. I mean, that's the easiest
the criticism that could be levelled at Joss Butler.
Yeah, Dozy, twice.
Yeah.
I mean, no sympathy whatsoever for him. Not being done twice. Here is Jordan Clark. Right arm over. He's into Banton. He pushes it back to Jordan Clark, and there's no run. But I mean, it's not something I would never like to be involved in one or see one, and it's not a dismissal I particularly care about. But the fact that it made sort of Radio 1 bulletin. I mean, seriously. I mean, not the. I mean, I was here for the Batty one. I was here for that, and it wasn't great. I was here for that on. I don't know if I was on comms, but Kevin Peterson played in that game as well. Jordan Clark is into batting. Oh, he plays that beautifully. Late cut down in front of the severe Ian Botham stand, and actually it's pretty well fielded by Conor McCurr down there. They get through for a single, and there's no run. But yeah, those things. The problem is they're ugly. They will always be deemed as an ugly incident.
But haven't the ICC said that the war? It's the bowler should warn the batsman.
Yeah,
first.
but I'm not sure I buy that. Either it's a dismissal or it's not. And the whole point about the Mancat is trying to catch somebody out. Jordan Clark is in. It's cut very nicely off the back foot, only as far as backward point.
But if you're not careful, though, you're going to get what Ashwin did, which is bowlers trying to kid the batsman.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
into thinking they're about to deliver the ball, and
no, it's absolutely not great. And I think the thing is, the umpires, I think, made the wrong call, didn't they? So Ashwin did something. I mean, to be honest, not many cricketers are aware of the full extent of the laws, are they? So here is Jordan Clark, who's into Hildreth. He's pushing down the ground.
I had a tweet from Geraint Jones. It says, "Wasn't it the Mankad incident with Barrow that started the bat he disliked?" Yes,
yeah, it did. Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely right.
Yeah. No, I remember it vividly. But I mean, it wasn't a great moment, that's for sure. You don't really want to see them, I have to say. Clark again. Right on over into Hildreth. He's looking to play away on the leg side. Does that get a bit of pad? I think it does. Just going backward a square, and it's fielded by McCurr, and there is a single, which is a leg by.
Which is Banton's highest score apart from the 107. His previous highest was 18. Other than that, 107.
Jordan Clark again, right arm over. Is in to Banton, who's again looking to run it down to the leg.
I thought I'd done him.
Yeah, inside edge onto pad, little lucky, because completely seen off there by Anthony, but survives. 45 for 2, and that's 10 overs done. Banton on 25, Hildreth on 1, and after a few words from Andy Gibson, Mike Church will rejoin us in the commentary box.
And I still don't think there's anything between these two sides. Surrey rather have picked up the extra wicket, but Somerset bat long, really all the way down to number 11 with Josh Davey coming in at number 11. Both the Overton twins, more than useful batsmen. Got a bowling change at the River End.
Stuart Meeker
coming back after bowling 3 overs, 3 not very good overs from the Somerset Pavilion end, which went for 21 runs. 45 for 2, Somerset needing another 245 to win at just over 6 runs and over. There's Meeker. He's in there, bowls, and this is uppercut, and it could be just dropping short of Freddie Vandenberg out there on the deep cover boundary, deep backward point boundary.
He'd have been a bit sick if he'd cut that straight to him. Wasn't far off, was it?
That's what they were doing, the sort of shots they were playing against Hampshire on Sunday. But fortunately, he didn't quite get all of it, Hildreth. He picks up a single, 46 for 2, Meeker to Banton. Oh, and that's a good one from Meeker. Seems to be a little bit more in this pitch, Mark, with the bowling from the River End than from this Somerset Pavilion
That's a super speller bowling from McCurr, isn't it? 2 for 16 off his 5.
But that's the best ball that Meeker has bowled.
We've seen the taller quicks from that end, haven't we? So this will be interesting because Meeker's skiddier. Just skids that ball on.
He's in there bowling to Banton, who drives, but can't get it past mid-off, where it's fielded by, I presume that is Rory Burns there.
Where Meeker is dangerous is if he gets on a bit of a roll. He can go for a lot of runs, but he can also pick you up a couple very, very quickly.
Is he fully fit now? Because he's had his fitness problems over the years.
He's fully fit again.
He comes in, stride lengthenings there, bowls, and Banton gets quite a quick delivery, but equal to it. Gets forward in defence. 46 for 2 on this rather gloomy May afternoon at the county ground in Taunton. Good crowd in. 2,500, 3,000, I should think. All of the stands around the ground reasonably well filled. Good atmosphere. And a close contest in prospect. Meeker is in a bowls, and Banton hurried into a shot. He was thinking more of the offside than that, but in the end it ran out into the onside all along the ground.
I think the interesting thing with Banton is he's a great player to watch. He plays some lovely shots, but he tends to hit the fielders a lot. And what he hasn't done so far is just drop the ball into a gap and just taken a single and rotated the strike. So
you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. As Mika bowls to him and he drives, and again he hits the fielders. A shot at the stumps from Burns, and I think Banton, who was very, very quick, would have been home in any case, but it would have been a close run thing.
And that was just that build up and build up and build up that he hadn't found a run, and then he took on a really risky one just to pick. But I'll go back to what I was saying with Jamie Smith and the other young. You tend to forget at times how young these lads are, and they're sort of learning their trade while they're out there. But in many of the ways, with Hildreth at the other end, you know, he might be better just dropping the ball into the offside or the leg side and just getting Hildreth on strike.
Well, he can get a lesson on how to do that from James Hildreth, who's
the
past master at manoeuvring the ball into gaps.
12th over, Jordan Clark comes over the wicket to Banton, and Banton's again hitting the fielder at backward point, just trying to run that down to third man. You can just feel a bit of pressure building up now on Tom Banton.
He builds the pressure on himself, though. That's the trouble. By this, it was particularly noticeable up at Radlett, when Middlesex packed the offside field, you know, four saving in one, and poor chap, he just could not get it through, and in the end ended up playing the wrong shot.
Over the wicket comes Jordan Clark to him. This one he's picked up. Well, that's one way of doing it, though. What a shot that is from Tom Banton. Don't have to worry about a single there. It's a leg stump half volley that he has just picked up to the longest side of the ground, and with a flick of the wrists has, well, you don't need to take singles if you can do that. Straight into the pavilion for 6.
Biggest hit of the day so far by a long way.
It's a lovely pick-up, isn't it, from Banton.
Got quick hands, hasn't he?
And that relieves a bit of the pressure. He's on to 32. The 50's up now for Somerset, coming up in this 12th over. Surrey's 50 came up in the 12th as well, as Jordan Clark is in, and this one's just cutting back at Banton. He's trying to run it off again down towards third man, and up comes Ryan Patel to do the fielding. So in terms of when the runs are coming, they're all coming up at about the same time at the moment. And Surrey were 52 for 2 in the 12th over. 53 for 2 Somerset. So Honour's pretty much even Stevens at the moment. Jordan Clark, right arm over, is in again. Short one, pulled by Banton. Out towards deep backward square. They'll get 2 as the throw comes in. One bounce over the top of the stumps. They're just trying to push Stuart Meeker back there, right onto the boundary rope in front of the Colin Atkinson pavilion. He was about 10-15 yards inside the rope. They're trying to get him right onto the rope. Dean Algar was pushing him back from
for the top edge.
Mid-off, yeah. Over the wicket again is Conor McCurr, and that's down the... Conor McCurr, apologies, Jordan Clark down the leg side. Wide will be signalled. One more to the total. 56 for 2. Still no sign of Will Jacks yet, so you wonder whether he's just got that finger in ice somewhere at the moment. Because Freddie Vandenberg is still out there. And as I say, Jacks would have bowled them some overs today because he bowls very tidy off spin. Jordan Clark is over the wicket and cut by Banton. Straight out to the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. They'll stroll a single, and Hildreth will finally get on strike.
It might suit Banton a bit better, the fact that we're now in the middle overs with the 4 men out. There's more room to pick up the singles on both sides of the wicket. But particularly his strength, they're bowling to him on or just outside off stump, and he should be able to keep the scoreboard moving round.
James Hildreth waits for Jordan Clark, and Hildreth in behind this pops it down into the leg side. There's no run. End of the over, so 12 gone, and Somerset in pursuit of that 290 for victory here on BBC Somerset, BBC Radio London. 57 for 2.
A tweet from Grumpy Git, one of our more regular correspondents, says this has started well. Ooh, glad my tea break is over and I'll be out of touch till 5:45. How many wickets will we have lost by then? I shudder to think. Well, I think he was being sarcastic when he says this has started well. It's time to start praising the Surrey bowling and catching, please, Anthony. Well, I have praised the Surrey bowling. I said how well Conor McCurr bowled and what a brilliant catch it was by Ryan Patel. And don't think Somerset batting has been particularly poor either. Here's Mika in bowls 2. Oh, and that's hit over the top. It could be a catch. It's not a catch. Oh, it was in the air a long time, that. And reached Freddie Vandenberg on the first bounce out in front of the Andrew Caddick pavilion. He just didn't quite get all of that, Tom Banton. doesn't need to play high-risk shots at this juncture. Somerset need a partnership. That's the priority. Hildreth on strike, Mika bowls and right on the money, bringing the ball back in to the right-handed Hildreth.
Elsewhere, just very quickly, Sussex 347 for 7, Glamorgan 54 for 1 in the 9th over, pursuing that total of 3 for 8. And Kent at 40 for 1 after 8, needing a massive 381 to beat Middlesex. Gloucestershire 63 for 2, chasing 294 against Essex.
Mika here is bowling to Hildreth, who lost that away through the onside for 4 runs. Turn of the wrist, it was in the air for quite a long time, not that far away from short mid-wicket, but he timed it nicely and picks up 4 for it. 62 for 2, he moves on to 6. He played precisely that shot at Radlett and was caught at short mid-wicket. And he got himself out to a full toss from Mason Crane against Hampshire. Here's Mika in bowls to Hildreth, who lofts that away between mid-off and the bowler. That was a perfectly safe shot and thumping off drive in the air for 4 runs. 66 for 2.
Yeah, and I think that came as much from the previous delivery. He's taken a ball that was straight through mid-wicket for 4, so Mika's pushed it a little bit wider and fuller. He's just stood there, waited for it and smashed it straight back down the ground for 4, so it's good batting that from Hildreth.
He's not had a great time. He's got 81 against Sussex, James Hildreth. That's his best in this competition this year. 256 runs at 36.5. He's been getting starts and then getting himself out. Mika is in bowls to him now, and this is turned away into the onside again. Not really timed to the extent that they'll think about second run, but they'll think about it and then decide not to bother.
But that amazing stat against Essex, wasn't it? The most appearances for Somerset.
Yes, in for the first team, if you like.
Amazing.
Yeah, beating Marcus Trescothick's record, 619, I think it was, against Trescothick's 597. That's from memory. Here's Mika then to Banton, and Banton covers up, plays quietly into the onside and won't get a run. Yeah, he's been a wonderful servant for Somerset cricket, James Hildreth. He's played 240 first-class matches for Somerset over the years and is 6th on the all-time Somerset list of run scorers. Behind, I can tell you, Roebuck, Peter Roebuck, Bill Alley, Peter White, Marcus Trescothick, and of course Harold Gimblett.
You know that the Somerset batsman that I always think of, who was outstanding, is Jimmy Cook.
Yeah,
he was unbelievable, wasn't he?
Unbelievable stats, yeah, for the 3 seasons.
Yeah, he was here. But just the number of runs he scored in those 3 seasons.
He averaged nearly 80.
Yeah, it's remarkable run scoring.
Yeah.
Gareth Batty's into the attack.
He is.
Yes.
The man that Taunton loves to hate.
Yes. They'll probably put a statue up of him at some point when he finally retires. 67 for 2, 14th over. And he's bowled very well in this competition, Gareth Batty, this season. One outstanding performance. Just trying to remember who it was against, but sorry, we lost the game. He took 4 for 20, I think. He's got 10 overs. Unbelievable, really, in a 50 over game against an off spinner. Very experienced Gareth Batty against a very experienced batsman in James Hildreth. As over the wicket he comes from the Somerset Pavilion end to Hildreth, and he turns the first one into the leg side straight into Rory Burns. He's in there at short mid-wicket and there's no run.
270 one-day games, list day games, Gareth Batty has played.
It's quite a lot of cricket, really. As over the wicket he comes again, and using his feet as Hildreth, trying to nudge this to the right of Burns. Burns comes around to do the fielding. Again, there's no run. Floodlight's beginning to sort of take a bit of an effect because it's quite gloomy as Batty's in and Hildreth just waits for this. Nicely played out towards the sweeper on the cover rope. That's Stoneman out there, I think, doing the fielding as the ball's whipped in to the gloves of Ben Folkes. I want that up a little higher, I think. 68 for 2.
There can't be many who've played more list day games than Gareth Batty, because James Hildreth out there, who's been with Somerset. This is his 17th season with Somerset. He's only played 208 now.
He's played a lot of cricket, Gareth Batty, over the years. His reverse sweeping bantam, very nice. It's a great shot. That is a great shot. They all do it. Just stood up straight and just reverse swept it for 4.
Didn't he nail it, though?
Well, he doesn't. He's almost standing up to play that. There's a little bend of the knees, but it's not right down on his knees.
Sure,
To sweep. He's coming down onto the ball.
He hit that so hard.
He's on to 40 now. Banton stands with his bat raised as Batty is into him. He's going again, reverse sweeping, and Batty took the pace off that. And he's waited and then reverse swept it. And Stoneman does the fielding again.
Batty saw him.
Yeah, it was a
clever
clever bit of bowling, because
yeah.
he sort of jumped around and Batty just took all the pace off it. He did well, Banton. He waited and then played the shot. Batty bounces in once more to Hildreth, and Hildreth pushes one back up the pitch. Batty does the fielding off his own bowling. The end of the over. 14 gone, so 36 remain for Somerset. Their target 290, and they're 73 for 2.
Required rate 6.03, which is about what it was 5-6 overs ago. So Somerset going along quite nicely at around 6 runs and over at the moment. But James Hildreth is another great reverse sweeper. He was one of the first to perfect the shot. It's got him out a fair few times, but it's an effective weapon particularly against a bowler of Gareth Batty's type. So 73 for 2 after 14. What was Surrey at the same stage, Mark?
They were, hang on, after 14, 64 for 2.
Yeah, so not much in it.
Not much in it.
Not much in it. And we have got
Jordan Clark.
Jordan Clark coming in from the other end, tall, strong, right arm medium pace. He then bowls to Banton, and that's helped on his way down to the fine leg boundary. And it was off the bat as well. So Banton moves on to 45. Not sure whether he was intending that, but it wasn't far away from Ben Folkes.
I think he got a little fingertip to it.
Yeah,
Ben Folkes tipped it round the corner. He's so athletic.
That counts as a drop catch.
I think with Ben Folkes at times, but actually seeing it again, it was more just sort of hit the end of his finger.
It's Clark again to Banton, who is moving into a drive and not quite to the pitch, so checks his shot and content just to play it into the offside.
One of the best catches I've seen Ben Folkes take was here in that amazing championship game 2-3 years ago when Grunewald and got them over the line, but I think it might have been Craig Overton, inside edge off Mika. Unbelievable catch from Ben Folkes.
Here's Clark in and bowls to Banton, who pulls that away into the onside, and it's well fielded out on the deep backward square leg boundary by the sweeper out there, who is Mark
Mika. That is Stuart. That is the man we were talking about, as if on cue.
It's nicely timed that by Banton, but bounced up conveniently for Mika to make the stop, but he made good ground to it. 46 Banton moves on to 78 for 2. Somerset needing 290. Clark to Hildreth, and he whips that away, but again it will be cut off on the leg side boundary by Mika in front of the long Somerset stand. Spectators there sitting fairly well wrapped up, and you have anoraks and coats and hats in evidence, but pleasant day and an exciting finish in prospect as Clark bowls to Banton, who's again coming down the pitch at the big right hand medium pacer from Whitehaven in Cumbria.
And I think with the Jordan Clark signing, I think it's he's got a lot about him, Jordan Clark, but I think he's probably still a bit of a work in progress, really.
Here he comes again to Banton, there in bowls, and Banton whips that away down to fine leg to Gareth Batty, who makes the stop and sends in the return. Another single goes on the score. Banton on to 47, 80 for 2 Somerset. end of that over, which was the 15th. The over's fairly racing by as Mark Church makes way for Johnny Barron. Let's see what's happening elsewhere if we can. Gloucester going reasonably well against Essex, 35 without loss, needing that 294. Oh no, sorry, that was out of date. 74 for 2 in 18. Again, pretty even there. Glamorgan 71 for 1 in 11. They're making a good fist of it, but they need 348 to beat Sussex, and Kent 53 for 1, needing a mountain of runs to beat Middlesex.
Indeed. Gareth Batty continuing up here from the Somerset Pavilion end.
Did you see the Banton reverse sweep?
I did. It was a lovely shot.
Terrific
lovely shot. Yes, it's a big modern day shot, that, isn't it? Very much part of the MCC coaching manual these days, along with all the other little bunts and ramps and others. Got a backward point now of Gareth Batty. Square men as well. Batty is in and down the track nicely as Banton. Pushes up to Jordan Clark. The ball just dribbles up here to deep long on.
He's almost done the job, hasn't he, Tom Banton, forcing Surrey to post those two men behind square on the offside and leaving a gap up here where he can pick up an easy single.
Here is Gareth Batty as well again, and it's just clipped around the corner nicely by Hildreth. Lee van den Berg with the fielding out there on the deep square leg row. Another single taken. Batty's been in really good touch in this competition. He's in again. He's in to Banton, shorter again, and it's worked into the mid-wicket region. There's a good chance of a couple here. They're thinking about it. They come back for 2 as Ryan Patel runs in off the line, and that's excellent work. Spotted it early because Ryan Patel had a long way to come, and that ball just dribbled outside the area, the circle, and Banton gets 50 as well. Excellent effort from him. It's gone very nicely. 84 for 2.
Yeah, he's had a lean time of it as Tom Banton since that 107 against Kent, but very warm applause for a very talented young cricketer, and it's great to see him back in the runs again.
Yeah, this excellent crowd here at Taunton, giving him a warm hand. Batty is in to Banton. It's tossed up and it's pushed into the offside to Stuart Meeker, who can't defend the single. Running round to his left-hand side, another sharp one taken.
Well, they're both pretty quick between the wickets. Hildreth may be 34 now, but he's still a very fine athlete.
Yeah, very talented cricketer as well. He's back on strike and he's driving into extra cover. Stuart Meeker will dive away to his left-hand side and do the fielding. No run. Batty at the top of his mark again, up here from the Somerset Pavilion end. Is in to Hildreth, who waits for a longish half volley, drills it to extra cover, and there's no run. Meeker does the fielding. End of the over. Somerset 85 for 2, Banton 51, Hildreth 14.
Yep, and as I was saying, Somerset need a partnership. The best partnership in the Surrey innings was between Burns and Elgar. They added 61. No, I'd tell a lie. It was between Folkes and Smith. They added 69, which it's a decent partnership, but it's not a match-changing partnership. And as the coaches are always saying, what batting sides need is partnerships.
Absolutely.
To build that famous platform.
Yeah, it was an innings of sort of fits and starts, wasn't it? They got up there in the end.
Is Jordan Clark in the bowls, and that's turned square of the wicket on the onside by Banton for another single. Takes him on to 52, 86 for 2. Does Jordan Clark get in the Surrey first 11, as it were, in the championship?
It's a good question. We'll see. We'll soon find out. I think he was fit at the start of the campaign.
It's bowling now to Hildreth. There in bowls. Hildreth pulls this away, and it's safe, and it's 6. Didn't quite get all of it, James Hildreth, but that is the shorter boundary on that side of the ground, and he hit it well in front of square. The fielder on the leg side boundary at deep backward square leg, that went to straight mid wicket, and that is the first 6 of James Hildreth's innings and the second 6 of the Somerset innings. And this time he lays back and square cuts nicely out to Freddie Vandenberg. No, it's not. Is that Freddie Vandenberg? Or is that... no, Freddie Vandenberg's down here. That is the tall lad, McCurr, isn't it?
Yep, yes indeed. Conor McCurr out there.
Yeah. They've changed places. Well, Conor McCurr was down at the other end of the ground, but he's patrolling the offside boundary as Banton defends into the offside. 93 for 2, 52 to Banton. 21 to Hildreth. 50 partnership is on the board. They came together when Peter Trigger was out. Bowled by McCurr for 16 when the score was 41, so they've added 52. These two. And they've been batting very nicely together. He says tempting providence, as that's driven nicely and on drive by Banton. Touch of class about that shot. The on drive. Well fielded at deepish mid-on, but they pick up the single, 94 for 2. Somerset needing to win this game to progress. This is whipped off his toes by James Hildreth for 4 runs, over pitched from Jordan Clark on leg stump, and a classic James Hildreth shot on that occasion brings in 4 more runs, and his partnership growing in importance takes the score on to 98 for 2 at the end of the 17th over. 53 of those to Banton and 25 to Hildreth.
Yeah, great way of finishing the over as well from a Somerset perspective. And Jordan Clark took a sort of wishful kick at the turf. He knew he was absolutely furious with the fact he dropped it on Hildreth's leg stump and exposed that onside boundary. And ticking over this nicely, isn't it? Runs required 5.82.
I'm saying nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, indeed. I know what you mean. Kiss of death is never far away. The commentator's curse as well. Here is Gareth Batty, who is in to Banton reverse sweep, and has he hit it well? He's hit it too well. Right the way down the throat of Stuart Meeker out there on the boundary. Hit it brilliantly, but in front of square. That was his problem. And, well, Somerset find themselves 98 for 3. And in fact, actually, it's Mark Stoneman patrolling the boundary there who took the catch, and it was a lovely take. But he's hit it like a trace. He's hit it too well, hasn't he?
Yeah, he'd be furious with himself. He just stood there, hanging his head for a moment, realising what he'd done. Just picked out the man on the boundary, walks back to the pavilion very slowly, head bowed, bat under his right arm. Some sympathetic applause from the crowd, but Somerset really needed these two to go on and put a major partnership together. It's been a minor partnership. Okay, they've put on 57 between the pair of them, but 107 would have been more like it.
Yeah, and this game, to be honest, is just, well, it's been very consistent, hasn't it? Because if you look at the scorecards, there's not a lot between the two sides in terms of the points at which they're losing wickets. I think Surrey lost their third on 113. Somerset lose their third on 98. And Surrey will just be thinking, well, we get a couple more here. We're really into the bits and pieces, potentially.
Bits and pieces? You mean Lewis Gregory?
Very talented all-rounders, I know.
Roll off Vandenberg.
I know you're going to hark back to the 150. Yeah,
165.
165, yes. But anyway, admittedly, I'm not going to get away with a throwaway line alongside you. But it does give them a chance.
It does. And just as Somerset managed to peg Surrey back by picking up wickets at regular intervals, Surrey will hope to do the same with Somerset.
Indeed, and the man out there, Tom Abel, the skipper, is waiting for Gareth Batty, who steps in now. Batty is pushed into the offside, and as far as Jordan Clark up there at Extra cover off the back foot and there's no run.
That was a shame for Tom Banton, though. He'd been batting so well.
He had.
And
that's annoying as well, because when he hit it, he thought, oh, that's a nice one, and then would have been horrified to see somebody underneath it. And here is batting. It's worked its way on the onside up to mid-wicket. Sprawling effort by Rory Burns, just diving to his left-hand side to prevent the single. Batty again. He's in, it's driven nicely down the ground. This will be able off the mark. So that runs down to Dean Elgar, just below us at long on. A single will be taken. That score up to 99 now for 3.
Is that the first ball that Dean Elgar has fielded?
I think you've seen a bit of it.
I don't think I've described an Elgar stop in the field, but
here is Batty. He's into Hildreth. He's leaving alone outside the off stump. Legal delivery. Just about. A few gulls circulate overhead. Still see the Quantox quite clearly, which is always good. Here is Batty again. Tossed up and just worked into the onside quite nicely, just back to the square. There'll be a single taken. That's 100 up for Somerset. It's been heavy work, really, with the fact that 3 wickets have gone down and the end of the Batty over. Abel 1 and Hildreth 26 of them.
Well, Somerset still on track. They've been keeping the run rate around about 6. It's 5.94 they need now, but they've lost those 3 wickets. What does Duckworth-Lewis say? 114 at the end of this coming over. So Somerset just behind the Duckworth-Lewis score. Not that Duckworth-Lewis Stern is likely to come into the equation here this afternoon. It's just an indication, though, of how they're going. We're going to see Ryan Patel from River End.
Or otherwise termed as the Somerset Nemesis, of course.
Indeed. 6 for 5.
6 for 5. And the quickest 5-wicket haul in the history of the first-class game as well. But yeah, I'm not sure we're going to see that today, but he's very effective. He's learnt some really good skills. Bowls some nice leg cutters, slow balls as well. Got a real box of tricks, actually. He might prove to be a really useful List A addition to this squad.
It's just a sort of dibbly-dobbler, isn't he?
Yeah, well, exactly. Well, indeed he is, but he went really well a couple of times so far, and it'd be interesting to see how he goes here.
Bats left-handed, bowls right. He's in bowls to Hildreth, taking pace off the ball. Hildreth sets off quickly for the first run. They think about the second run, but Elgar has got the ball in his left hand. Sends in a good return to Ben Folkes and keeps the batsman down to 101 for 3.
Because he demonstrated he's got some shots in the locker as well, the way in which he batted. His couple of 6s on, not
deceptive power, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I mean, timing.
He's not a big lad, and 6 over extra cover, remarkable shot. He's there now. Bowles pulls that one down rather, and Abel gets 4 runs as there's a misfield out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. It's Stuart Meeker out there.
It is Meeker. Yeah.
He got to the ball well enough, so couldn't make the stop as he tumbled over and the ball just bobbled out of his hand and over the ropes for 4 runs.
Did the hard work.
There's Patel in again and bowls to Abel, who plays that into the offside. Jordan Clark quickly across to make the stop. 105 for 3 for Somerset, needing 290. The batsman out Azhar Ali for 2. Pete Trigo for 16. James Hildreth not out 25. Tom Abel not out 1. The other batsman to fall, Tom Banton, made 53. Very good runs. This is pushed into a gap on the offside by Tom Abel. Sets off sprinting up to the other end in the hope that there might just possibly be a 2, but there never was. 106 for 3 in the 19th. This is boiling up to be a good finish if Somerset can just keep wickets in hand, not get too far behind the required rate. As Patel is in bowls, and this is short and cut by Hildreth. But Elgar will keep them down just to a single. And having said that, Elgar had hardly had the ball in his hands since Surrey came out to field. He's now fielded 3 out of the last 5 deliveries. 107 for 3. Tom Abel, who desperately keen to make a major contribution here. Patel is in and bowls to him, and he's up on his toes, driving that away nicely. That could beat the fielder. No, it's going to be cut off by the tall figure of Conor McCurr, sprinting round the boundary on the far side of the ground. They come back for the second run. 109 for 3 at the end of the 19th. Abel on 8 and Hildreth on 28.
Yeah, still the run rate you don't feel will be a problem if they keep in touch. 5.84. They're currently going out Somerset. Floodlights. Yeah, just a fraction on, aren't they? Clever that you can sort of compartmentalise them. And Gareth Batty will continue down here from the... Still a good crowd, as you might expect, as Somerset looking for a critical victory. Hildreth the man on strike. Here is Batty into Hildreth, who's driving elegantly as far as Jordan Clark. Short extra cover, and there's no run.
That's Richard Johnson.
It is indeed, who's one of the bowling coaches.
Late of this parish. Did a great job for Somerset in the early 2000s.
Here is Batty floated up, and it's driven very nicely. Only as far as Mark Stoneman, who's out there on the line at deep extra cover, and a single is taken. Able back onto strike. Gareth Batty is in his, I think he might be in his 42nd year.
He is. He's the oldest Surrey player to play List A cricket this century.
Yeah, indeed, as you mentioned earlier. Here is Batty, and it's pushed forward by Abel, and there's no run.
The previous record holder of that particular record was David Nasher Ward.
Who tugged out of retirement from memory.
Absolutely right. Absolutely well done, yes.
Here is Batty, and it's driven up the ground, up to Dean Elgar down here at long on. I think the scenario is that, I think it might have been in the Nat West days, where there was a tie outstanding that they needed to get played, and they had a Sunday League game at Whitgift, I think.
That's right.
Something along
where he was
lines.
the coach.
Where he was the coach. And he got 60 on, I think, from memory. Pushed into the offside by Hildreth, and a single taken.
78 in 52
78,
balls.
that was it, yeah.
I'm indebted to my great friend Steve Pittard, my personal statistician, for that particular statistic.
Yes. Here is Gareth Batty. He's in Tom Abel, who lays back and cuts, but only as far as Mark Stoneman out there on the deep point boundary. To the Somerset stand. Another single taken. End of the Batty over, 113 for 3, Abel on 10, Hildreth on 30. It's the end of me as well. And after a few words, Fancy, Mark Churchill be back into the commentary box.
On the subject of statistics, I can reveal that at the end of their 20 overs, Surrey were 96 for 2, Somerset 113 for 3. So Somerset ahead on runs, behind still on wickets. Duckworth Lewis par at the end of the next over, 120. So Somerset just about keeping pace with the calculations of Messrs Duckworth Lewis. Do you know who the Stern actually is?
I don't actually. I've got no idea.
No,
the only Stern I know is John Stern, but I don't think it's him.
We've got Ryan Patel from the River End bowling to Tom Abel. Won't get a single. This is Patel's second over. His first went for 9.
You're talking about that David Ward innings. I remember being there for that. And it was Surrey were in a semi-final against Yorkshire, and it kept raining, so they had to put a side together to play Northants at Whitgift School. D Ward was brought out of retirement and batted beautifully for that 70 odd.
113 for 3 as Patel bowls to Abel, who turns that just in front of square out as far as Stuart Meeker on the deep mid-wicket boundary. 114 for 3. Why was he called Nasher Ward?
Well, how to put this politely, he had very big teeth. I think that's a polite way of putting it for Mr. Ward.
Were they slightly protruding as
they
well?
Were, yes. But that was, I think, as yes.
Splendid nickname, though.
Yeah.
David Nasher Ward is Patel in and bowls, and this is a square cut from Hildreth, but only out as far as Freddie Vandenberg. 115 for 3.
Remember, Mal Loy, I think, got 100 in that game. And D. Ward was under pressure because being the master in charge of cricket at Wickets School, they'd all turned out to watch him. He batted really well,
yeah.
I remember.
78 or 52 deliveries. Patel bowls to Abel, who drives that pleasantly through the offside. They're picking up a run a ball, these two, at the moment, and it's all Somerset need. The required rate 5.93, 116 for 3. The important thing, you feel, Mark, is that Somerset keep wickets in hand,
absolutely.
and they don't do what Surrey did, which was to lose wickets at regular intervals.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to give yourselves a chance going in with 10 left, haven't you?
Patel to Hildreth, who drives handsomely through the offside for 4 runs. There was a diving attempt at a stop from mid-off, but to no avail.
Just for a second I thought Rory Burns might be in the game there at short extra cover, but Hildreth's hands are so good. He's just found that space to the right of Rory Burns. That's flown away for 4.
120 for 3 as Patel bowls to Hildreth, who runs this down off an open face down to Dean Elgar below us. Another run goes on the board. 121 for 3. Hildreth on to 36. It's the end of the 21st over. 29 overs remain in which Somerset need to score another 169 if they're to progress to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, Hildreth will worry Surrey. He's there at this sort of stage with a start 36 or 32. That'll worry Surrey. And the other thing is, when I see that name at number 9, never forget that innings he played.
Roloff van der Merwe.
Unbelievable.
Scourge of Surrey.
It was one of the greatest one-day innings I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I know he came out with nothing to lose, but blimey.
He just came out to have a bit of
But
fun.
at one point, everybody was saying this is going to have to stop in a minute, and he just kept hitting the middle of the bat and going for 4 or 6. As Gareth Batty is continuing from the Somerset Pavilion, then into James Hildreth, who's forward, popping this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
Yeah, one of the greatest comebacks of all time.
Yeah, it was. It was an extraordinary innings. As Batty is over the wicket, and Hildreth waits for this and chops it down to backward point. And again, there's no run. Jamie Smith down there at Whitgift Boy at backward point. Talking about David Ward. Freddie Vandenberg, who's out there as well, is a Whitgift alumni. As over the wicket comes Batty. Oh, now that's got to be a tight shout. Pushing forward, that turned. And he was pushing forward was James Hildreth. I can see why the shout went up.
So can I.
Tight. That must have been very tight.
My eyes were glued to Russell Moore and the umpire.
I can see why it was a vociferous appeal. As Batty is in once again to Hildreth, but quicker. Turned by Hildreth into the leg side. They'll pick up a single. Crowd loved it though, didn't they?
We didn't get
Batty appeal.
We haven't had an action replay of it on the big screens here anyway. I don't know if you have on the Somerset stream, but it must have been close.
Just outside, I don't know.
Possibly.
In over the wicket comes Batty then to Abel, and Abel waits for this and turns it down the ground towards Dean Elgar. Down below us, they'll take another single. That's one more to the total. 123 for 3. Abel on to 13. Hildreth comes back onto strike on 37. Batty in once more to Hildreth. Hildreth's forward, pushing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. That's a very good over from Gareth Batty. End of it. 22 overs gone. 123 for 3. But yes, Whitgift have had a number. Dom Sibley, Matthew Spreagle, Jason Roy, Laurie Evans. So David Ward's done a very, very good job there.
He has indeed. Elsewhere, Glamorgan making a decent fist of it at Hove, 110 for 2 in 17 overs in reply to Glamorgan's Sussex's 347. What else have we got? Kent 103 for 1 in 16, needing 381 to beat Middlesex. They're going well. Gloucester doing pretty well against Essex as well. 129 for 2 in 26, needing 294.
Well, Dean Elgar's going to bowl Will Jacks's overs here. We haven't seen Elgar have a bowl since he's come back. Bowls left arm. He's got test wickets. I remember seeing him get Steve Smith out in a test match But these would have been the overs that Will Jacks would have bowled, but there's still no sign. Will Jacks getting a ball hitting him on the finger from a fearsome drive from Tom Banton and went straight off.
Here we are. We found out who Stern is. Stern is Professor Stephen Stern of Bond University, Gold Coast, Australia.
All right.
Who's been working on the method since Duckworth and Lewis retired. So thank you very much, Phil Gatley, for that. Here we've got Dean Elgar bowling to Tom Abel, who doesn't time an off drive particularly well. Just get a single as it goes out to the tall figure of Conor McCurr.
Yeah, thank you for that. I didn't realise Messrs Duckworth and Lewis have retired.
Yeah. Here's Elgar dragging that one down, but Hildreth can't get it past Rory Burns at mid-off.
That would seem to me that Professor Stern's taken on a lot there on his own.
This is short and pulled. It's not a very good delivery, and it's going to go for 4 runs. Stuart Meeker dived away to his left, but couldn't get a hand down on the ball. And that's 4 more to James Hildreth. A nicely timed shot there. It wasn't a very good delivery, it has to be said. Long hop, and got really what it deserved. 4 more runs on the board. There's an irritating dog holding up the four side. 128 for 3. Hildreth doesn't time an off drive. And he's moved on to 41. It's getting gloomier by the minute here at Taunton, but the floodlights mean there's absolutely no danger of... Ooh, that's a good piece of bowling, that, by Elgar. He just held that one back a little bit. Hildreth early into the shot. It was in the air for some time as it flew out towards Rory Burns. Elgar again bowls, and Hildreth looking for a single backward a square on the offside. Can't get it past Jordan Clark. And the end of that over, 128 for 3. That was the 23rd over. So Somerset needing another 162 in the remaining 27 overs at a rate of just under 6 runs an over.
It just seems to me that Mr Duckworth and Mr Lewis got to do it together, but Professor Stern's taking it all on his own. So he's taking quite a lot.
All he's having to do is refine.
I suppose.
Because I suppose, you know, the equation must change as past scores and other things change in the game as cricketers become better at playing 50 over or 20 over cricket.
Batty from the Somerset Pavilion end continues his battle with Tom Abel. Abel, the right-handed Somerset captain, forward nicely and pushing the ball down the pitch back towards Gareth Batty. Batty into his 6th over now. Comes bouncing in once again with these off breaks. Abel waits for it. Tucks it into the leg side. There goes Ryan Patel, herring round to do the fielding. 1 more to the total. 1 more to Tom Abel. He moves on to 15. Hildreth will come back on to strike on 41. 129 for 3 Somerset. 290 the victory target. We're in the 24th over. Tossed up by Gareth Batty and driven handsomely by James Hildreth, but straight out to Mark Stoneman. Out there sweeping away on that cover boundary rope in front of the Somerset stand. 130 for 3. Waits again. Does Tom Abel on 15. Batty is into him. Abel's cutting. That's lovely placement from Tom Abel. That's a gorgeous shot. Stoneman won't get to that. That's just great placement from Tom Abel. It wasn't a bad delivery from Gareth Batty, but he's just waited and waited. The last moment just cut it to the right of backward point, and that's too far for Stoneman to have to get round sweeping. It's a lovely bit of timing that from Tom Abel. There's your dog again for the 4 on the big screen. As over the wicket once more comes Batty, and Abel tucks this one straight down the ground for 1. Dean Elgar will get round down below us as the throw comes in. 1 bounce into the hands of Gareth Batty. 135 for 3. 24th over. It's pretty much on as even at the moment as Batty is in. That's a quicker, flatter ball, and Hildreth waits for this and then just tucks it out towards Ryan Patel. It's sensibly played that by James Hildreth. For a second he'd have thought, right, let's open up my feet and try and haul this, but it's a long old carry out there. And there was Conor McCurr lurking, so he just opened up his feet and then nudged it for a single at this stage, James Hildreth. Sensible batting. He's on to 43, 24 gone, 136 for 3.
Judging by the calisthenics that Conor McCurr is performing in the outfield, he's going to be coming on to bowl before very much longer. Surrey's problem here is that Somerset only need around about 6 runs and over. And with the field back, it's not hard for them to pick up 6 runs and over without really taking any risks. So Somerset can keep up with the rate and keep wickets in hand, as long as they don't do anything stupid. Which is quite a large proviso if you've seen them batting here against Hampshire on Sunday. Elgar is in and bowls, and that's another run for Hildreth. They might even think about the second run. They do, as McCurr fumbles it ever so slightly, and Hildreth was watching him like a hawk, and as soon as he saw the ball bobble out of McCurr's grasp, he was setting off for the second run.
That is brilliant. And the other thing that Surrey will worry about, as I said about 5 overs ago, is that Hildreth is the master at all of this.
He moves on to 45. He waits as Elgar is in and bowls, turns that into the onside. This time there will just be a single, as that Mark Stoneman on the boundary.
They've swapped Stoneman for Mika.
Yeah. Mika, with the bowling at the river end. Dean Elgar purveying his little off breaks. He's in, bowls, tosses this one up, and Abel looking for a gap on the offside, only finds Rory Burns. 139 for 3. We're in the 25th over, so reaching the halfway stage. This is again driven by Abel, but good stop this time by Rory Burns, way to his left.
We all love seeing batsmen smashing the ball out the park, but this watching Hildreth do what he's doing at the moment is fantastic.
Elgar is in and bowls, and this time Abel finds the gap on the offside, picks up a single as it goes out to Conor McCurr. 140 for 3. One more ball, and then Somerset's innings will be halfway done. In and bowls, and this is a full toss hit up to long on by James Hildreth. He'll feel he rather missed out there, but at least he didn't hole out to long on as he did against Hampshire on Sunday. End of the over, 47 to Hildreth, 21 to Abel, 141 for 3. Mark Church makes way for Johnny Barron, and yet another useful little partnership for Somerset. These two have added 43 since Tom Banton holed out with his reverse sweep to Mark Stoneman on the cover boundary. How do you see the state of the game, Johnny?
Well, still quite tight, isn't it, since I was last year? Well, the run rate required is still 5.96, so nothing's changed there. But Hildreth 47 is looking dangerous. You feel Surrey need a couple just to get there, get back in, back into the game, and well, cometh the man, because Conor McCurr, who's been the best thing so far in this attack, is back into proceedings up here from the Somerset Pavilion end, and Hildreth is doing what he does, as Mark Church mentioned a bit earlier on. 47. Going very nicely indeed. Floodlights starting to take hold actually here. A few more have been turned on. Give us slightly better coverage. Here is Conor McCurr. Right arm is in to Hildreth, who's flicking away, and it runs away off the pad. Rory Burns will run round, single be taken. 1 4 2 for 3.
It's difficult for the fielding captain though in this situation, isn't it? Well, you can't not have the outfield policed, but if you've got the 4 men out, there's plenty of gaps.
Yep.
For ones and twos.
There are indeed, and also marshalling your elite talent as well. McCurr is the biggest feature of this game so far as the ball's concerned for Surrey. Here is McCurr. He's on leg stump, and that'll be a wide. Abel flicking at it.
Get out more than once, strangled down the leg side, Tom Abel. Not to balls shorter than that usually, where they sort of dangle the bat outside the leg stump, hoping they'll just get a nick down to a fine leg.
Here is McCurr, starts his run about 5 in from the circle. He's in to Abel, who rides the bounce pretty well, and again that extra bounce from McCurr, one of the tallest on show here. And there's no run.
He's bowled really well, I think.
Yeah, he has. No, he's a good all-court player, Conor McCurr. Played in the championship match to start off with. And played a very key hand at the tail end of last year. He's in again from the Somerset Pavilion end. And looking to flick round the corner is Tom Abel. The shy at the stumps and the non-strikers in the end from Rory Burns, but they get through for the single.
Pretty optimistic of
No, I think so. I mean, he was wandering across, but the height and, well, everything. Nothing seemed right about it, that's for sure. Ordered back on strike on 47 not out. Here is Conor McCurr again. Right arm over. He's into Hildreth, who's helping that run round the corner down to fine leg. Fielded by Freddie Vandenberg down there in front of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. A single will be taken.
Where's young Jamie Smith fielding?
Jamie Smith is... that is a good question. Where is he? Weighing 11 on his back is... yeah, where exactly is? Good question. Lost him for the moment. Here is... oh, short! Does he get anything on that? He doesn't. Abel looking to pull down the leg side, and it is down the leg side, so another wide. Jamie Smith, I think, is... oh, there he is. He's down at...
third man, is it?
Third man, yeah. In front of the macroscopic stand.
That's it.
Always well populated. First one to fill up, wasn't it? That one?
It is. To get a very, very good view from there.
Because you're not far from the action.
No.
I mean, literally at third slip. Here is McCurr. It's punched into the offside, just backward a square by Tom Abel. And there's no run. Yeah, I think that's where Jamie Smith is. We haven't seen Will Jacks, which is a shame actually, because I think he would definitely be used. Well, the fact that Elgar's bowling some twirly stuff gives you that indication. Conor McCurr again. Dobbers mark. Right on over. Is in and short and ducks underneath it to Tom Abel, and there's no run into the over. 146 for 3.
Must be a question mark over Will Jack's participation in the championship match starting here on.
Yeah. Well, that would be a pain if that, to lose. Yes, they really would be scrabbling around for a top order if you were to lose somebody like
well, you've
Will
got
Jacks.
top order, yes, because I was going to say you've got
because Borthwick's still struggling with a side strain, which is a
strain.
real irritant, because Borthwick is a good cricketer, and hampered a little bit by injury at the back end of last year. Broken hand from memory.
another over from Dean Elgar, who's bowled 2 overs for 10 runs from the River End. He's bowling to Hildreth, who's on 48.
Yeah, Borthwick can't come back quick enough as far as his side's concerned, because he'd be straight into it.
Elgar to Hildreth, who drives that up to Jamie Smith coming in from the long on boundary, and they won't get a second run. So he's quickly in off the boundary.
But Amar Verdi will be, hopefully he'll be fit for the game here. He'll be a big feature, you feel?
Not sure the pitch will suit him very much. We'll see. Elgar's in and bowls, and Abel makes room to hit a short ball. Doesn't really time it at all. Missed out there. That was a pretty ranked long hop. And the applause you hear is for the 50 partnership between these two. They came together when Tom Banton was out with the score on 98. It means that James Hildreth is on strike as Elgar bowls, and Hildreth gets the single that will bring him his 50. Warmly applauded around this ground. 50 runs to James Hildreth, and it is his 22nd 50 in what's called List A cricket. It's not been a spectacular innings by any means at all. It's been a very efficient innings, As Elgar is in and bowls to Abel, who will come back this time, I'm sure, for the second run as the throw comes in from Ryan Patel wide of the stumps. And Hildreth safely back. 2 more runs for Somerset, takes them over the 150 mark. In fact, 151 for 3. Abel on to 25. As Elgar is in and bowls, and there's a run here as well. No, there isn't a run. Well, it would have been a run here as there was a misfield, but they'd already decided not to go, and wisely didn't decided not to run for the misfield. So 27 overs have gone, 151 for 3 Somerset. Duckworth Lewis par is 142, so Somerset are ahead of Duckworth Lewis, which I think, Johnny, is probably a pretty fair reflection of the state of the game.
Absolutely. I think when we last looked, when the 3rd wicket went down, they were 14 runs behind it, but the runs have come at a decent lick, and the fact that both men are pretty set, aren't they? Abel 25, Hildreth on 50.
Hildreth 50 from 52 deliveries with 5 fours and a 6.
Yeah, dangerous customer, and there is a lot of batting to come. That's the other factor. I was a bit harsh when I said bits and pieces. Looking at that card, there's plenty of power at the back end.
Well, I think Somerset would like to see this pair take the most of the way there. George Bartlett, the next man in, is very promising, but not particularly experienced.
Here is Conor McCurr, goes into Hildreth, who's working away off his hip very nicely. Just down to Ryan Patel, he's running off the deep square leg boundary. A single will be taken. Score goes up to 152 for 3. Hildreth up to 51. Bringing Abel back onto strike on 25 and not out. Surrey need a wicket to try and dent that position. Here is McCurr. Short, and that's up in the air. He could well go here. Down to 3rd man, or fine leg I should say, and does. And it's a very good catch actually.
When Somerset seem to be getting on top, a wicket falls, and this fascinating game of cricket takes another turn.
Yes indeed, and the scoreboard has it as my original choice of catcher, which is Van den Berg, so eyes failing me. One will tell that, but I think it is Van den Berg did take it.
Yeah, I didn't think it was Gareth Batty.
Yeah, which is so Conor McCurr has 3 in the piece. That's the main news from his point of view. And the man out there, Bartlett. Yeah, so the DL par score has it 158 again. You see, so it's amazing. 1 wicket, and everything changes.
Yep.
The beauty of this game. But yeah, McCurr has. Well, this is a real making of the man here, Conor McCurr, because he has been a massive factor here.
Well, I think from Somerset's point of view, James Hildreth just has to carry on batting. I think as long as he's there, they'll feel pretty confident of getting across the line. But if he were to get out now, alarm bells would be ringing loudly in the dressing room.
Yeah, so he'll feel their bang back in this one. Here is Conor McCurr. Right arm over, who's into Bartlett, who's hooking again. Just backward of square. Ryan Patel running off the rope. Basically a top edge. Could have gone anywhere.
Surprised the batsman didn't cross when Abel played that. It was in the air quite a long time.
It was.
They decided that. I wonder why perhaps Hildreth didn't fancy facing Conor McCurr.
Well, we'll have to now. 51 not out. Conor McCurr at the top of his mark. It's been the express aspect of this attack so far. McCurr is into Hildreth, who's looking to drive, and does so. Out to Mark Stoneman, square of the wicket on the offside. Single taken.
This is the 3rd 50 of this campaign, this 50 over campaign for James Hildreth. He made 81 down at Sussex.
Conor McCurr. Right arm over is into Bartlett, who's looking to run it down to 3rd man. Only succeeds in finding Rory Burns in first slip on the bounce, and there's no run.
And he made 67 at Cardiff on a difficult pitch. Game that Somerset were winning comfortably and very nearly lost in the end.
Wicket. About 5 yards in from the circle. Right arm over. He's into Bartlett, who's pushing off the back foot, square the wicket on the offside. Elgar run round to his left to do the fielding. Another single taken. End of a good Conor McCurr over. And this little spell of his, the 2 overs, has delivered another scalp for him. He's got 3 in the piece so far, and Somerset 155 for 4 at the end of it.
Elsewhere, Glamorgan 134 for 3, needing 348 to beat Sussex. That's in 23 overs, so they're behind the asking rate by some margin. Kent 140 for 2 in 23 overs against Middlesex, needing 381. Kent, they're not out of it by any means. And Gloucester going well against Essex. They look to be on their way to victory. 172 in the 33rd, needing 294 to beat Essex. So 4 close games around the country. This is driven by Bartlett, and he'll pick up a single as Rory Burns dives across but can't get his hands on the ball at short extra cover. 155 for 4. He's looked a class act, George Bartlett, in his batting in the Championship for Somerset. This is short, and Hildreth works it up to wideish long on again for a single. 157 for 4. Hildreth on to 156 for 4. Oh, no, it is 157 for 4. 53 to Hildreth. Turned the match against Kent in the Championship, and then 100 up at Trent Bridge. This is over pitch from Dean Elgar, and again just worked into the onside by Bartlett for another single. 158 for 4. And he hasn't made a major contribution in this competition yet. Elgar is in and bowls, and that's a pleasant back foot shot out through the offside by James Hildreth for another single. 159 for 4. He has scored 112 runs in 5 innings, averaging 28, but his runs have been acquired quite stylishly. Elgar bowls, tosses that one right up. Oh, and there's a misunderstanding, but Hildreth recovers in time, retreats, and acknowledges that that was his fault. It wasn't his call, it was Bartlett's call, and I think Hildreth was anticipating the call of yes. Bartlett stood his ground. This is played down to short fine leg, and they won't get a run. End of that over. He wastes no time at all, Dean Elgar, in bowling his overs. That was the 29th of the innings. Somerset 159 for 4. 4 to Bartlett, 54 to Hildreth. They need another 131, and the rate's gone up a bit to 6.24.
Yep, that's what Surrey need to do to keep that climbing. Keep it interesting, just keep it above a run a ball. Just always keeps a batting side that's chasing honest. And Conor McCurr will be entrusted with another one from up here.
He's only got 3 left.
Yeah, I wonder if this is his last, because those 2 at the back end could be really, really important. If he takes another one, they might be tempted about going for broke as well with him, but that's risky. Here is McCurr, who's into Hildreth, who's pushing, well, hooking up the ground. It's a horrible looking shot, and it bounces just in front of Gareth Batty here at mid-on. Fortunately, he didn't tug it straight down his throat.
And his forehand, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
And he can
cross-court.
He can play a much better forehand than that, can James Hildreth. He got his scholarship to Millfield was as a tennis player.
Yeah. Very gifted sportsman. Conor McCurr. Right on over. He's into Bartlett, who's cutting nicely, giving backward point, no chance whatsoever. Stuart Meeker, a forlorn dive of his on the edge of the circle, but not for him. And that's a lovely shot, another boundary. These are useful runs now.
Yeah, Rory Burns having to bring the slip in, really. He's got to attack, he's got to take wickets, and fancies his chances of picking up George Bartlett. off the bowling of Conor McCurr, who's been the pick of the Surrey bowlers.
Here is Conor McCurr. Bartlett's up to 8 now with that boundary. He's into Bartlett. Oh, goes past the outside edge. One that climbs at Bartlett, plays it from the crease. It's a good bit of bowling that really is from Conor McCurr, who looks the real deal on this surface, it has to be said.
He does. Pace and bounce, a little bit of movement.
He's got the lot package-wise. And he must be relishing this. He wouldn't mind bowling on this every week, I can tell you. Be looking forward to packing his bags and coming back here next week, that's for sure. Here is Conor McCurr. Right arm over. He's into Bartlett, who works well on the onside into the gap. Gareth Batty runs around from mid-on to do the fielding. A single taken.
Yeah, I expect the pitch for the match next week, the championship match, will be not dissimilar.
Yeah.
This one.
Well, it'll suit Surrey. If you think of the Morkel would have been a handful on this.
It would.
Yeah, it really would. I mean, almost arguably unplayable. Do you see what Conor McCurr's generated? McCurr, top of his mark. Just a slight delay. I think that Hildreth has found something that errant on the strip. Delay over. Hildreth will take his guard around now. Conor McCurr, tall and strong, enjoying this surface, is into Hildreth and pushed up to Gareth Batty off the front foot by Hildreth through mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, 165 for 4.
Duckworth Lewis par, Duckworth Lewis Stern par, 164.
Yeah, it's there and thereabouts. Somerset ahead.
Just,
yeah. Wickets.
Another wicket.
Yeah,
it though.
Changes usually by about a sort of 11-12 run swing. Here is McCurr into Hildreth, who gets one on the hip, and he's trying to work it through on the onside. And Bartlett thinks about taking a single on. Mark Stoneman alive to all of that. Nothing at the end of it. Another good over from Conor McCurr. And 165 for 4. There's 20 remaining in the day. Bartlett has 9. Hildreth has 55, and Mark Church will join Anthony Gibson.
Thanks, Johnny. This is Anthony Gibson for BBC Somerset, BBC Radio Bristol. That was Johnny Barron from BBC Radio London, and we'll be joined shortly by BBC Radio London's Surrey commentator, Mark Church, with this game still nicely poised. Somerset maybe just edging ahead, but as I was saying just a moment ago, that would all change if one wicket fell, and as people often say in cricket, one often brings two. Here's Elgar to Bartlett, who pushes that into the offside and won't get a run. Is that how you see things, Mark?
Absolutely. I said a while ago, as long as Hildreth's still there, then Somerset are right on top for me.
Elgar to Bartlett, and this is played into the onside again just for a single as Mika comes sprinting in to do the fielding. 166 for 4, Bartlett on to 10.
He's just such a great reader of the game, James Hildreth, and he's done it so many. I sometimes think with these blokes they're in autopilot. They've been in these positions so many times over the years that they're almost in autopilot.
Elgar bowls to him, tosses it right up. Oh, and it's nearly stumped. There's an appeal for a stumping which will be given not out, as folks came around the front of the stumps with Hildreth out of his ground, flicked the ball back onto the stumps, but by that time Hildreth had got his bat down. A fact confirmed by umpire Russell Warren, but it was a pretty close run thing.
It's a bit of work that is again though from Ben Folkes. To come out, dive and then flick it back one-handed and hit the stumps.
Hildreth survives. Good ball from Elgar though, tempting, tossing up and just dipping on Hildreth at the last moment. Played over the top of it. Nearly paid the ultimate price. Elgar bowls to him. Reverse sweep, which will go for 4. That's the first reverse sweep, I think, that James Hildreth has played in this innings. He's been very restrained when it comes to reverse sweeping, but that was just exactly the shot for that situation. The best possible riposte to the bowler after being beaten the previous ball. And there's that wretched dog again.
It just takes
70 for 4.
It takes Elgar off his line of length as well, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, it introduces another seed of doubt. And this time he's reverse sweeping again, and that's 4 more. Down the pitch that time in reverse sweeping. 174 for 4. Hildreth moves on to 63. We're in the 31st over.
Yeah, it's a full toss, and Hildreth could have put that anywhere really, but he's cleverly put it, because they packed the leg side for him. He's just cleverly bunked it in the gap in the offside, so they're going to have to bring a man across now from mid wicket to backward point to try and cut that shot out.
Creates space on the onside. Elgar is in and bowls, and that's driven up to long off, not timed at all. Ryan Patel will do the fielding up there. 175 for 4, and another 115 at Somerset need. That was a good over for them though. The rate is just fractionally over 6 runs and over, 6.05, and that shouldn't be hard to maintain over 19 overs, but as we were saying, another couple of wickets and that could all change.
Well, the other thing here for Rory Burns is, how does he work this out with the bowlers that he's got? So Conor McCur's got 2 more. He's going to bring Mika back into the attack now. He's got 5 more. He's going to have to bowl Jordan Clark again. Gareth Batty's still got 4 more. But someone somewhere is going to have to find some overs for him, and that someone at the moment is Dean Elgar. But
and he's gone for, what's he gone for? 28, Dean Elgar, in 5 overs.
But if with your one day, you're used to Dernbach and Tom Curran at the back end, you're now finding people for the back end of an innings, as Mika is in, and Hildreth's up on his toes, punching Mika away from the Somerset Pavilion end, and they'll pick up a single, 1 more to the total.
If this Somerset side's got an Achilles heel, it's their death bowling. Yeah, they do tend to leak runs in the last 10 5 overs of 50 over games. It's a very specialised art, death bowling.
Absolutely. You've got to want to do it as well.
Yeah.
Over the wicket comes Stuart Mika, short one, and this is pulled by Bartlett out towards deep backward square. Ryan Patel will bowl a few more tonight, I would have thought. Does the fielding, and the throw comes in 1 bounce over the top of the stumps.
Nice shot from Bartlett as well, kept it down.
Well, I think Bartlett's job here is just keep Hildreth company for the time being. He doesn't need to do anything else. As I say though, these blokes like Hildreth, who've been around for as long as they have, they're almost just click into autopilot now, as Stuart Mika is in to Hildreth. That's short. Oh, that got onto Hildreth a bit quicker than he thought, but he gets enough bat on it to get it out towards Ryan Patel at deep backward square. I think he wants to change of gloves as well, because
no, he wants a drink, I think.
The bat just maybe slipped in his hand a bit there as he played that shot. Sweaty palms and all that good stuff. Mika turns once more, wearing number 18, runs away from us. Comes in over the wicket to the right-handed Bartlett. Another short one. Bartlett's pulling, so this is a tactic, because they've got all that space to work with on the leg side. So Mika's just banging it in, and they're picking up singles out there to Ryan Patel.
It's all Somerset need though, isn't it? Doing singles, just the odd.
This is a real tester for Rory Burns.
Yeah, occasional boundary. Wait for the bad ball to come along.
Just got to somehow manoeuvre it to make it as hard as possible for Somerset. Another short one, and this time, well, Hildreth's waiting for it, because you could see what the plan was, and he waited and then just pulled it in front of square through the leg side. Is it going to get to the rope? It is. I lost.
It trickled over the rope in the end.
I lost Gareth Batty chasing after that out the side of the commentary box, but yeah, over the rope it goes for 4. So Hildreth was just waiting for that. It did, didn't it? It just bobbled over.
Yeah. But I mean, that exemplified the point that I was making, that you get the odd bad ball. If you can hit that for 4, then singles will be enough.
Another good over for Somerset. As Mika is in, and another short one, and swaying inside it is Hildreth, taken by Folkes. End of the over, 32 gone, so they're right on target at the moment. Somerset at 183 for 4.
Yeah, well played Hildreth to that last delivery, which was short outside the off stump. And if you're going to try and play a hook shot which is above head height to a ball outside the off stump, you're taking your life in your hands. And very wisely he pulled out of the shot. He doesn't need to take risks, do anything extravagant at this stage in proceedings. Somerset just ahead on Duckworth Lewis. We've got George Bartlett on strike as Dean Elgar is bowling his off breaks. Bartlett makes room to play that away through the offside, and they won't get a second run as Conor McCurr does the fielding. 184 for 4. Another 106 Somerset need. Elgar is in and bowls! Oh my goodness me! And Hildreth down the pitch, looking to play that through the onside. Missed. I think he got an inside edge.
I think it just hit his back pad.
Yeah.
Just saved him, otherwise that was all sorts of trouble.
Elgar's in and bowls, and Hildreth gets this past Rory Burns, but again I think it'll just be the single. Oh, there's a loose return from Conor McCurr, but well backed up.
Yeah, it just seems to give Hildreth a little bit of trouble when he gives it a bit of air, Dean Elgar, because he's trying to get down the pitch to him.
Hildreth would have seen Elgar bowl, would probably have batted against him in the nets as this turned into the onside by George Bartlett, who's playing his role to perfection at the moment.
It's occasional these days from Dean Elgar, though.
He didn't bowl much when he was here with
No, he didn't bowl much for Surrey either.
But he's certainly not let anybody down with the way he's bowled, and this is turned into the onside, and Jordan Clark slips in making the stop, but they decide against a single. 186 for 4. Elgar bowls, Hildreth drives, and we'll pick up the single up to Ryan Patel at long off. 187 for 4. Hildreth on to 72. End of the 33rd over. 17 overs remain for Somerset to score the 103 they need, which is a rate of 6.06, which is where it's been almost all the way through the innings, isn't it?
It has. And Hildreth 72 from 71 balls now.
Without breaking sweat.
Well, that's what I mean. It's the way he constructs the innings, really, without seemingly doing a great deal. And all of a sudden, there are a number of players like Folkes is like that as well. You sort of he constructs. So we talked about what a great cricketing brain he's got. Stuart Meeker is in to Hildreth. He's going full of length now to James Hildreth, who just pushes out into the offside, and there is no run. But I remember when Sangakkara signed for Surrey, and I think someone asked Gareth Batty, you know, I take it you'll be tapping into Sangakkara, and he said, well, the thing is, there aren't that many situations now that he's not actually been involved in. He's played so much cricket. As over the wicket again comes Meeker, short one. Oh, and Hildreth's had a hook at this. That'll be wide signal, but it was one of those that he wasn't completely in control of. And wide is the signal down the leg side.
That was the sort of shot that Tom Abel got out to. Just having a rather carefree hook at the ball, getting a top edge and holding out.
Had he got bat on that, it would have either gone for 6 into the Colin Atkinson Pavilion or gone straight down fine legs throat, I think. It's definite tactic of keep banging this in at James Hildreth at the moment from Meeker. As in over the wicket he comes again. This is fuller of length and driving is Hildreth straight out there to extra cover, and there's no run. But you can sort of just tap into being in these situations before, and there is something about someone manoeuvring their side into a decent position. It's great watching everybody whack balls out the ground, but there's something just as nice watching someone sort of work everything out in front of you. As here comes Meeker to Hildreth, who drives him straight down the ground for 4. It's a gorgeous cricket shot from James Hildreth. Meeker's gone fuller of length to him, and Hildreth, all orthodox, drives straight back down the ground. Lovely piece of batting from James Hildreth, and 4 more to the Somerset total.
Yeah, interesting comparison you make with Ben Folkes, and arguably the pivotal moment in this game was when Craig Overton took that remarkable catch to get rid of Ben Folkes. I think if Folkes had batted another 10 overs, Surrey would probably have had another 30 or 40 runs on the board.
Waits again as Hildreth, 76 not out as Meeker's in over the wicket to him. Another short one down the leg side, wide will be signalled, and Meeker looks a bit frustrated here. Up towards our scorers, to our left, the little button is pressed so the light goes on.
You just wonder, with Surrey having nothing to play for, if this starts to drift away from them, how much bothered they really will be.
Well, they've fought really hard.
They have.
They've just come across Hildreth looking very good at the moment. As Mika is in, over the wicket to Hildreth. Another short one. Hildreth is hooking. Couple of bounces out towards Ryan Patel. And he'll pick up another single. Yes, I think if Hildreth stays there, it could be this game comes to quite a quick end. If he were to go now, I don't think it's going to be Hildreth there in the last over, because I think Surrey will, as you say, if he keeps going like this at this tempo, it's who they turn to as well, really. As Mika is over the wicket once again to Bartlett. He's up on the toes, and Bartlett's forward, pushing this one down into the leg side, and there's no run. And it's just really what you're saying is, it's when you get to the back end of an innings, it's that experience with the ball at the back end of the innings.
It is, and I'm sure that, the Surrey players are all thinking they're trying their hardest.
Oh, absolutely.
But your game is bound just to lose a little bit of edge if you're just playing for pride.
Absolutely. As Mika is in, over the wicket to Bartlett once again, and Bartlett just pushes into the offside, and Stoneman comes up to do the fielding. End of the over. So another one ticks by, 34 gone. Somerset right on target here, 194 for 4. And that target is into double figures now, because 290 the target, and they're 194 for 4.
Elsewhere, Glamorgan going well against Sussex, 173 for 3 in the 29th, needing 348, so they're more or less on track, you would say. Ditto Kent against Middlesex, 176 for 2, needing 380. They're perhaps a little bit behind the required run rate. Yes, they need 205 in 22, which will take some getting. But with 8 wickets in hand, not impossible, one would imagine. And Gloucester sadly have lost 3 quick wickets, 191 for 5, needing another 103 from 12.4 overs against Essex. So I thought Essex will be favourites there. Who have we got coming back into the...
Jordan Clark.
Jordan Clark is going to be coming into the attack from the river end. He's not actually... well, he is on the... I've got him down as number 16 on the scoreboard. Hildreth square cuts, times it beautifully, and oh dear. That was... not a very good attempt out there by Conor McCurr as he went down to his left. If that had been an Overton, that 4 would have been cut off, but Conor McCurr made a bit of a mess of that, in all honesty, and it's gone for 4 when it shouldn't really have done. It went underneath his body, he dived over the top of it, but it was beautifully timed shot by James Hildreth. 198 for 4. Hildreth this time won't get a run, as it's straight to Mark Stoneman at backward point. Hildreth on to 81 with that 4 through the covers.
Which is nothing against Jordan Clark at all, but I think Surrey wouldn't mind their number 16 bowling at the moment, because that's Jade Dernbach who wears 16.
What's his fitness
Calf.
situation?
Well, it's a calf strain. He hasn't bowled a ball in anger yet this season, poor fella, so fingers crossed he's back soon.
Here's Clark to Hildreth, drives away into the offside. Good stop by Ryan Patel, because that ball was travelling, had to make a few yards to his right, which meant that they could go through for a single. 199 for 4. Hildreth on to 82, 91 more needed. We're in the 35th over, so 15 overs after this. Required rate down below 6, 5.87. Clark with the Surrey and Botham stand behind him. In bowls to Bartlett, who gets an inside edge down, which misses his stumps, fortunately for him. And Gareth Batty does the fielding down at fine leg, and 200 is on the board for Somerset. 200 for 4 in the 35th over, needing 290 to progress to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, you just begin to feel there was that misfield from Conor McCurr. There's that inside edge that just goes past the leg stump.
Here's Clark to Hildreth, who up on his toes and plays that magnificently away through the offside. Back foot, off drive, hit on the rise. He wasn't to the pitch of that. He just went through with the shot and timed it to perfection away through extra cover for 4 runs.
And this is what I meant about it could happen quite rapidly, this. It's just these areas, it's the experience of bowling in these areas of the game.
Clark to Hildreth, And this time he runs that down to third man. That could easily go for 4 as well, but there's a good sliding stop down below us by Freddie Vandenberg. He did well there, and the crowd is down below us signalling 4, which was rubbish. It wasn't 4. I was watching it quite closely, and he fended the ball in field. He then did himself go over the rope, but the ball, and he was never in contact with the ball at any stage when he, or part of him, was over the rope, if you see what I mean.
Oh dear.
A single is taken, 206 for 4. That was the 35th over.
Right, I'm off for Johnny Barron. But as I say, just at the moment, Somerset are ticking their way towards victory quite swiftly.
There's Mark Church just trying to put the commentator's curse on Somerset in reverse. It only works if I say it, Mark. 206 for 4. Another 84 they need in the remaining 15 overs. Pantomime villain, Gareth Batty. Yes. I wonder if it's years and years ago that this all happened. I think it's just a bit of fun, really.
Yes.
I even had someone on Twitter, Ruda Ann, booing. She produced one of those, what are they called? They're not emojis.
GIF.
Yeah, GIF.
Yeah, GIF, that's the one.
That's the one.
Yes, Gareth Batty. Few boos. He's in to bowl to Bartlett, who's working well on the onside nicely off his pads. Single taken. Ryan Patel running off the deep mid-wicket boundary and do the fielding. And another one run added.
Peter Dyke says there's rain close to southwest Taunton, but shouldn't last too long. Somerset are well ahead of the Duckworth Lewis Stern par at the moment.
Yeah, they're going really nicely. Here is Batty, tickled round the corner by Hildreth, that finds the man on the edge of the circle. And that is Freddie Vandenberg, and there's no run.
Going to see a reverse sweep from Hildreth, do you think, with third man up inside the circle?
Well, it's a shot that's on. Of course, we've seen somebody perish so far, haven't we? That particular shot. Here is Batty, who's into Hildreth, who's looking to whip down the leg side. Wide called. More delight for the Somerset faithful.
He nearly overbalanced there, James Hildreth, as well. Better not do that against Ben
Folks. No, he is very, very tidy. Wonderful dismissal in the ODI. Here is Gareth Batty, and it's pushed down the ground off the back foot by Hildreth, the single taken.
Setting a very bad example to young cricketers, according to our colleague Isabel Westbury.
Do you know, it wasn't that. To be fair to Isabel Westbury, actually, I think she was quoting. She wasn't being quoted, because I couldn't believe it. I thought, my God, are people not allowed to get people out anymore? Here is Batty, and it's short, and it's manoeuvred out by Bartlett out to mid-wicket. But no, because I saw that, and I thought, no, surely not. But actually it was. She was quoting, I think, somebody else. Because, I mean, if you're not allowed to stump somebody, then, I mean, if that dismissal goes alongside the man-cat, what are we left with? Here is Batty, and it's driven, again, into the covers, nicely by Bartlett. No, it was a lovely bit of work, and, you know, brilliant. I mean, how anybody could think it was anything other than, you know, if you're as a batsman in a position like that, it's dozy batting. Here is Batty, and it's driven by Bartlett in front of square, through extra cover. Stoneman, no chance, 4 runs. Another handy boundary, handy way to finish the over as well. And Batty will be disappointed, because it's a horrible way to finish the over. See that ball rattling out to the boundary on the replay screen.
Good shot, though.
Yeah, very good.
Spotted the gap.
Yep.
And made sure he hit it well in front of square.
Yes, Paul. Yes, because Isabel Westbury attracted quite a bit of comment on that. She was quoting another source. I think that's what she didn't make clear. It wasn't her opinion. I think that's the important thing to say. It did. I know what you mean. Because I wrote something back and then deleted it swiftly when I realised what she was trying to achieve. But yeah, excellent keeping, in my opinion.
Jordan Clark to bowl another over from the river end. He's bowling to James Hildreth. He's there in bowls and just runs that down to Freddie Vandenberg. Third man for a single, moves on to 90, James Hildreth. 214 for 4.
Yeah, miles ahead, aren't they? The DL position if rain does potter along. A couple of wickets would change things, but they need them quickly, especially Hildreth on 90.
214 for 4, 76 more Somerset need. George Bartlett on strike to Jordan Clark. There he bowls, and Bartlett will get a run into the offside. There's a hint of leading edge about that shot from Bartlett, but it squirted all along the ground, picked up by Rory Burns, the Surrey captain. There's great levity in the boxes below our effects microphone, and why not if you're a Somerset follower. 2:15 for 4. Clark bowls to Hildreth, who pulls that up to long on without really getting hold of it, and Jamie Smith, I think there's away there in the distance, does the fielding. They take another single. 2:16 for 4. These two came together when Tom Abel was out, scoring 152, so they've added 64 runs together. Been in no great hurry. As Bartlett gets another single into the offside. Well judged, and there's a shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end from Rory Burns. Ball more out of frustration, I think, than any serious intention of running the batsman out. The batsman already safely home. 2:17 for 4. It is difficult to defend on this ground, though, Johnny.
Yep, it is. Absolutely. Taking him down nicely.
Clark to Hildreth. He's there and bowls on leg stump, and again Hildreth works that out to long on. Timed that much better, but just needed to hit it 10 yards further away from the field. So it brought him 4 runs as it was. It was just a single. Moves on to 92. 2:18 for 4. Clark to Bartlett on leg stump and turned away. Well, missed out there, Bartlett. Could have hit that almost anywhere, instead of which he hits it straight to Stuart Meeker, who's on the deep mid-wicket boundary. But Somerset picking up the 5-6 runs and over they need without having to take any real risks. 37 overs are gone, 219 are on the board, 4 wickets are down. Bartlett 23, Hildreth 92. They're not out batsmen.
Yep. Going extremely nicely. And, well, 13 overs left in the game. Still a further 71 required. Surrey requiring, well, not snookers by any stretch of imagination, but a few wickets would be handy. Would automatically stem the flow of runs. Here is Batty into Bartlett, who's looking to drive up the ground. Up to Stuart Meeker up here at long on. They get through for a single. 2:20 for 4 now. Batty, of course, I'm seeing a boundary off the last ball of his last over, which will annoy him. Good crowd here, witnessing a good contest. Can Surrey get themselves back into it? Here is Batty, and again it's driven by Hildreth to mid-wicket. Get round the corner to Rory Burns, there's no run.
Just held that back.
Yeah.
Gareth Batty. Hildreth mistiming the shot in consequence.
Batty again. Balls a full length, and it's pushed into the onside. Rory Burns will run out his right-hand side. It can't prevent a single. A ripple greets that. Another run closer for Somerset. 68 required now. Hildreth just 7 away from a low stay 100 here. Bartlett going well on 24 not out. Here is Gareth Batty. Into Bartlett. Tossed up, who drives up to Mark Stoneman at mid-off. No run there.
Doing his job well is George Bartlett.
Yeah, he is.
The support act.
Well, there's plenty of batting. That's the thing here, isn't there? There's plenty to come as well. Batty worked round the corner nicely by Bartlett into mid-wicket. Ryan Patel run off the line. Another single to the total. That's all they need to do. You're pottering along at 5.5 as the run rate. That's all that's required. Batty. Oh. I think that's actually enormously entertaining. There's a massive grin on the face of Gareth Batty, and I'm hoping the irony won't be lost on the Somerset crowd here as Batty is into Hildreth, who just works it to Rory Burns. Essentially what happened there with the previous delivery, Batty sort of as a false start. He didn't go through with his action, I think.
Do you think he warned Bartlett? I think Bartlett was back in his crease pretty quickly when he
was.
what was going on.
He absolutely was, and there's a wry smile from Gareth Batty as he makes his way down to the boundary. But a reference back to that moment which started all this, of course, back in the day. I'm trying to think how many years ago that is. It must be about 8 or 9.
It must be, because Rory Burns joined Somerset in 2011, I think. 222 for 4. Jordan Clark in from the River End, and nice off drive from George Bartlett, bringing a single. 223 for 4, and it also brings James Hildreth on strike on 93. 93 from 87 deliveries with 11 fours and a 6. Sure, I don't think it's raining yet. It tries to look a little bit threatening. Somerset 23 ahead of the Duckworth Lewis par. Here's Clark to Hildreth. Pulls that, he's going to be caught. He is caught at mid-wicket, and that is the end of James Hildreth. He mistimed that pull shot and gave a comfortable catch to mid-wicket, where it was taken by Stuart Meeker very comfortably. So James Hildreth doesn't record his 8th this day century. Instead, he's walking back to the pavilion, slapping his bat against his pads in frustration at having misjudged that shot. But all around the ground, people standing and applauding. One of the, I was going to say unsung heroes of Somerset cricket. He's only unsung in the sense of being ignored by the England selectors. Down here, he is one of Somerset's greatest cricketing heroes of the current era. Mr. Reliable does it again. 93 to James Hildreth, Somerset 223 for 5.
Well, he has indeed, and whether that's a huge impact in the game, time will tell. It would suggest it might be, but it does just open up a door which sees Lewis Gregory sneak through it. Coming out to the middle now. Shall I just give Surrey a little bit of a sniff here, because still a couple of still a couple of overs to come from Conor McCurr in amongst the final passages of play here. But it does leave a door open, and of course it's never easy coming in on a chase. Even though 5.74 looks a very reasonable total, or reasonable run rate to be chasing, just gives Surrey a bit of a chance here.
It does. It does. I've no doubt Lewis Gregory will play his natural clean hitting game, and that's probably the best way to play it. There's no point in being over cautious this juncture, and George Bartlett of course has played himself in at the other end, 26 from 30 deliveries. He ought to be seeing the ball pretty well, but it's Jordan Clark to Lewis Gregory, who's up on his toes. That was a little bit up-ish. He'll pick up just the one settling for. So his weight on his back foot there, Lewis Gregory, as he played that shot. Didn't keep it down, but it landed well short of Rory Burns in the covers. 223 for 5. Another 67 Somerset need. We're in the 39th over. So 11 more after this one. Clark is in and bowls to Bartlett, who drives that pleasantly, but only as far as Ryan Patel at mid-off. What do you make of George Bartlett so far, Johnny?
Yeah, I've been impressed with the way in which he's gone around it. And I think he's been a real nice foil for Hildreth, and he's just as with the nature of cricket and its rhythms, he now needs to be the senior partner.
He does. He's facing Clark from the River End, who runs that down to Vandenberg down below us for a single. 225 for 5. Lewis Gregory, who played a match-changing innings down at Hove on a slow pitch against Sussex, gave the Somerset innings just the injection of acceleration and runs that it needed. Waits now and drives away through the offside without timing it, so it'll just be a single, as it's fielded out there by the tall figure of Conor McCurr, who has got, he's still got 2 overs to bowl. Jordan Clark's in his 8th, 1 for 56. Gareth Batty's got 2 more. And Batty will bowl his 9th. So 11 overs to go, 226 for 5. Somerset needing another 64 with 5 wickets in hand.
Yeah, a couple more at this stage. We'll just open the game right up. Surrey will certainly feel they're in a game here. Gregory's just on the 2 not out. He's going through his guard process now. And the men out. Just 4 at this stage. That'll change in overs time. 2 out straight on the onside. And there's leg side, offside cover as well. Here is Batty. Down the track is Gregory pushing to the right hand side of mid-off. Good stop there from Mark Stone, sprawling away to his right hand side. He's pushed back now. Batty, top of his mark, he's into Gregory again. He's driving down the ground, only as far as Mark Stone. And his way to his left hand side to do the fielding it long off. Single taken, bringing Bartlett back on the strike on 27. It's going really nicely. Batty's just going to pull in the men, just 10 yards off the rope. I think Freddie Vandenberg's coming back up into the circle, and Mark Stone is going out at long off. Here is Batty. It's pushed into the offside chance for a run out here. What's that hit? Oh, it's gathered by Ben Folkes. It's a sharp bit of work to gully, and they get home, so I'm not sure it's cleanly gathered.
Hard to say, wouldn't it, whether the batsman was home or not?
Yeah.
But, he's pretty quick, is Lewis Gregory.
Direct hit would be interesting, but it wasn't, I don't think.
It was a pretty dodgy single.
Yeah, very sharp. A little bit too sharp, I think. Here is Batty into Gregory, who's driving out on the offside. They'll go out to Dean Elgar, out there the deep extra cover boundary. A single will be taken. Score goes out to 229 for 5.
Again, run a ball, that's all that Somerset need. Pick up the old boundary.
Batty, who's into Bartlett, who's into cut in front of square on the offside. There'll be a couple here as Elgar runs around his right from deep extra cover. And 231 for 5, Bartlett 30.
Somerset won't want this to go deep, though, will they? They won't want to, still be out there in the 48th, 49th overs.
And they want to kill this off while they can. Bartlett back on strike. Here is Batty. It's worked well on the onside through mid wicket. There'll just be a single. The left hand side of Conor McCurr. Single taken at the end of the over. 232 for 5. Bartlett 31. Gregory on 4. We've got 10 overs left. Runs to win is 58. And after a few words, Anthony Gibson, Mark Church will be back in a couple of shots.
Elsewhere, Glamorgan 205 for 4, needing 348 to beat Sussex. That's in 34 overs, so they need 143 runs to win from 16 overs, which is a pretty tall order, but they've got those 6 wickets in hand, so not beyond them. Kent, going really well against Middlesex, need 176 runs to win from 17.5 overs. At around about 10 runs and over, but they've only lost 3 wickets. And Gloucestershire, it's nip and tuck against Essex, 230 for 6 in the 43rd, needing 294, so they need another 64 in 7.5 overs. Here we've got Dean Elgar bowling to George Bartlett, who drives it up to long on for a single, 233 for 5, Bartlett on to 32.
Yeah, so 57 more needed by Somerset, and yes, they will not want to be starting the 48th over here. They'll just want to get this done now.
Nerves will come into play if you get too close to it, and you can never tell. Was it Sussex went down in a heat, didn't they, against Hampshire the other day, having sort of done 99% of the job. Gregory drives his back up the pitch, and Elgar fields off his own bowling, almost collides with George Bartlett in the process.
Yeah, Elgar's bowled pretty tightly here, doing Will Jacks's bowling for him, and sort of finding a few extra overs now.
None for 33 and 6. This is short, and Gregory will pick up a single up to long on. Plenty of firepower in that Lewis Gregory bat. He's one of the cleanest hitters on the circuit.
He hit some big shots against Essex, didn't he? I saw that.
This is Bartlett's up in the air. It could be a catch. The fielders are converging, and it's gone for 6, I think. I don't know whether they left it to each other out there, but I think the crowd in the Somerset stand had a much better view of that than we did, and the umpire's looking round, and it is indeed 6. Well, my goodness me, that was so nearly the end of George Bartlett. I thought it was going to be the end of George Bartlett, but is that Stoneman and Meeker out there?
It was Meeker and Jordan Clark, and just for a second I thought it was going to be the end of them. They're going to run straight into each other at one moment.
240 for 5, just 50 more needed for Somerset as George Bartlett hits this along the ground out to deep mid-wicket for a single.
Ever since that horrible Rory Burns and Moses Henry incident down at Arundel, whenever a ball goes up like that and I see 2 players running towards it, I just go cold.
241 for 5, it's a full toss, which is slapped up to long off by Lewis Gregory. 242 for 5. You thought that one of them would have called for
I think
it's basic schoolboy cricket.
It wasn't the greatest bit of communication you're ever going to see. The fact that sort of Meeker ended up on the plastic sheeting and the ball bobbled over the line for 6 runs. But the one involving Rory Burns down at Arundel was so horrible that whenever you see 2 players running towards each other, you always think, oh no. But yeah, they just made a Horlicks of that one.
They did.
242 for 5, 41 gone then. So just 48 more required by Somerset, 9 overs to get there. Gareth Batty it is from the Somerset Pavilion end, coming into Lewis Gregory, who tucks him leg side. Conor McCurr does the fielding. And there is no run. He's bowled very well today, Conor McCurr. Surrey's stuck in there. I think these are the sorts of situations though where when you are missing some experienced bowlers in these situations, exactly, and it just shows this one's a good bit of bowling from Gareth Batty. Got Lewis Gregory coming down the pitch towards him and then just stranded him slightly. Hit the pad, rolled away down to backward point, and there is no run.
I think Gregory's eyeing. Oh no, we got a long on down, but that's long on and long off. He does like to hit the ball straight.
Batty's in. Gregory works this one down the ground, and that's a good stop from Rory Burns, and the throw and the hit, and not out, but it's a good bit of work from Rory Burns because Lewis Gregory was just scampering a touch there, but great pick up and throw from Burns on the dive.
Wasn't great work from the umpire.
He wasn't really looking. No. I think had we had a third umpire, that would have been. But I think it's quite difficult to see out of your back. But there we are. We'll leave that one alone. I think.
Looking back over
been
his
and
right
gone now.
shoulder.
Yes, it's been and gone. Batty's in and driving. This one is Bartlett out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope, and they'll pick up another single. More to the total.
Because Gregory wasn't running his bat in, he was sprinting and he put his bat down. But I think if there had been a third umpire, it would have been very tight.
Yes, very interesting. As it is, Mr. Gregory is still there on 7. And Gareth Batty comes over the wicket to him, and Gregory's tucking this one out towards deep mid-wicket. There's Ryan Patel. He comes sprinting up to do the fielding. Throw comes in, one bounce over the top of the stumps. One more to the total. 245 for 5. Somerset. I've been here since 8 o'clock this morning. Over the wicket comes Gareth. He tosses this one up. This is driven down the ground by Bartlett. He moves on to 41. Not unnoticed runs, but I've just looked up to see 41 and thought, 41 for George Bartlett. End of the over, 246 for 5.
Well, he hit that 6 in the... that he was rather gifted. And he's had the 2 nice 4s through the covers, but... other than that, he's been accumulating 1s and 2s, but he's done exactly what the situation demanded. Playing second fiddle to James Hildreth. Keeping the scoreboard ticking over, 246 for 5, 8 overs remaining. 44 more runs needed, a required rate of 5.5. and Somerset will kick themselves if they don't win from here, and give themselves a useful boost ahead of the big county championship game against Surrey here next week. This is a mistimed offside shot by George Bartlett. Bells are ringing out.
Someone getting married?
So it's bell ringing. The campanologists
yes, of course.
Practicing.
Practice having a net.
Yes, Elgar in and bowls, and Bartlett plays that away through the offside just for a single. Not sure whether it's St James's or St Mary Magdalene. Maybe a visiting team, of course.
Of course, it can.
Although Tuesday
Start of an overseas tour.
I think Tuesday evening at 7:30. That's probably bell ringing practice. 2:47 for 5. As Elgar bowls. And Gregory lost it away towards the Colin Atkinson pavilion, into the top deck. 6 runs. That's the sort of shot that we've come used to seeing and enjoying here at the county grounds from Lewis Gregory. He came down the pitch and just opened the blade of the bat and kept it going through the line of the ball, playing it on the up, but middling it. 6 runs, 253 for 5. Gregory on to 14. Elgar is in and bowls, tosses this one up. This is going to go for 6 as well. Up towards, it's on the roof of the Surrey and Botham stand. It's bobbling back down into the black sight screens. 6 more runs for Lewis Gregory. Terrific hit. I mean, it was a pretty rank delivery, if I'm being honest.
I think it was the ball before as much that Elgar trying to get that one a bit more air, and he just plonked it straight onto the roof.
Elgar bowls again. Gregory this time defends. He's pushing that one through. It was a real dart from Elgar. 259 for 5. Gregory on to 20. Just 31 more Somerset need in 7 overs after this one, after this delivery in fact. And Gregory gets another good one from Dean Elgar, which is content just to keep out. End of that over. 259 for 5. The equation is Somerset need 31 more runs in 7 overs at a rate of 4.43.
Yes, and they're doing this very well, Somerset. That's sensible batting from Lewis Gregory to try and knock the stuffing out of this. Took on Elgar, inside out. That was a sweetly timed first 6 into the Colin Atkinson pavilion, because he didn't try and hit it, he just timed it for 6. Whereas the full toss, he absolutely thumped onto the roof of the Surrey and Botham. In fact, I don't think he really timed that one. I just think it was brute strength.
I think if he timed it, it would have cleared the stand and in the river.
So Conor McCurr coming into the attack down below us.
What's the applause for?
Dean Elgar's over, I think, because he's going back towards the Somerset. He's just taking his cap off and doffed it to the Somerset stand. 259 for 5. That would have been an affectionate round of applause for a player who did some good stuff for Somerset. Conor McCurry's bowled really well today. He's coming in over the wicket to Bartlett, and Bartlett gets the ball back of a length, tucks it into the leg side, thought about a single. There isn't one there because Rory Burns has come up to do the fielding.
He shouldn't be wandering aimlessly down the pitch at this stage.
McCurry's picked up 3 wickets today. He's into his 9th over. He's been very impressive. And as Johnny Barron said, I think he'll be looking forward to coming back next week. Well, Conor McCurry, the way he's bowled here, he'll skip at the top of his run up, and then he comes striding in over the wicket to Bartlett, and Bartlett gets a short one, pulls behind square on the leg side, and Ryan Patel, who hasn't done as much bowling as I thought he might today. Gets the throw in. He's only bowled a couple of overs.
2 overs to 17.
Yeah.
It's been the most expensive of the Surrey bowlers at 8.5.
Out there at deep backward square. I just wondered whether he might bowl a couple of the Elgar overs. But as it is, Elgar's bowled 8 overs today.
56 he's gone for.
Conor McCurry comes in over the wicket to Lewis Gregory, who's looking to slap this off the front foot. Doesn't really time it at all, and it goes away into the offside, and there's no run.
Gregory looking to finish this quickly, I think.
Yeah, so McCurry today, 3 for 31 now, I think it is.
Yeah.
Very impressive.
Yeah, he has been, yeah, and I mean, figures don't lie either. He's bowled, he's bowled every bit as well, as those figures would suggest.
Absolutely. And he strides once again. over the wicket to Lewis Gregory, who's slapping him off the back foot, over long off. That's a hell of a shot for 6. Wow. That is a strong, strong shot from Lewis Gregory. Sort of backed away outside his leg stump. It was banged in by Conor McCurry. Saw what he was thinking, Conor McCurry, and he's still gone with the shot and gone over long off for 6.
Classic modern day white ball, clear the left side shot, wasn't it?
Yep. And he's got hold of that one. That soared away.
10 out of 10 for muscularity.
Yeah, absolutely.
0 out of 10 for style.
But it's worked. He's on to 26 now, 266 for 5. Conor McCurry. Over the wicket he comes to Gregory, another short one, and Lewis Gregory's gone after this. This will be a no ball, I think. Yeah, can't play a shot at that, they decide, so it's not a free hit, but it is a no ball. It's a quick delivery, that, from Conor McCurry. But Lewis Gregory did the old trick of trying to play the shot, missing it completely, and then turning around to the square leg umpire with one leg off the ground as if to say, look, I'm gonna need a step ladder to get anywhere near that, but it was very high. 2 more to the total, 268 for 5. 290 the target for Somerset. Here he goes, driving down the ground, and he's got an inside edge on that. He'll get a single as Rory Burns comes tumbling across. He looks a frustrated captain. I can understand why at the moment. Rory Burns, 269 for 5. Surrey had high hopes for this competition. They put a lot of work into their one-day cricket in their pre-season. It just hasn't worked. They have not got it right. And I think they'll just be glad to see the back of this and get back on to concentrating on the championship. Coming here, of course.
Big game.
Yep. Over the wicket comes Conor McCurry, and this is tucked leg side by Bartlett, up towards mid-on. And they'll pick up another single. 1 more to the total. So just another 20 required by Somerset. Now, what's happening elsewhere, Mr. Gibson?
What's happening elsewhere is that Glamorgan are making a pretty good fist of things against Sussex. 240 for 5 in the 39th, needing another 108 in 11.3 overs. They're keeping up with the required rate. Middlesex and Kent 244 for 4 in the 36th, needing another 137 in 14.4 overs. They need 10 runs and over, but they've been going at 10 runs and over. Gloucester against Essex, that's nip and tuck. Gloucester 260 for 6 in the 47th, needing 294, so they need another 34 from 3.4 overs. So some close finishes in prospect. But what those scores suggest is there'll be no big swings in the net run rate. And as Somerset went into this last round of matches with the best net run rate of the contenders, if Somerset win here, that net run rate will be increased, not probably by very much, but I don't think any of their rivals is going to overtake them on net run rate, which means that as long as they do win, they will qualify either for a home quarter-final if they are second, or for a visit to Worcester if they are third. And that all depends, I think, on the result of the game between Middlesex and Kent. So go on, Kent. Go on, you Kentish men and men of Kent. We're rooting for you. 270 for 5, 20 more needed as Stuart Meeker comes back into the attack, bowls to Lewis Gregory, to George Bartlett, who strokes that away through the offside, and there's a very good stop out there, just about by Ryan Patel, who very nearly went over the rope with ball in hand, but managed to avoid it. And 2 runs is the outcome, 272 for 5. This is George Bartlett's highest score in this day cricket.
He's played very nicely.
He has, and if he gets to his 50, it will be his first 50. Almost by definition, this is his highest score.
Even I worked that one out.
It's Stuart Meeker in bowls to Bartlett, who pulls that, keeps it down, plays it away through the onside for a single. 273 for 5. Yes, he hasn't. He's only played List A cricket for Somerset this season, and his best, as applause is for the 50 partnership between these two. They came together when Hildreth was out in the 39th over. We're now in the 45th, so they made that 50 in just about 6 overs. Lewis Gregory mainly responsible. 27 not out from just 20 deliveries. He waits now as Meeker is in and bowls, and Gregory goes for a big shot, comes off the bottom of the bat, nearly goes into his stumps. Ben Folkes shies at stumps at the far end. Fairly futile gesture as Gregory was in his ground even before the ball left Folkes' hand. But single is the result, 274 for 5, 16 more Somerset need. We're in the 45th over, so they've got all the time in the world. The only thing that can deny Somerset now would be a flurry of wickets. The crowd just beginning to find their voice down to our left. As Meeker is in the bowls to Bartlett, who goes for an ambitious on drive on the up. Doesn't time it at all. Plays it into the onside. Needing 3 runs for his first 50 in this day cricket, and he's played extremely well in a supporting role. He's supported James Hildreth, and now he's supporting Lewis Gregory. Meeker bowls to him. He goes for a pull shot out towards the deep backward square leg boundary fielder Dean Elgar, who gets an ironic cheer from the crowd out in the Somerset stand behind him. It's just a single, 275 for 5.
Yeah, he's got some old friends in that stand, I think, Dean Elgar. It was a nice touch from him, because as they all cheered at the end of that over, as he walked over, he just doffed his cap to them.
Yeah, he was a popular figure here at Taunton when he was with Somerset.
He scored some vital runs, didn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Difficult times for Somerset.
He was the sheet anchor of that Somerset batting side. He and James Hildreth, of course. Meeker then to Gregory, who makes room for himself, drives it fiercely back, and Meeker can't stop it in his follow through. It'll be cut off out on the straight boundary by Jamie Smith, and they'll come back for the second run, inching ever closer. 30 now to Lewis Gregory, 277 for 5, just 13 more needed. At the end of that over, at the end of which we say goodbye to Mark Church, and look forward to seeing you and hearing you on the air next week in the big county championship clash between Somerset and Surrey, and Johnny Barron will come in alongside for the closing overs of this game, which has not been spectacular, has it, Johnny, but it's been absorbing.
Not a thriller, not a thriller. I think it's been fair, certainly, decent fair, but in modern terms, not a thriller. Here is McCurran to Bartlett, who's pulling away nicely in front of the square. Oh gosh, it's middle that's got away like a tracer.
That's his 50.
50 as well.
George Bartlett's first 50 in one-day cricket, this day cricket as it's called. It's come off exactly 50 deliveries with 3 4s and a 6, and he's played his role to perfection in support first of James Hildreth and latterly of Lewis Gregory.
Yeah, going nicely, just 9 more to win, and they will win a bit of a counter by 5 wickets potentially here. Here is McCurr again. Into Bartlett, gets another short one. I think he might have found the gap again there. Will Ryan Patel get there? He doesn't. That's backward a square, another boundary for Bartlett.
That's alright, no, it's fine. They are now within striking distance, Somerset, at 2 very well played shots by George Bartlett. So the score, as always happens, has disappeared from the scoreboard. 285 for 5. Somerset needing just 5 more runs. George Bartlett on strike. Conor McCurran in and bowls, and Bartlett will pick up one of those runs with a run down to third man. We're in the 46th over, halfway through it. So Somerset on the verge of a very important victory. They started off like a train in this competition, winning their first 4 matches, and then hit the buffers against Gloucester at Bristol, followed that by 2 pretty dreadful performances at Radlett and here on Sunday, but they've got their mojo back today. Here we go then. Here's McCurr into Gregory. He makes room for himself and hammers it over mid-off for 6 to finish the game in the most conclusive way imaginable. Somerset have won by 5 wickets. They're almost certainly through to the quarter-finals, either a game here on Friday or up at Worcester against Worcester in the quarter-finals. The floodlights here are doing their thing with rotating lights, The crowd are standing and applauding, and that, Johnny Barron, was a pretty convincing win for Somerset in the end, and they timed that run chase to perfection.
Yeah, they did indeed. That fourth wicket partnership of, 125 was probably the big factor, but 5 wickets is comprehensive. Hildreth, of course, batted beautifully for his 93, and Somerset showed that, you know, they're a really solid outfit in this one-day competition, despite the sort of recent losses, and a good value for their qualification.
And they will be so pleased, that Somerset team, that they've put their batting back together. We had important contributions in this innings from Tom Banton with 53. James Hildreth, Mr. Reliable for Somerset, a beautifully judged 93 from 89 balls with 11 fours and a 6. Decent runs from Tom Abel before he got himself out, and then that partnership at the end between George Bartlett, who played his supporting role to perfection, Lewis Gregory coming in and blasting 36 at the end from just 23 deliveries, with 4 sixes and no 4s. So the two Somerset batsmen make their way back to the pavilion, followed by the Surrey team, who are applauding George Bartlett and Lewis Gregory in a very sporting way back into the pavilion. For Somerset, the quarterfinals. For Surrey, I'm afraid, Johnny Barron, the wooden spoon.
Well, indeed, it's been a well, I don't know how best to sum up the campaign, but I guess a horror show, shambles. I mean, it just has been one of those campaigns that never really got off the ground, and apart from that win against Essex, that's all they got to show for it. And they'll have to pick themselves up, of course, and they'll be back here in, well, a week's time, pretty much.
Yeah,
it is a week's time, isn't it?
Yeah.
Tuesday to Friday of next week, so there's a lot of preparation, and of course they're a different prospect with the red ball in hand. Of course, Morkel comes back in, and there'll be a couple of others fit in that side as well, so it'll be a very different looking Surrey side that will be back here at the county ground.
Well, it's been great having you here at Taunton for this Royal London One Day Cup last group game, which Somerset have won by 5 wickets, and we look forward to your company and that of Mark Church in the, well, what could be an absolutely pivotal championship match next week between two of the strongest sides in the first division of the county championship. But joy unconfined here at Taunton after a big stutter in mid-campaign. Somerset got it back together here against Surrey today and march on to the quarterfinals. We await to see whether they play their quarterfinal here at Taunton on Friday or up at Worcester. Either way, we will be bringing you ball-by-ball commentary of the whole game. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage from Taunton here today from myself, Johnny Barron and Mark Church. It's goodbye from the county ground. Hello, Ian. Yes. All right. Fine. Are you ready to take? If I'm ready. All right. Just check. Just make sure the levels are right. They give me this bloody awful machine that I don't know how to work. So that hopefully it's okay. It's James Hildreth first, and then Jason Kerr, the head coach. Well, James Hildreth, Jason Kerr, the head coach, said after the defeat on Sunday that one or two of the senior batsmen needed to step up and show what they were made of. You've certainly done that today.
Did he? Didn't tell us that. Yeah, I think we had a chat after the last game, and I think it's pretty obvious in cricket what goes wrong a lot of the time, and obviously guys at the top of the order were putting in contributions but weren't putting in the kind of match-winning performances. So it's an area we certainly highlighted, and we were aware of it. You know, you need someone. Stats say you need someone back the majority of innings in that top order. So I nearly got there today. I was a bit disappointed getting out and not really taking full responsibility, but there you go. You live and learn. But it was good to get a few.
And you set yourself to play that anchor role.
Well, yeah, in a way. I mean, it's difficult because I tried to do that last game, and my mindset was knock it around bat time, and I ended up getting out because I had that mindset. I just chipped a ball that should have a boundary ball. So it's a balance. I tried to do it last game, anchor the innings. It didn't work because I had a more too defensive mindset. So I tried to be a bit more positive today, but in the back of my mind, knowing that if I batted the 50 overs, we'd probably win the game.
How did the wicket play?
Yeah, it was a good wicket. I mean, there was not a lot going on really. There was a bit of bounce. Really good wicket, no spin. Yeah, it's a bit of a belter.
And it's good to see two of the younger players, Tom Banton and George Bartlett, getting really useful runs.
Again, yeah, we've seen glimpses this season of what they can do. Both getting hundreds in the various formats, and they're the future of the club, you know. So they need to understand that they're all right. They're youngsters, but they need to, for us to win competitions, they need to be doing that consistently. And however, whatever age they are, they might be youngsters, but they've got to do that time and again because they're showing they're capable of doing it.
So after that blip, the 3 defeats on the trot, do you think has the batting unit got it back together again?
Yeah, I mean, cricket's interesting game. I think there's probably some guys that want to contribute a bit more. They've had the odd innings here and there, but they themselves want to fire and they're waiting to fire again. So you have batsmen that are performing and other batsmen that are waiting to perform. It's just the nature of cricket, especially in one-day cricket. So there'll be guys itching to get going in whatever round it is next, wherever we're playing, to put in a match-winning performance at Somerset.
What was the feeling like in the dressing room before the start of play today? Was there a little bit of nervousness, anxiety on the back of those 3 defeats?
Yeah, definitely. It's like any sport. We're out of form. We back our skills, and we certainly back ourselves as a team because we know we've got some very, very good players, and you have to keep stressing that. The team doesn't change overnight. We won 6 on the bounce, and then you lose a couple with the same personnel. We've got some very, very good cricketers in our squad, so it's just reminding yourselves of that. We're out of nick a bit, a few of us, but it's nice to bounce back now and start the momentum going again.
If we just change around and talk to. Yeah, well, the other chaps may want to say that, yeah. Jason, much better performance today. You must be very pleased with the way things went.
Yeah, delighted obviously with the result, but I think the way we approached the first half, confidence is huge in sport. I don't know if you mentioned after the 3 defeats, I thought the way we approached the first 50 overs started brilliantly with the ball. I thought we responded well as a unit in the field and kept them to a competitive total, and then chased that down.
Because even though Surrey are obviously weakened by international absences and injuries, they're still a pretty powerful batting unit.
Yeah, absolutely. They're a very dangerous side. They've got a lot of depth in the squad, and as you say, they've got a few injuries, but take nothing away from the way we played today. I don't think we allowed them to get away at all. To chase 290 here, you take that more often than not. And then the way we approached the innings, I thought Banton